Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predicted with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. And my nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling, but you just still take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan, which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a knee walk, Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at little me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. If you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Saw on the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3. On MP3. STC. Shout outs to Vic, Agnostic One, up in Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital stick, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD, and I'm joined by Bob Streams Games, Finbar, Shill Saunders, and we are going to be talking about the Amico Forever defense of Tommy Tallarico. But before we get into it, we got a few other things that we got to go over because this is Drama Friday. This isn't Amico Friday, right? This is an Amico Forever Friday, which would be a cool name, but it's not. It's not what this is. So we are going to discuss a few other things. Bob, how was your Thanksgiving? I know England doesn't celebrate.
It was great. Like, I guess we don't do Thanksgiving, so fuck y'all.
It's just another reminder of how the Americans kicked the British's ass, isn't it?
No, it's just a reminder of how the Americans, well, the British raided and pillaged a country, isn't it?
One of many countries, Bob.
One of many countries.
A country that kicked the British's ass, right?
I don't know about that.
Anyway, moving on. What's up, Finbar? How's your holiday been?
I don't quite share Bob's sentiments. I'm going to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I don't even know when it was. Was it yesterday or today?
It was yesterday.
Happy Thanksgiving, y'all.
Evil Stream says he raided. Thank you, Evil. Thank you for the raid. Freight Train says, cool, I'm here at the beginning of the stream for a change. This was planned. As soon as the Amico Forever stream happened and people started telling me, hey, you got to check this out. You got to see what they're saying. I knew we had to do this. We had to go over it. If you watch Mad Max's channel at all, he went over it a little bit. I was there with him. Mad Max had got so mad that he's like, I can't even watch the rest of this. Can't do it.
Yeah, I saw that. That was quite funny.
I haven't seen that yet. I'm going to have to watch that now.
You're going to have to. All right. So real quick, I wanted to show this image. This comes from Roots Genoa. He posted this on the Atari Age, I think. I think that's where I saw it. God damn it. That's the button. Fuck. My head's all fucked up. As you can see, this is an Intellivision Amico, quote-unquote, microwave-safe dishwasher safe mug.
Oof.
I mean, even their mugs are second rate.
No, that's a feature of the mug, isn't it? That's like the company self-deleting.
That's so no one knows that you bought it. Hey, don't be embarrassed with a television mug. After a couple months, it goes away. Mickey Phantom and Tommy Amico are having a feud. It's kind of weird because they're the same person. So a little bit weird.
No, somebody on YouTube with multiple usernames. To say it ain't so.
That's what I said. So, Bob, have you watched any of this Amico Forever?
I've seen a few clips on Reddit and about, so I haven't watched it all. I'll never watch Amico Forever because they're a bunch of idiots.
What about you, Finbar? Have you watched it?
I've watched a bit of it. Yeah, I started to get a bit wound up, so I fucked off. I was certainly not going to subscribe to speak in the chat. You have to subscribe to talk, so I can't bring myself to do it.
Oh, they got that now. They got.
I was actually kind of hoping John was going to join us tonight. I know you can see he's here, at least for that part of it, since he's got insider info.
Well, he was doing a stream, wasn't he? Is he still live?
If he is, he's not giving it his full attention. You may as well jump on.
Jump off the Retro Bros stream and just come over here.
He'll hop on in a bit. Cheers, John.
No, it says they're upcoming, so their stream hasn't even started yet. So I mean, John, if he wants to hop on before his other stream,
It starts at 10. What is 10? Where is that?
It's like 2 hours from now.
Okay. You guys need to start using GMT, please.
Or
Yeah,
just
really.
saying how many hours it's going to be.
Yeah, that would help too. Just say like, oh, in 2 hours it's going to start.
Yeah.
An hour and a half it's going to start.
Or at least a time zone retro, bro.
So Retro Bro has the link. I know Retro Bro's in a feud of his own. He's got some drama going on.
Has he?
That's what I heard. And then someone tried to bring some drama to our good friend Cyrus, friend of the channel. Sad. Everybody's out there trying to feud.
Everyone? Or is it just one particular person?
No, I've seen other people. I mean, I'm not just in this one community. I've seen people in other communities.
All right, yeah.
All right, we got 20 people here. Let's get in the mood. Are we in the mood for Amico Forever, guys?
Hell to the yeah.
Always in the mood.
No, we're not. We're not in the mood.
Oh.
And I'm going to tell you why we're not in the mood. Because we haven't heard the official Amico Forever theme song. But we are right now.
Are we going into Amico Forever now?
Right now.
Give me a wide Tony, give me a wide shot quickly. I've got to get suitably attired.
Hold on.
For this. There we go.
All right, look at that. He's all fucking Amico'd up.
That's fucking great.
Let's go.
We're going to have you do that for the rest of our avatars.
Well, I can't do it for Bob, can I? I'll be branding a Nintendo controller with Amico.
Oh, I've actually got one.
I've
got one.
You know, Nintendo are fucking notoriously litigious. I don't want to touch the controller.
Oh, fuck them.
Bob needs an Amico controller instead.
Give me a sec. I'll get my...
Everybody needs an Amico controller, don't they?
Shit, where...
Yeah, I don't have anything. This is the best I got. Technical difficulties.
You need that to keep that one for evil streams when he fucking collapses.
Well, that's what I got it for.
I know. I remember it.
And of course, the old school Geek Getaway logo. But while we're waiting for Bob to change, Bob needs some changing music. And we're going to give him some. Here it is, the official Amico Forever theme song. Sung, written, produced, filmed, uploaded by Tommy Amico.
Yeah, I'm I understand, man, but like I'm sure we're gonna see Tommy again. I don't feel that he burned us either at all.
Yeah,
I just think Phil's kind of handling stuff right now. You know, as far as and Tommy hasn't gone anywhere. He's still, you know.
Chuck has an Amico-centric fan base. Shit.
Well, you can't squeeze water from a rock so it's cold. And you can't expect Bill Adam to come back and cheer you up. And when Tommy Tallarico's gone, it sucks. Well, enough's enough. Hope it's really enough. Amico Forever. I think you guys had better try to get your shit together. Amico Forever. Yeah, you might get a demo unit, but your console shipping never. Amico Forever. I think you guys had better try to get your shit together. Amico Forever. Yeah, you might get a demo unit, but your console shipping never. On and on. It just goes on and on and on. The physical games were useless from the start. Is he breaking world records, or is he just breaking your heart? The pandemic gets used only go so far. Big as a kick card or an air guitar. Amico Forever. I think you guys had better try to get your shit together. Amico Forever. Yeah, you might get a demo unit, but your console shipping never. Amico Forever. I think you guys had better try to get your shit together. Amico Forever. Yeah, you might get a demo unit, but your console shipping never. On and on and on. It just goes on and on and on.
And you can be pissed at me if you want. That's fine. I can't fix it. We can't fix it.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately,
we're not going to sit here week in and week out and discuss this with you guys at this point, okay? I understand you are upset. I want you to get your refund. I do. If you want a refund, I want you to get it. But also understand, I have zero control over that. And so nobody here has any control over this. We can't answer it. We can't debugging the password. We can't do anything with it. Take it to them. Your problem is with them. Take it to them. Try to talk to them. I can't fix it. I can't.
Yeah, it does get frustrating because I know a lot of people are like, hey, what's going on? Other than the updates that we get, and and my occasional reach out to go, hey, what's anything we could say? Maybe we got a show coming up, but
Amico Forever. I think you guys had better try to get your shit together. Amico Forever. Yeah, you might get a demo unit, but your console shipping never, 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 never. It's never coming out.
All right, that was the lovely Amico Forever theme song by Tommy Amico. Thank you, Tommy. We appreciate you sending that to me before the stream so we can get that all set.
Awesome.
And one more shout out. This one is to Sweet and Tender Hooligan. He put up together a supercut, 51 minutes long. Only the good, juicy parts of Amico Forever. That way we don't have to sit through and skip around and try to avoid all the different shit, the non-Amico talk.
And we don't need to add to their views as well.
Oh, yeah, that too.
We can give Sweet and Tender the views that he deserves.
So here it is, the supercut. Also, I can't show it because we'll get demonetized, but you got to check out the thumbnail for the Amico Forever supercut. It is a sight to behold, to say the least. All right, gentlemen, you ready? I sent a link to Max on Twitter. He might pop in, he might not, probably not. Max don't hang around with us over here. He just uses us for views on his channel.
Hee.
DJC is gonna strike that upload. I don't think he is.
Even if he did, like if they strike you and you counter it, they've got to then provide legal evidence, haven't they? So it just ends up getting cleared.
Not really, because this is 100% probably not fair use. The sweet and tender supercut. He's added nothing to it. It's just literally a supercut.
Yeah, but we're gonna.
Well, yeah, he can't strike us. He's talking about their video. He's talking about the sweet and tender video.
He has my full support legally if they come after him.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of support, but it's my full support.
As much as you can muster, huh?
As much as I can be bothered mustering, yeah.
I am actually feeling a little bit sick, a little bit under the weather. My tummy hurts too much. Thanksgiving.
We'll take them two off the screen then if that's you're nauseous.
A little nauseous. DJC does not copy strike. Okay, well there you go.
He says he also doesn't watch your stuff, so don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
Oh, he watches my stuff. So, all right, let's get into it. 51 minutes. That means we'll be here for about 6 hours if we don't hurry up. I mean, shit, we've wasted 16 minutes already. Let's get going.
Sweet and tender hooligan. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Number 2 says, when can we expect Founders? 2023 or 2024? Well, it's going to be 2023.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, right off the bat, we what is it, like, shit, 30 seconds in, 7 seconds in. He says it's going to be 2023 based on absolutely nothing.
Yeah, isn't that, don't they need a year lead times at this stage to get the components they need? So it's going to be very late 2023 if it's even possible.
Yeah. Again, they haven't done FCC compliance. They're still testing units, quote unquote. We're already heading into December, right?
Yeah.
They haven't started manufacturing. It takes 3 months to manufacture. That's after getting the parts. That's after getting the money to manufacture. That's after securing a manufacturer. Yeah, we're talking 2024. Best case scenario, more likely never. But okay, DJC, tell us why. Tell us why 2023.
I mean, don't quote me, but
Better be
you know what? Go ahead and
2023.
quote me on that. Go ahead and quote me on
Oh my
that.
god.
See, he's laughing because he knows he's full of shit. Ha ha ha! It's funny, guys. I told you 2023, and it's not going to happen. I'm a fucking jackass.
Rab has
You
that
know
look
how
on
our
his face.
episodes are going to be in 2024 if this thing doesn't come out. It's
Yes.
going to be just us, like, twitching
It'll be like
until
the hair
like 90
messed
minutes
up.
goes by. Like,
The circles under the
Is it
eyes,
over?
smoking the cigarettes, chewing the nicotine gum, doing shots, going, "Hey man, just one more year." No, I don't know. I always
yeah,
thought
probably not.
Yeah, no, it's got to be 2023,
Yeah.
man. It's
Yeah.
got to be.
God, I hope so.
Didn't they
Chuck's
say?
laughing.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tony. Chuck's laughing because he knows it's already out in his eyes. He's got his. So his
Yeah, he don't give a shit.
Yeah. A lot of these guys were like, well, not a lot, but I think Atari Creep at least was like, I don't care as long as I get mine.
Yeah, so did Mike Mullis. They all said they don't care as long as they get theirs. But they're saying, oh, if it's not in 2023, they're going to be all shaking and smoking and all nervous. Except for, weren't they saying it was going to be? It has to be 2021, right? It has to be. They couldn't remember. First it was 2020, but once that didn't hit, they said, well, it has to be 2021, guys. Then that didn't happen. Well, it has to be 2022 because if it doesn't, then that's it, right? Weren't a lot of them like, we're out if it doesn't come out in 2022. And here we are at the end of 2022 going, well, 2023 is the year, guys. It's definitely going to be next year. Definitely.
Nah.
Yeah, see, I do remember an ultimatum about a year. I don't recall which year, though. Yeah, it was 2022, they said.
It's been every year. Since the first delay.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and clip it. I should have done that before this stream, but I was feeling lazy. But I remember Rab going, well, yeah, of course, they had to delay it in 2020, but it's going to come out next year, and they're going to make it better. And then the 2021 delay came out. Well, at the end of 2021, 10/10/2021. It's definitely when it's going to come out, because Tommy, he's getting everything set up. Everything's lined up. Then that didn't happen. Well, 2022 has got to come out that year, because if it doesn't come out that year, then people are going to say it's a scam. And now we're talking 2023. Nick says some of us were going to still waiting for the console, like these people wait for years for a release, kick scammer style. Yeah. 2023 blasting off that launch pad. Retro Bro says Mullis said almost 2 years ago if it isn't out in April of 2022, he was out.
No, but it is out, John. It is out, John. He's got his. That's what I'm saying. He's got his in his hand, so he doesn't care. He pops in later as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's in here too. They're gonna do 52 more fucking episodes of this shit. Yes, they will.
Allegedly, Amico Forever is literally forever.
Forever.
They're just going to keep the branding for the podcast. I'm assuming.
Is it even a podcast? Is it available on podcast?
I don't know. Whatever this is called.
Live
stream.
Yeah, that's a big train going by my window. And no, I'm not going to edit that out.
Well, the company seems to, and I know they haven't announced anything, but they are pushing to get into production. So 2023 is on their radar. I think if 2024 were in discussion, they'd be looking for some other plans right now.
And they are looking for some other plans. That's why they haven't announced RAB. It's like they always get right there, right? They get up to the door, they see the name on the door, and then they don't knock. They just walk away. It's so frustrating. The reason they haven't announced 2023 RAB is because it's not coming out in 2023. The reason they haven't announced 2024 is because they're looking for other plans because they cannot release the console. They don't have money. They don't have staff. It's insanity. I don't know how they expect it to come out. Bob, anything?
Nah, like they're just delusional.
1-inch biceps. I think if we give more money, the Amico will come out faster. Open your wallets and send whatever in it to Phil.
Damn.
Yeah, they need to have the 1-800 number. 1-800 Amico. Please pledge. They got to run like a telethon.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
They need Jerry Lewis to come out. Be like, you got to give your money. Just $9.99 will help one Amico get made. Your Amico money makes Phil so hard. So hard.
Beyond frustrated if it's 2024.
I will not be hyped. It's 2024 tender.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that he's not going to be hyped in 2024?
Not in the slightest.
I don't think a single person believes that DJC won't be hyped.
There's been enough of us waiting on a console. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all I get to say. We need a product. They need a product. They know this. This is not news. But yeah.
Breaking.
They can't even look at the screen. They can't even look at the audience because they know they're so full of shit.
News.
Yeah, this is not breaking news. We all know.
And television needs a console.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Camaro said it best. It's 2023 or bust. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone said 2022 or bust.
They said 2020 or bust, 2021
well.
or bust, 2022 or bust, 2023 or bust. It's everything, forever or bust. Relic's going to build them by hand, remember? Yeah. Seems like you're being critical of HBomberGuy. I am a little critical of HBomberGuy. I don't agree with some of his takes. I don't agree with some of the reporting he did. Some of it was half-assed. Some of it was incomplete due to not wanting to point to this particular YouTube channel because we're quote-unquote Black Panther woke bullshit or something like that. Which I don't think I've ever made a single video that was like, oh my God, this is woke. If anything, we usually go after the people that say that bullshit.
We're harsh but fair.
Yeah. The other thing with HBomberGuy is what really pisses me off, and what really, really pisses me off is I see a lot of people, patting him on the back, clapping. Yay, HBomberGuy, you did this video. Good job. And I recognize it because the frog never forgets. A frog never forgets, guys. And I see these names, and I see these people clapping and cheering. And I remember them saying, Tony, we don't care about Metroid. Why were you reporting on the Metroid Prime situation? That's personal. That's nothing to do with Amico. Tony, why are you talking about Smash Brothers Melee? That has nothing to do with the Amico. This is inconsequential. This is information that we don't care about. Why are you talking about this part of Tommy? Why are you talking about that part of Tommy? Why are you telling us about these quote-unquote lies? We don't care about this information. But as soon as HBomberGuy wraps it up in a pretty little package, yay, it's a fucking great video. Do you want a hand job? Do you want me to suck your dick, HBomberGuy? That's what pisses me off. Because I do see this, and I do see you people. And I do see you people on the Reddit. You know, the Reddit that I started. The Reddit that I left those fucking mods in charge of. I see them talking shit. I see them saying, hey, fuck that guy Tony, HBomberGuy. He's doing great work. Oh, we've seen this shit years ago from Tony. Who gives a shit? HBomberGuy. That's what pisses me off.
That's fair, I feel.
Tony, he didn't credit you or anyone else because you're a small fry. That's how these bigger channels, man, don't take personal. Like I said, it's not even like I don't give a shit, right? It would have been nice to be credited, but what really pissed me off is, like I said, there's a lot of people that I see in the community that were cheering me on, and you know, when I was the voice, when I was the only one doing this, they were right there. Yay, fucking we love you, Tony. You're fucking great. Oh, big YouTuber? Oh, fuck you, Tony. We don't care about you no more. You're a piece of shit. We don't like you. We never liked you. In fact, we always hated you. You were the only one around. I agree, bro. But my pitchfork is Shark and Tony and DDC are telling me fuck that guy. Yeah, but we're saying fuck that guy for different reasons. That's the thing. To be fair, HBomberGuy didn't need to give credit to the Reddit or YouTubers because all that is public. Well, yes and no, Joshua, because yes, it's public, but it's only public because they dug it up and put it in the public. He didn't dig it up from the original source. Someone else did. That's the problem. It's not personal. It's political. Well, personal about your politics. Yeah, exactly. HBomberGuy kind of acknowledged why he wouldn't credit you. That was scummy of his part. Exactly. Tony's never lying. Tony doesn't need to lie. Yeah, but thank you for having my back, Tommy Amico. But like I said, there's a lot of people out there that are two-faced, that were cheering us on when we were the only ones, when we were the face of the Amico criticism. They were cheering us on. But the second someone bigger comes along, we get kicked to the curb.
Yeah.
And you'll notice the names, right? Because you guys are smart. Just go back, look at the streams, and you'll notice there's certain people that just ain't here anymore, right? Certain people, people who are sensible that just don't come around anymore. I wonder why that is. What the fuck's up with the H-Bomber shirt? Apparently that was from a previous video where he like burned it or something about pandemic. I don't fucking know.
What, the shirt he was wearing in the video?
Yeah.
I thought he'd wiped his ass with it, to be honest. Thought that was the joke.
No, apparently it was something from a previous video. He just still had the shirt on.
All right.
Yeah.
In his defense, and I'm not feeling as bad about it as Tony is, but the guy has now put more eyes on this. And to be honest, the video wasn't about the Amico. It was about Tommy Tallarico. I think maybe one quarter of it was about the Amico in itself. The rest of it was about Tommy and how much of a fucking lying bullshitter he is. So the fact that he's managed to put more eyes on it, and he never gave credit to anybody, and he never was gonna. He's too big shot for any of you.
Yeah, so, but also, I mean, on the one hand, I'm like, well, if he gave credit, it ain't going to do nothing because these people aren't going to come over to our channel. But then that makes me think, why didn't he give people credit for all the work we've done and stuff over the years? Because it hasn't been easy for a lot of us. A lot of us have been called haters, detractors. We've been discredited. We've been told we're liars. We've been gaslit. So much, like a lot of us who've been trying to spread the truth about the situation and the facts about the situation, we've had a lot of shit come at us. And it's like, well, a little bit of acknowledgement for the work we've done on it wouldn't be like you know, it'd be appreciated to be recognised that there's been work done before this guy come along and done it.
Yeah, well, if people out from the outside of it want to find you, they will find you now just by searching for the Television Amico if they want to see more details on it. Unfortunately, they're going to find this fucking gang of idiots first on the screen, probably. But then they'll eventually filter down to you when they look deeper, when they see these guys first and realise, all right, these are the shells, and they'll go deeper and find out who the guys are putting the news out, the real news.
Well, we don't know that because someone might stumble on their stream just looking for some basic info on the Amico, be like, yeah, it sounds cool, I'm going to pre-order one, and then that's all the
They won't do
interaction they
that,
have
Bob.
with it.
Then they would be the people that were never that interested. Anybody who wants to dig will dig, and they will find everybody below.
That's the problem, though. A lot of people don't want to dig, and some people just want to get a quick bit of info. Is it good? Does it sound interesting? I'm going to buy it.
Well, no, a lot of people don't want to dig, Bob. Case in point, there's 23 people in this chat. There was, I think, 60 in DJCs. Yeah. Nobody gives a shit about this thing.
HBomberGuy made enough real mistakes in the Telerico video that I'm not interested in watching his other stuff because I don't know what will be misleading. Even though I'm a leftist, I don't want to.
No, Justy, it was 25% of it was about the console. 75% was about Tommy.
Yeah. I wouldn't even put it at that high. I would put it like maybe 20% about the console because there was a lot about the Roblox Oof and Tommy.
Also he credited Max by calling him a serial killer. I'm not sure Max appreciated that.
He did not. Pat Contra and Review Tech USA haven't credited to small YouTubers. This is untrue. I don't watch enough of Review Tech USA, but I have seen him credit smaller YouTubers when appropriate. Pat Contry, for as much of an asshole as he is, and I am blocked on his channel, he did credit me in at least one video before he found out that I was not a leftist, and then he stopped crediting me. So there is that. I mean, he did credit Amico Games and the Amico Reddit at the very least. Pat does say, hey, you know, they're talking about this on the Amico Reddit, or they were talking about this on Atari Age or AmicoGames.com, right?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Pat and Rich have shouted out Ninja Kitty as well.
Yeah, they've credited Ninja Kitty, which is the best we can hope for at this point.
Yeah. So like I said, there have been big YouTubers, and the idea that big YouTubers don't shout out little YouTubers, it's a stereotype. It's a stereotype for a reason, but there have been big YouTubers that have shouted me up. It doesn't really do anything because most of the time they're like, the audience that they've cultivated is a different audience from my audience. So it's like, they'll look and be like, it's not my kind of content, right? And that's fine. But it's more of a personal thing, like a respect thing, right?
A professional courtesy, even.
There you go. That's what I was looking for. They also shouted out Gatoraos. Yeah, exactly. See, they've shouted out people. But like HBomberGuy, Pat, when they found out that, hey, Tony leans to the right, that was it. That was the end of my shout out from Pat. And again, it didn't do anything. It never bumped the numbers. So anyway, let's get back to this because we're only like fucking shit. Not even 2 minutes in.
God.
It's going to be forever. We're going to go forever. Fuck.
Thank God we've got this super cut.
Yeah, we're going to go right into fucking tomorrow's live stream. 1 minute of 50.
Back to back.
Yeah. All right.
Panel, did you watch?
The podcast will still keep going because we'll just find other things to talk about.
We will. It's just going to be a chill.
Sweet and Tender is stirring it up. He's going to win the Shit Stirrer Award.
Shit Disturber.
Did you
I
watch
did Sweet and Tender? You tagged me.
Yeah,
I
did not. I did not watch it because I already knew it's going to be all the same crap.
I was waiting on Rab to get on. I know you're chomping at the bit to talk about this damn thing.
Am I?
No, Sweet and Tender wants to talk about it.
Sorry, real.
DJC says he didn't watch it. Why wouldn't he watch it?
I think he's lying.
I think he is too. He says it's the same stuff in it as before. Well, how would he know it's the same stuff if he didn't watch it, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I mean, if he was just like, I have no interest in it, or I don't care what other people say about the Amico, right? That'd be one thing. But for him to be like, yeah, it's got the same shit, which tells me that you've watched it. Or at least skim through it.
He says he doesn't watch you either, though. So, hi, DJC. just in case he is.
Oh, he knows he watches. He went on that rant, remember? Because he watches us and he doesn't like the mean things that we say about Tommy and the Amico. So, what's up, Chuck? Still an investor? Still not disclosing it for your audience?
If
by
that's
the
even
way,
your real name.
It is his real name. By the way, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. Let's take a sidetrack because fuck, that's what we do around here, right? And I warned the audience yesterday we were going to sidetrack a lot, so this isn't anything new. I actually got a message today from somebody. They said, Tony, you got to check this out. This is highly, highly important. And I said, why are you bothering me at like 3 a.m? And they said, well, Tony, you gotta check this out because it's about FTC regulations. And then I got hard as a rock. I said, FTC regulations, I'm fucking there. Show me what you got. All right, so this is the trade regulations rule on the use of reviews and endorsements posted by the Federal Trade Commission on November 7th, 2022. They want people to send in information so they can make new rules and get things adjusted.
Ooh.
So we'll go over just a little bit. Action. Advance notice of proposed rulemaking request for public comment. The Federal Trade Commission, the Commission, proposes to commence a rulemaking proceeding to address certain deceptive or unfair uses of reviews and endorsements. The Commission is soliciting written comment, data, and arguments concerning the need for such rulemaking to prevent unfair or deceptive marketing utilizing reviews and endorsements. In addition, the Commission solicits comments on how the Commission can ensure the broadest participation by affected interest in the rulemaking process. Comments must be received on or before January 9th, 2023. They give you addresses. Interested parties may file a comment online or by paper following the instructions in the comment submission parts of the supplementary info section below. Yada, 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 yada. So there you go. If you're interested in participating, I will go ahead and put the link in the chat to you guys. And I'll put the link on the video. If you're not watching this live, if you're watching the replay, I'll put the link in the video comment section. That way you don't have to dig through the description. It'll be a pinned comment. So that way you can participate. Let the FTC know, hey, these are the things I'm witnessing on YouTube. These are the things that I think need to be addressed, need to be stamped in. So there you go.
I've got to be honest, if you asked me 3 years ago what I would be doing at 2 a.m., I wouldn't have said reading Federal Trade Commission legislation.
That wasn't on your...
Never saw that one
Friday.
in the future, Tony, no.
Was it on your radar? Now's our chance, Tony. You could have Gator Ruse write something for me and I could submit it since I'm a citizen and he isn't, and I don't know how to write. Yeah, we could.
Do you need to be a citizen to submit a suggestion to the FTC?
Possibly not, but it probably would have more weight or more bearing. Did they? I thought only DJC had a controller. What are you talking about, Justy? The only time Bob isn't sleepy is when he hears FTC. It gets him hard.
Very.
It's like fucking Viagra to the Brits. All right. Let's get back into this. Justy says, I wrote in the chat to John Alvarado that's why can't they both show at the same time, and he didn't get back on the chat for a long time.
That's the only bad thing about the supercut is that it cuts the chat out.
Yeah.
John Alvarado is in there just he ignores most questions about refunds. It comes up later on. I don't know if I haven't seen Sweet and Tender's supercut, so I don't know if I'm sure he has added it where Nick starts talking about when people are going to start getting the refunds, and this is the comment I put on DGC's video, which is still up surprisingly. And I just thought this fucking guy is an executive of the company, and I think he was talking about fucking food at that point. And I couldn't believe it. I thought, why is Nick answering questions about refunds when this fucking guy is in the chat? And he's ignoring them.
Oh, Justy, you voted for me to be likely to be over 300 pounds. Well, I've showed how much I weigh. I only weigh 235. I've showed my arm, my leg. I'm definitely not 300 pounds. I'd be embarrassed. Now, Ninja Kitty, on the other hand, Ninja Kitty might be 300.
Closer to 5, isn't he?
Yeah. All right. We're like 2 minutes in. We've moved the needle, gentlemen. All right, let's go.
There's some good data out of that as far as like good things that he was sort of trying to do in an underhanded way, and then some kind of bad things. But I was waiting on you because you say this more eloquently than I do, and I've spent most of my day kind of wanting to just, being minorly annoyed. Wow, metal torso with a $50 super
Oh my
sticker.
goodness.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Dude.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, sir.
Oh my God. Dude, thank you so much. Metal Torso in the house. By the way, a Silly Club member, so you know he's a good dude. The Silly Club is just filling up. If you haven't joined the Silly Club, do so down below. Metal Torso, that is awesome. I told
Tony,
Are you the super chat person, sweet and tender? Because I don't know why you kept this in.
Tony, highlight Sweet's last one. No, not his last one now, but the one about John being right there. This is what I'm saying, right? He says, and he replies at one point, I think maybe in the stream or in another stream, I don't know anything about that. That's not my department. There's literally 3 fucking people in that company.
Well,
How does he not know? How the fuck does he not know about refunds? How does he not know about the status of the finances of that company? It's fucking mad.
Well, they're all working for their own homes, so he's too far away from.
And he doesn't have Nick Richards or Phil Adam on. He doesn't speak to them.
He could
Fuck
shoot
off.
off an email to Phil, man, and get it pushed forward. It's so fucking rude. Excuse my language.
Can the chat answer if you're left or right? I don't think that matters, Justy. We don't give a shit about that here. All right.
I hope you have an awesome Thanksgiving. I wish I you're on. I didn't expect that.
A little bit of we're all kind of in agreement that,
Sorry about that tweet, but I don't give a shit about super stickers.
Our show is not a drama show. We're not a gossip show. We're not the latest. Hey,
They're not a gossip show. Isn't that all they do is gossip about the Amico and all the lies that they tell?
Yeah, and hasn't there been plenty of times of drama on the show? So it's flat out lies. Rab just opens his mouth and words comes out and he doesn't even think about it. Out of all the people I've seen on the Amico shill side, apart from maybe Smash, Rab is the worst one.
Worse than Mullis?
Yeah, because Rab will just chat absolute nonsense.
I don't know, man. I think Mullis is worse.
I don't know, they're all bad, but Rab's high up there on my shit list.
he said this, and we're going to cover what someone said type of format. It's not, I think, what Chuck does with the show. I don't see Nick going in that direction at all with his show. I don't really cover that either. I don't think any of us want.
He doesn't really cover that. He doesn't do shit.
He just waits until he gets on the fucking Retro Bros stream and then he unloads and gets him demonetized with a foul mouth rant.
Fucking Rab. He made what, 3 videos and then stopped. We're still waiting on that third tenant of the Amico. Still waiting. Fingers are crossed. Rab is a ride or died kind of chick. Oof.
Yeah.
Want this to be that kind of show. That said, this is, a breaking thing. It's got a lot of views, this video that HBomberGuy put out.
Yeah.
And I think, both, I know.
Did he catch Tommy's disease?
Quite probably.
Well, that's when you know you're full of shit,
I know. But do you know?
Oh, I know.
You should talk about the Reddit post about this episode. We might.
No, Nick, you saw it, and you and I came to the same conclusion. I think there was a really good message in that video that we both liked, and I think it was sidetracked by a lot of look at all of the stuff that Tommy has said.
Wow, he's really avoiding saying Tommy lied. Not look at all the stuff Tommy said. Look at all the lies Tommy has said. Look at all the lies that we're able to actually see.
I think Nick uses the word lie shortly. And I think he's the only one that does.
Rab's videos are fucking amazing. We reviewed it, 2 of them. And then he stopped making videos after I reviewed them and told him how full of shit he was.
We're going to show that these are a lot of lies that Tommy has said. And we're not really in position to dispute a lot of that. I know.
It's not what he says in a minute.
We're not in a position to dispute. So what you're saying is it's true. If you can't dispute what has been presented to you, you're basically admitting defeat. I am unable to tell you why this is not true, a lie. But trust me, it's not, right? Trust me.
That's what he says. That's what he says in a second. He says I could dispute it. No, or sorry, I could prove it wrong, but I won't. Why the fuck not? I thought he was your friend.
I agree. Bob streams game. Rab is the hardest and most irritating to listen to because of how much bullshit he spews. Rab is such an irritating asshole. And this is why, because he speaks with such authority. He speaks as if he knows, right? Like you would swear, oh, this guy must be in the game industry. He's a fucking in the trenches with developers, but he's not. He's none of that. He doesn't know shit. If you actually have any knowledge of the video game industry, of the topics he's discussing, you'll quickly realize Rab is just lying to you. He's flat out lying about the things he says, about the things that he's speculating on. He doesn't understand how manufacturing works. We've discussed that time and time again. He doesn't understand how the video game industry works. We've discussed that time and time again. I mean, his video talking about how many G-rated games or was it E for Everyone games that the Nintendo had and how it's got less now and how Nintendo's moving away from the child-friendly market is just blatant lies because he omits the fact that one of the ESRB ratings didn't exist until like 1993, right? That whole E10 for everyone. So the games were either E for everyone or fucking teen. Or maybe the teen one is the one that didn't exist. One of them didn't exist. Right? And so he omits this fact. So yes, the NES games are loaded with E for everyone, right? Because the other ratings didn't exist. So you can't have, E10, 10 plus, teen if those ratings don't exist, right? And then those old games get grandfathered in. Well, Contra's already rated E, so when it gets moved to a new system, it's still rated E, even though it should have always been rated like E10 or teen, depending on your sensibilities, I guess.
Yeah, Rab strikes me as the kind of guy that would go for an interview for a job that he's woefully unqualified for. He would score the job and he'd be sitting there in front of a console like Homer Simpson, wondering what he's supposed to do with all these fucking buttons. And then there'd be a meltdown.
I remember he made a video. Yeah, thank you, D. It was the E10 that didn't exist. And that's why from the Nintendo to like the Super Nintendo and then on, like suddenly there was a whole bunch of E10 games. Well, because the E10 didn't exist before, right? So yeah, so now you're getting a new rating. We've cut the E rating in half and said these are E, these are E10. Yeah, Rab is the kind of person that would lie on a resume. He says he can disprove some of the things in the video, but won't.
That's what I mean. Why won't you?
Because he can't. You're fucking lying.
Exactly.
All right, let's get into it.
Know certain things that I can turn around and disprove, but that's not really our place.
It's not your place. Fucking, I think my
friend,
eyes about to fucking pop. Yeah. First off,
friend.
He's your friend, but you won't disprove what you're calling obvious lies. Secondly, you're talking about the video, and in the breath where you're like, well, we will, I'm ready to talk about this video, and there's lies that I can disprove, but I won't. then why the fuck are you talking? You should just said, hey, we're not going to talk about this because I'm full of shit. I can't disprove anything. I didn't prepare. You knew this was coming, right? Like they knew that there were going to be an Amico Forever stream. They knew they were going to be up here, ask questions about this video. He should have been like, don't worry, guys. I got all the information. I'm ready to go. Chuck, share this screen. Chuck, share this video. Right?
Right.
Mm.
You guys don't know how to prepare? I can see if we say, hey, you know what? We'll disprove it next week because, Thanksgiving is tomorrow, right? Thanksgiving was tomorrow from when the stream aired. Say, hey, I'm not at home. I went out of state for the family and I don't got my computer and all my files or whatever, right? If you made an excuse like that, I'd be like, okay, we'll give you a week. We'll give you the week to get settled back in, right? But just
The
to
problem-
flat out.
The problem is,
do it.
sorry, Tony. The problem is you could count on the fingers of one hand how many times facts have been presented on Amico Forever. So they don't really need to line facts up for you.
Yeah, Levon Carson is the real MVP. He is. Rab knows how to make excuses. That's about it. Yeah, well, see, here's the thing. What he's really saying is, I can disprove this. But if I did, then someone's going to be able to poke holes into what I say, so I just won't say anything. It's better to not say anything than to say easily disproven lies, right?
Yeah, he's being vague to cast an umbrella on the situation to be like, I could disprove it, but I'm not going to throw doubt on the whole video.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's to sow the seeds of doubt in the people that are watching it, thinking, oh, maybe that HBomberGuy was a liar then.
The more this stream goes on, the more I hate Rab. This guy is just pure word salad. He just picks sentences and shit to make excuses. It's really annoying. Sorry, I got
The more the stream goes on, and I admit I didn't watch it all, but the more it goes on, the more I start to like Nick, in all honesty. I think Nick, with the right prodding, and I think John is the key to this, is going to jump next.
You think so? You think Nick's out of there?
Yeah.
Nah.
Those
Out
are
of all of them. All of them.
I think maybe if Nick had another show to go to or friends to hang out with on a Wednesday, maybe. But he says, I'm here to hang out with my friends. So if he was like on the Super Retro Bros show instead, maybe he'd be like, yeah, well, I don't need Amico Forever anymore. I could go hang out with some other people, right? But as long as Nick needs to hang out with his friends, he ain't going nowhere.
There's some concerns I have with the way things are presented. I don't feel we're reporters, and I have some difficulties with this notion that YouTubers, I know a lot of times, like Review Tech USA will go and say like, oh, I can't believe I let you guys down. I didn't interview Tommy with the hard-hitting questions like I should have. First of all, YouTube was never started as a place for us to build the channel and become reporters.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What the fuck does the point, and I don't give a shit, I'm swearing, but who cares what YouTube was built for? We're not at the beginning of YouTube. This is now, right? And YouTube has evolved as a platform. Or it's not just cat videos or people at the zoo, right? It's now people reporting facts, people interviewing people, people having shows, people becoming famous, millions and millions of fans. So what does it fucking matter? TV wasn't invented to play porn, right? But you could watch porn on your TV, okay? So who gives a shit why YouTube was started? We're here now, Rab, now. And you have a platform in which you could disprove what you're calling lies, right? You have a platform in which you could say, hey, these things are lies, and we're going to prove it to you why these are lies. But instead of doing that, you're playing this little bitch game about, well, that's not what YouTube's for, so I'm not going to do it. YouTube's not supposed to be about reporters. No one said, hey, Rab, you're a fucking reporter. I don't think a single person was like, hey, Rab's a journalist or a reporter. Let's get his information. No, you're supposed to be Tommy's friend. You're the defenders of the Amico. You're the guys with the inside information that know the facts. So we want to hear them. We want to hear these facts that HBomberGuy got wrong, right? The same way that we wanted to hear the facts that we got wrong, right? When we say, hey, we put out a video and you guys are like, well, that video is a lie and these guys just hate Tommy. Well, then prove it, right? Don't just talk out your ass. Prove it. And again, you have a platform to do so. And instead of doing it, you're going to play this little bitch game.
Yeah, and even further, like trying to discredit YouTube as a news source or whatever he's trying to do. A lot of people use YouTube as a primary source of news. I mean, I usually hear about game releases and stuff on Twitter, but I hear a lot on YouTube as well.
Yeah. Retro Bro says no, Nick won't. Nick's not going anywhere. Bob is the crab of the Geek Getaway. Ooh.
Low blow, Justy. We're not friends anymore.
Anybody still want to argue with me about if it's a cult or not? It's a cult. It's a cult.
No, Bob isn't the RAB. I'll be the RAB because I talk a lot of shit and also I upload about 3 videos.
3 videos a year.
Yeah.
Yo, I don't want these guys to stop Amico forever. I just want them to realize how bad Tommy is. I just want them to acknowledge the situation, right? Just acknowledge it. Also, to reveal to the viewers that you are an investor per FTC guidelines. But other than that, right? I don't care if you cheerlead. If you're like, hey, I still like this. I still have hope. I still want it. The games are fun when I played it. Whatever. That's subjective stuff, right? But when you have facts laid out in front of you, and you either choose to ignore them, dismiss them, or call the facts lies, that's where I take issue. And that's where I've always taken issue.
Oh shit, John's saying it's going to boil my blood. I didn't see the part that he's talking about with Nick later on.
Nick is constantly getting upset with people who want him to talk about Amico on a stream called Amico
This
Forever.
is what I'm talking about, right? So he's starting to get visibly frustrated by the lack of enthusiasm from the outside, whereas these other two, and Mullis as well when he comes on, will just fucking blast through the negativity. But Nick doesn't. He was getting wound up about, when he starts talking about the refunds, I think he was getting frustrated that the question was coming up so much. But John Alvarado in the chat maybe addressed it once. I can't quite remember because we can't see the chat. We're not going to know. Maybe he addressed it one time. And I think it got to Nick so much that he had to address it himself. That's when I started feeling sorry for him. But John's saying he says something later on that gaslights everybody. So
yeah, well, Joshua Press says Nick said he had a lot of questions on Amico on Saggy's channel. Ooh, it's bad, Finbar. Your blood's gonna boil. It's gonna boil.
I don't get angry about this. I'm in the same boat where I want them to. There's some questions I want answered. I want answered the question about what happens when these two are finished in the testing phase. Does the production line start up?
No.
Is that what happens next? And if it doesn't, where are they going to get the money from? Somebody needs to answer that. Otherwise, you can forget about your 2023 fucking release because you're not going to get that.
I'm glad you highlighted this. I was going to ask you to.
Yeah, Beefy Bite says there's a difference between being a fan and ignoring blatant lies. You can call someone out as a liar and still like console. Yeah.
Well, it's even more than that. These guys aren't fans because they're, well, at least DJC isn't really a fan. Nick isn't really a fan. He's just there to support his friends. DJC, it has links with the company. And they're not just ignoring blatant lies. They're actually trying to spin it as if they're not lies. So this is, it's even worse.
30 viewers do the like thing. Thank you, Evil, for letting people know.
Thanks for reminding me.
That's the part that separates Amico After Dark from Amico Forever. Amico After Dark was great because at least they acknowledged things, and then let DJC go on a rant where he called us names.
Journalist.
Oh wait, also I gotta go to this comment from Justy Views. DJC, what stirs me up is who cares who made Oof? Tommy Tellerico Studios made Oof. Don't we credit Thomas Edison for inventing the light bulb? Well, here's the thing, Justy. Years and years ago, we would just say Thomas Edison invented the light bulb, right? But over the years, we've acknowledged that Thomas Edison was not the first person to invent a light bulb. He was the person who patented the light bulb. We also acknowledge that his version of the light bulb had a different filament from other versions of light bulbs, and whether or not that filament was better for light bulbs or worse. We've also recognized that other people came up with ideas that submitted it to the patent office, but Thomas Edison worked at the patent office. So then Thomas Edison kind of lost their paperwork, if you will, because that's how things evolve. That's how people see things, right? When it's simple, we when we first get exposed to things, we go, oh yeah, this is Thomas Edison. Then over the years, we go, wait a minute. When people start looking into things, they go, well, it wasn't exactly a Thomas Edison invention, right? same way when people go, well, Pluto's a planet, and then they go, well, not really, because we've looked at the parameters of what makes a planet, and Pluto just doesn't fall into it, right? I mean, a long time ago, we thought that bad blood was the cause of diseases, and we put leeches on people's bodies to suck the bad blood out. And then eventually we looked into it. We said, wait a minute, that's stupid. That's not a thing. And why the fuck did we ever believe that?
Yeah, for sure. And there's even I don't know if you've ever heard of phlogiston, which is what they thought half the universe or a third of the universe was made up from, and it held back science for a few hundred years, because the common belief was when you burnt something, you got ash and smoke and phlogiston.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember that. I wasn't there, but I remember hearing about that. Edison electrocuted an elephant because he's a dick. Well, no, he electrocuted the elephant to prove the dangers of what was it, DC current versus AC current.
Right.
Yeah. Also, yeah, bro's reminding us that they've had those test units for over a month now.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were, John. They were gifts. They were offloading them so that they didn't get sucked up in the bankruptcy.
Yeah, that's what I think.
And as a thank you to the two of them for being.
I wonder if there was a pile of cash on top of the AC current. Yeah, the dangers of AC. Thank you. Edison was a DC man. Well, that's why he fucking sucks. If he was a Marvel fan, but he's a DC fan.
Be hard hitting with our questions and get the facts. We're not equipped to do that.
Yeah, you're woefully under-equipped to ask hard questions. We know that. The difference is Rich from Review Tech, he's interviewed people and asked hard-hitting questions. Now, what Rich is doing is he's also gaslighting people to try to be like, no, guys, see, I really was skeptical. I just couldn't get Tommy to shut up. Tommy was controlling the conversation. No, Review Tech USA was 100% on the Amico train. He bought into the Tommy lies. He bought into the Tommy bullshit. He thought Tommy was somebody special in the game industry, and he thought that this was another meal ticket. And yes, he was going to stick it to Pat and Ian for being anti-Tommy.
Yeah. I fucking hate that guy. I don't know if I've ever told you that before.
Yeah. So, after it's all come full circle, and after it was just so clear that this shit was a fucking albatross around his neck, then he was like, well, it's not that good. And then if you watch his videos, you can see the progression from, well, it wasn't that good to, I was wrong to, well, I never really liked it to begin with. Well, I just did that ironically. I was wearing the full Intellivision gear ironically, right? No. Yeah, RTU wasn't the reason that Tommy went off. It was the live chat. I know. But I'm saying Review Tech himself is always going, well, I wasn't starstruck. I just let Tommy talk because I just wanted to get through it. Yeah, you wanted to get through it that you had 2 different interviews with him and you were promoting it constantly, right?
Yeah, wearing the shirts and stuff.
Tony let Crab run his mouth right quick. That's Bob. Bob is Brad.
Oh, I'm quitting YouTube.
Oh shit! I made the worst YouTuber tournament. Hell yeah! Hope I win. It is prestigious. Me, Retro Bro, CG, and DJC.
It's good to be in it, but how could you beat Canadian Game or DJC?
Am I in it, Arioka? Or is the entire crew in it, right? Because Bob, Finbar, Ninja Kitty, Gary, it is a team effort. It's not just me. So
no, it's just you, Tony.
It's
Bob,
just me.
We don't want to be tarred by the stink of failure. Plus, if you get a trophy, you're not going to fucking share it with us, are you? You're going to proudly display it on your own mantelpiece.
If I win, I am going to celebrate, pop the champagne. Hell yeah.
The only trophy I want to get off you, Tony, is that shell so that I can make a video that I've promised to Sweet and Tender Hooligan.
What video is that?
I best not say it may get us demonetized. It's got something to do with the thumbnail of this.
Oh no,
Video that we're
no.
currently
You're
watching.
not getting my show for that.
I'll clean it.
There's no cleaning. There's no cleaning it after that. Yeah, it's you. It's just me. Damn. All right, guys. We know who to vote for. Vote for Tony, worst YouTuber of all time. I can do it. I can beat these guys. If I win, wouldn't that make me not the worst YouTuber? Because the worst YouTuber couldn't even win the worst YouTuber award, right?
Well, yeah.
It's like I would be the best loser, but I wouldn't be the losiest loser because all the other guys losing would make them worse than me. So if I win, then I wouldn't be a loser, I'd be a winner. I think Darius needs to rethink his whole award.
There's lots of things that Darius needs to rethink.
Did you watch USA versus England? It was tied 1-1, wasn't it?
Really
No,
don't
right?
know. Don't care.
I think it was 0-0. I can't remember. I forgot that your two countries were locked in battle tonight.
Mortal Kombat. The fucking hooligan fight outside must have been epic.
Yeah, it was 0-0. Boring.
All right.
Wife was a reporter for over 10 years in 2 major markets in the US. I am not qualified to say I'm a reporter. I am not trained as a reporter. I don't have that kind of training or professional guidance. I don't have those sort of institutional mentors. There's no institution around me. I don't have the resources or the financials or the...
You don't need resources, financials, and institution, years of training to go, Tommy, when is this thing coming out? Phil, where is the refund money? What sort of questions does he think that people are asking him to answer, to ask, that he needs all this training to do? Fucking mind-boggling.
It's fucking terrible. Sorry. Yeah, it's awful. The guy's just word salad. Pure word salad.
I have no chance against Fish Lips and Ape and Eric. Fuck. Damn. Maybe next year.
connections, or I'm not held to any accountability or credibility as a reporter. I am not a reporter. Nick is not a reporter. Chuck is not a reporter. So we are not really getting into the weeds on a lot of this stuff. And I'm
there is no weeds.
Ironically, the only one that claims he is a reporter isn't turned up yet. So
yeah.
Well, funny thing is, they might not officially be reporters, but they do report information. So I disagree with that even. And they have a responsibility with their audience.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they don't, but
beyond being a reporter, not being a reporter, how long you been there, John?
Evening, John.
Like 2 seconds, bro. You just let me right in. You're good. What's up, Finbar? What's up, Bob?
Not much.
Yo.
Not much.
Hey, Bob. Just hey, real quick. I don't know how much you paid for your 3060, but they're like $100 off right now for Black Friday.
Oh, are they? Yeah, I hear there's lots of drops in prices. The one I got is only £20 off at the moment in the UK.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But I wanted it when I wanted it. That's why I spent what I
Same. I don't feel bad.
Are you buying them? Are you buying them brand new?
Yeah.
I would have thought there was a lot of crypto miners wanting to offload.
Yeah, but they've been used heavily, and it's a bit sketchy buying them.
Yeah, they're probably at the melting point now, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm already looking at an upgrade anyway. I'm thinking about an upgrade. I don't know whether I want to get a 4060 when they come out, or if I'm going to get a 3080 or something. I don't know. Or wait for the 5000 series.
Yeah, no idea what any of that means.
It means playing good games, Tony. I actually tried playing a FPS on controller today, and I just could not. It was just terrible. I was like, how could I put up with playing FPSs on controller for so many years?
See, I'm still on controllers, even when I'm on PC, because my hand cramps using a keyboard. I can't do it, man. That AWD is too close together. My hand just cramps up.
You can get a little mini. You can get a little mini keyboard add-on that's just got the WASD keys, can't you? And like a space bar for jumping.
Yeah, you can configure it so you can use a controller in one hand and a mouse in the other hand, John.
Or you can just have different keys. Keys that are further.
I saw something that's kind of expensive. It's like this thing that your hand rests in. It's like completely ergonomical, and all of your fingers, like there's a analog stick for your thumb, and then you have Bob. I'll send you the link to it. It's like $100, but
oh, I've seen a few of those. I saw a crazy one online as tech tips, which was just stupid.
All right, back to the important thing.
Sorry.
Can you see Justy Views' chat, bro? Because it's free.
I can't see it. I can only see members only. That's how my eyes work now.
So Justy says they may not be reporters, however, they're considered the official Amico channel, right? I mean, he is the Amico news authority, right? Not the Amico fan authority, Amico rumor authorities, the news. So they are reporters.
I want to go back to what Finbar said before I jumped in, because I think Finbar was the one who said it. You have one of the last few people in the comments of this of this podcast every single week. And there are people who ask questions regarding this company, and he will not answer any of them. But yet he allows these guys who are not, a PR. Well, I mean, they're not employees of the company to essentially cover for him and his buddies at Intellivision.
John, there was one particular guy, and his name escapes me now, he didn't look like a shit stirrer. He looked like a genuine customer who wanted his money back. I wish the chat was up so we could see his name. But he asked several times. John ignored it every time. He was talking to somebody else about, I think it was something about food. And I put in that comment when at the end of the video, if you don't answer questions about things to do with the company, fuck off out of public forums and send somebody who can. Because they've got these three guys sitting here, and that's why I felt sorry for Nick. That he now feels the need on this live stream to step in and answer questions for this company when he's not an employee. Ironically, Chuck is more of an employee because he's got a console and he's invested.
Yeah, you nailed it, bro.
I wish I'd remembered the name of the guy. I wish we could see the chat.
Yeah.
He wasn't trolling. He was asking genuinely, when am I going to get my money back?
There are people who legitimately go in there with questions, because this is, unfortunately, some people feel this is the only way to get their voice heard. Because if you send Intellivision an email, you're not going to get a response.
I'm actually shocked that more people from Fig Republic don't turn up in their chat, especially if they can.
I think unfortunately,
employee is there.
I think unfortunately, a lot of people that are Fig Republic investors are people who are older. Maybe they're not. Yeah, maybe they're just not.
They're not really internet savvy people, as far as I'm aware. They're kind of people who they got involved because they're with the Neil Patel thing, because they're looking for investments and stuff.
Well, and let's be honest, anybody who's savvy in video games and just the industry probably would have never invested in this. I mean, it's, like I said, statistically, the thing's it's gonna fail. They fell for a line by Tommy. We were on the launch pad. We have all these people from Nintendo and Xbox, and he made it look a lot bigger than what it was. I think the only one that we know who is really well in the know of video games is the one who donated $10,000. And look how close he had to get to really put that money in. So,
and look how far he's fallen just for saying one critical thing.
I beat you to it, Jesse.
At least DJC didn't take down Finbar's comments. It's still there. So good on him. I will highlight, you guys can't see the chat, but I can see the chat because, the frog sees everything. And I just want to get this comment here from Justy Views. I don't know if you heard of this guy, Justy Views. He says, I agree. It's like saying that weird frog guy is a reporter. I mean, which weird frog guy are you talking about, Justy?
Did you know Google makes a phone?
God damn it.
Thank you. We didn't know. They whatever it is.
We know now.
Yeah. Gabe Newell will respond to your email. That man's a billionaire. Yeah. All right. Retro Bro lost me. You lost him, Retro Bro.
I'm sorry, 1 inch biceps.
Kind of frustrated that, you know, we are not resourcing reporters like we should, our news journalists, our reporters, newspapers.
News journalists don't care about this topic.
Of
They
course,
don't.
of course not.
And
And
news
gaming
journalists
journalism.
would do the oof sound as a fluff piece, and they might talk to two people. They're
Right.
not going to do a 2-hour video on it that basically becomes kind of like a directed point. Look at how bad a person Tommy is. Shame, shame, shame.
Mhm.
When I can just look at Elon Musk on Twitter and go,
What does that have to do with anything? Why are you deflecting, Nick?
Yeah, it was deflection.
Who cares if Elon Musk
Yeah.
is bad or if Adolf Hitler is bad? That has nothing to do with whether or not Tommy Tallarico told lies. That's the subject. Stay on target.
Well, that's what this. I mean, unfortunately, I did watch this whole thing. I wound up watching the one you're watching from Sweet and Tender because he kind of put it all in the one spot. But unfortunately, that's what this entire thing was. It was like, well, this happened, but well, you know, what about this? And what about that's what this whole thing was. It was out of all the stuff we've seen so far from a lot of the people that are left on the pro side, I feel like this was the most egregious and, you know, unfortunately the most damning thing against them. This stream did not do them any favors. I mean, the whole world is yelling at these guys like, hey, look, and they just refuse to look. It's they won't get out of the cave, man. Everyone else left the cave.
They do
You
look,
know?
John, but they curate what they want to pay attention to. As you can see from there's one comment.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Well, are you regarding their comments that are pinned in the stream?
No, not the ones that are pinned, but you'll see the ones that will DJC because it's his channel, so you'll heart the ones that are positive and you'll just ignore the ones that are negative. He won't. I'd like him to respond. He has responded to me one time, but it was a comment where I was supporting them through the doxing thing.
Yeah,
and he was quite cordial and level-headed because it wasn't anything to do with the Amico. It was just I don't like that kind of thing going on, and I wanted to tell him that, even though I fundamentally disagree with how he approaches this company and this console. But none of the other comments in that thread that was there on the bottom of this video, aside from one that's positive, was hearted by him or even responded to. But then he's shutting it out now, so you can't expect any less.
Joshua, I think DJC did watch it because at one point Rab's like, oh yeah, we had a whole conversation about this, you know, and like Nick was upset and this and that, and they pretty much had to talk him off the ledge. So I think he watched it. I think he says like, oh, I don't watch it just to try and, you know, have that image of him not trying to give any credence to it.
Well,
He should follow up this comment. He should follow this comment up and start debunking the points. Don't just say he can debunk them. Start debunking them. If you've got receipts, show them.
Well, that was in the chat. That was in the chat from the live stream. I know Tommy personally, and this changes nothing. He is a good friend, and these points can easily debunked. That's personally my take.
Okay, then we're waiting. Let's hear it.
I don't understand how knowing Tommy changes whether or not Tommy said things. Are we now in the territory that it was a deep fake Tommy on the video and it wasn't the real Tommy saying those things? It was a computer generated AI Tommy.
Yeah.
Don't sound so enthusiastic, Bob.
Well, no, I was just thinking, just because you know someone personally doesn't mean they're not lying, and you're not going to debunk them, and you're not going to challenge them on what's said.
Well, one of the only reasons why Tommy still does talk to them is because they still continue to, you know,
Do you think Tommy actually talks to them?
I don't think he's spoken to him,
I don't think he does.
I
think they say that. I think DJC says Tommy. He still talks to Tommy.
Well, here's the thing:
to shut the haters up.
Both are terrible. So if they are talking to him and he's still not coming out and supporting them, that's just as bad as if he's not talking to them anymore, and they still continue to, you know, I say run cover for Intellivision.
We had confirmation not so long ago from Saggy that she was no longer speaking to him.
So did Atari Creep.
She believed that he was still in the grieving phase while he was playing backgammon
And going to Cliffy B's birthday party.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, everybody grieves at their own in their own way. But I mean, I'm not trying to be morbid here. But when did his father pass away? March or February? I mean, my stepdad passed away in June. I'm not, hiding and not talking to my friends. You know what I mean? It's just
everybody does grieve in different ways, right? But John, I was at work the day after my dad died, and I remained at work for the entire week.
I think it's a convenient excuse, just like COVID was a convenient excuse for why it wasn't out. Now he's like, well, my dad died. That's a thing that happened, and people know that I'm grieving, so I can just use that to cut ties with everybody. And then see, look, I'm grieving, guys. Leave me alone. Sweet Tender says, sorry to hear, bro.
I appreciate that, but it's 7. I just don't talk about it. It's fine, man. I appreciate it. I only brought it up because it was a similar point.
Men don't cry.
I wasn't trying to garnish sympathy, but I do appreciate it.
I don't know if any of you guys have seen the Christmas Story Christmas movie yet.
Oh, it's amazing,
dude. When he gets the phone call, I was like in my chest. I was like, "Oh shit, no.
Bro!
Don't cry. Hold it."
Did you get goosebumps at the very end of that movie? How they transitioned, at the end of the movie? I was like, "Oh, that's fucking amazing."
Not only that, but it recommended the original movie.
Yeah.
I was like, we could just fucking click.
It's a sequel that for those that haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's a sequel that you could almost kind of consider a prequel, the way it ends. So that's all I'll say.
It's good. It's real good. I'm going to talk about it more tomorrow, but it is real good. Gave me goosebumps. But back to this. We're only 6 minutes in. Fuck, it's going to take forever.
This seems tame compared to what I'm seeing on Twitter. There's a lot of millionaires, and most millionaires don't do a lot of really good things. They make a lot of mistakes. They do a lot of stupid stuff. They do a lot of shady stuff. Yeah, and it works for them because they can get away with it because they have a lot of money.
Is he basically saying Tommy's done a lot of shady shit and got away with it?
Because he's rich, and that's what a lot of rich people do.
Yeah,
that's
he's
what
like, he's like, guys. He's just like every rich person. They do shady shit and get away with it. Stop highlighting it.
This was a very, very bad episode, and I'm still friends with Nick, and I won't talk bad about Nick, but I feel like this was the worst Nick has looked. I know a lot of people have given Nick a lot of credit, and I think he's in a strange position to where he wants to be more vocal but can't. But I feel like this exposed him a little bit, and I don't know if he did it because he felt like he had to, or if he did it because he felt like he was just sticking up for his friends.
I think it's more the latter, John, to be quite honest.
Yeah, the friends thing.
Yeah.
32 in the chat and 8 people chatting. I wonder who's lurking besides Ninja Kitty. It's Nick, Retro Advisory Board, Rab, Nick, DJC, Tommy, the interns from Intellivision. We know you guys are still watching.
John Alvarado, Phil Adam.
I wish John Alvarado would pop up in the chat like he does in theirs.
Tony, you spoil TV series for a living every week. Or hesitant to spoil the movie? Well, because that's tomorrow's topic, right? And I wasn't the one that was hesitant. John was the one that was hesitant. When they bring the bully back, that shit's fucking...
Oh, that was great. Yeah. Well, Justy, I don't know if you can highlight Justy's comment. I'll ask that. I feel like it exposed him to a degree that where he had like a lot of really bad takes in this.
Was that
in this episode? No, that's Android. That's notification for my shows. That's
Hong Kong food. That's what it sounds like. The Hong Kong food music.
It does kind of.
I thought it was Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, that's the other one again. Is that Ninja Turtles? Like, no, it's not Ninja Turtles. But Nick had some really bad takes, and I feel like he could have done a better job on this episode. Because when I talked to him, he was, because I asked him about it. I sent him the video like a few days before this was live, and I was like, dude, just have you seen this? He's like, yeah, not good. I have a lot of questions. Was pretty much what he said, and that was really the end of the conversation. So I was surprised to see him really kind of make excuses for Tommy, and he tried to say, well, the video is about voice actors not getting credit. I'm like, that wasn't the point. The point was this HBomberGuy, I feel, wanted to make a video about the oof sound, which he thought would have got him a lot of views, and maybe he was genuinely curious about the oof sound. and then wound up going down a rabbit hole of Tommy Tallarico. It wasn't about what DJ said early on, like, oh, he wanted to cash in on the Amico drama. Like, no, that's not what he was doing at all. He was trying to make an Oof documentary, and then
he was trying to make a short video because his videos are long. So he wanted to make a short Oof video thinking, oh, this is going to be a real quick subject. Oof, who did it? Tommy did it, blah, blah, blah. We're done with it, right? 10 minutes, knock it out.
I don't think so.
That's what he claims.
That's what he claims, but that isn't his style to do.
But if you look at the video, he goes at the 30-minute mark. He's like, all right, that's it. It's over. The Oof is over. And he does the whole like, okay, now that they're gone, the people that are here for the Roblox shit, we're going to talk about Tommy. And I could believe that he looked into the Oof and then.
Well, I think my perspective on it is he was looking for the next video to do. He thought maybe there's something interesting with the Oof sound I can look into. Maybe he heard a little bit about Tommy Tallarico before. He's looked into it and he's realized, shit, there's loads of stuff here, loads of information, loads of content, loads of information I can spin into a video. And then he's framed it around the Oof sound and done it. And even that, like, go away, that's the end of the video. That's a hook, man, because if someone tells you, don't watch this, you're like, well, why don't watch this? I want to watch this now. You're telling me not to. I'm going to watch it to spite you.
Many people really stopped watching at the 30-minute mark, Bob. Check the statistics.
Oh.
Well, that's another point. Joshua Perez makes a good point. The Amico is really just a small part of this thing. So, I mean, and if you search in television Amico, I don't know if it comes up in trending because it was really just a small portion. I don't even think he has it titled or tagged. It's more about Oof and Tommy. So
yeah, that's what I was saying. It isn't about the console at all, really. It's about Tommy.
If you search, let me see if it's on here. Most relevant. I don't even see it.
Well,
I see all the responses.
Just search upload view count because it would be the highest viewed video. It's not. It's 100% not in the in television Amico search on YouTube. So yeah, debunked. He wasn't looking for Amico views. Tony let Evil on the panel. What? Wouldn't be prudent.
Normally, can they get away with it? That's the way of the world. That's the way a lot of industries work. You can.
And just to make a quick point, they're complaining that millionaires get away with stuff, right? And someone is taking a stand and saying, no, this millionaire is not going to get away with the lies. And they're upset. They're upset that a millionaire is getting called, a quote-unquote millionaire is getting called on his bullshit.
Am I happy with a lot of the stuff that came out? No. Do I have some questions? Yes. I think the main thing that I thought was kind of both, I wish it had been handled a little bit better in the video or had been handled more in the video that kind of became sidelined with this kind of like focused, I suddenly don't like Tommy kind of turn, was the fact that he was on a really good track for about 30 minutes in the start and like 15 minutes towards the very end because I watched the whole thing in one stretch of going, these people don't get enough credit for the work they do. And that is absolutely 100% correct.
No, it's not. It's 100% factually incorrect. All the people he talked about for the Street Fighter 2, the females, first off, male and female people that worked on Street Fighter had to use nicknames. It was a Capcom policy, right? It wasn't just the women that had to use nicknames. Secondly, those women, people know who they are because Capcom and stuff have touted them as working on the games after the games was really successful and it blew up and people started asking questions about who worked on what and what part of the games. Now myself, I've never been interested in, who the developers are, the sound people, the graphic designers, but the people that are interested in that kind of shit, they know who these people are because the information is out there.
Yeah. And not just that is these people in the industry who need to know who's done what, they know. They will have the receipts. They'll have their resume. They'll be able to go, yeah, I did this and I can prove that I did this.
What the hell is that noise?
That may be me again. I'm in the old war zone. I do apologize. I'll mute for
Yeah, so like I said, there are tons and tons of resources, information out there. So for him to act like these people aren't getting credit, 100% untrue. We do know that there are instances where like Kojima gets, it's a Kojima game, but that's the same thing in movies, right? It's a James Cameron movie. We don't talk about the guy who's doing the camera work for Avatar. We don't talk about the guy who did the computer work or did the editing or the soundboard or the guy who did the little clapper when they said go, right? Or they said cut.
Yeah, even still though, I mean, that's not what the video is even about. So, I mean, if in HBomberGuy's video, anyways, it's.
I kind of feel that was really tacked on as well. I feel like that was a bit of a side swerve because it's such a negative view on Tommy that he wanted to put something positive at the end to come out of it. So it felt very tacked on to me.
Yeah, because if HBomberGuy wanted to highlight people who didn't get the credit they deserve, he could have made a video about that. Look at these people, and here are these people. This guy didn't get credit. This guy should be getting credit. And that lady or this person. But that's not what the video was about. That was never the intention, and it was kind of tacked on, like Bob said. But go on, Nick. Tell us more.
There's a lot of people in multiple industries, not just video games, that don't get the credit that they deserve for the work that they do. That is
I hate this term where like people don't get the credit they deserve. I think that's untrue. Everybody gets the amount of credit they deserve, right? The guy who puts the rivets into the bridge, they don't talk about that guy. That guy's name is never in the paper, right? They just talk about the guy who designed the bridge, right? The guy who cut the ribbon on the bridge. No one gives a shit about the guy who made the steel beams or the guy who fucking put the rivets in the box that got transported over to the fucking bridge so they could be riveted into the fucking steel beams, right? We don't give a shit. No one cares. We're never been a society that cares about the nitty gritty, the small cogs in the wheel in the machine that make society go, right? So stop acting like this.
That is a corporate problem. That is not a Tommy Tallarico Studios problem. That is a industry problem in more than one industry for the record.
More than one industry, and it's not just an industry problem, it's a human problem. As a species, we gravitate towards, we want heroes, we want individuals that we can assign a simple story to and a simple narrative, and one person doing a thing is a simple narrative.
No one ever thinks, I don't think a single person would go, yep, James Cameron did everything on Avatar, right? Fucking Zack Snyder, he did all the work on Justice League, right? We understand that there's other people, but he's the commander, he's the general, right? We just need the general's name. We don't need the name of every soldier that went out to battle. Just the general. It's good enough.
Those are the guys that actually do the least heavy lifting.
Yeah. That 1968 Camaro account is Tommy's alt. Oof.
I just really hate when people overgeneralize things because maybe Rab's a simple person and he's talking from self-perspective. But when I watch a movie, well, I don't do it as much anymore, but often I usually always watch the credits, and a lot of the times I do keep an eye out and see who did what jobs there are and stuff like that. I'm interested.
I only stay for the credits if there's a post-credit scene.
Yeah. I don't watch the credits, even when I have to stay for the post-credit scene. I just wait till the movie starts again. Fucking Hades, that bitch-ass game, I beat it. The credits rolled. I had to wait till all the credits rolled before the little extra scene at the end comes up.
Yeah.
After beating it the 10th time, I was like, I tried to hit the button and like, fucking skip. Where's the skip credit button?
That's what I loved about Spider-Man. When you played Spider-Man, you could scroll the credits really fast.
But again, because I don't care, right? Most people don't care. I think 99% of society just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Right? When you get a McDonald's hamburger, you just care about the guy who sold it to you, right? You don't want the names of everybody involved in the process.
No, obviously not. But the person who made the burger got paid to cook the burger. The person who served you the burger got paid to serve you the burger. They've been fairly compensated, man.
Yeah, and they knew going in they weren't going to get the credit, right?
Yeah, the only person that gets no credit is the cow.
simple narrative, and one person doing a thing is a simple narrative versus a lot of people putting in work to do something and make something happen, which is how most things happen. And that's been since the beginning of recorded innovation and inventions. I mean, Thomas Edison was notorious for stealing the credit from, his underlings.
Jesus Christ. That was a lot of his
who worked for him. Bell, the same. A lot of these guys that have, William Shockley with Bell Labs famously took the credit for, introducing.
Say burger one more time, Bob. I dare
Burger.
you. I double dare you.
Burger.
Yeah, Adam, it's disappointing. It would be nice for them to have another voice on there. They'll never do it though.
Oh, never. They gave John. Didn't they give you shit when you wanted to have people on your?
Yeah, dude.
They gave you shit. They gave you shit when you came here as well, didn't they? And also Cyrus came here.
There was people that didn't even want to be on the show because I had certain people on. But what are you gonna do? I saw it for what it was. Eventually, that's why. I kind of feel bad for Nick. I think he knows the situation he's in. He's just so close now with DJC and Rab and Mike that he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to lose that friendship. And I would be like, what kind of friends are they if they're gonna, disown you?
Yeah.
Because you're critical of something.
Jamie C says it annoys me when people moan about illegal ROMs when even if you do buy the official game, the money never goes to who actually made and programmed the game. Well, I don't think that people who moan about illegal ROMs are moaning because of that. They just say, hey, this is illegal. And in order to stay on the good side of the companies that provide you with review copies, you kind of got to say, don't get illegal ROMs.
Yes, Justy, I did.
You got along with Mullis? That's unbelievable.
Yeah, very well. Him and I used to talk a lot. He's a family man, so it was, him and I had that in common. And yeah.
I would have never guessed it. I thought Mullis was out there on the streets, picking up the chicks, getting into trouble, bar fights. That's the impression I got. I would have never in a million years guessed he was a family man. ROMs are bad. Okay.
Disagree.
Can I gift a Silly Club membership? We don't have Silly Clubs. But you can gift a $499 membership. Go ahead and do that. We have those.
Producing the transistor, inventing the transistor. He was like the project manager who led that. He didn't do all of the research. It wasn't really his invention. He just took kind of center stage. And this is something that I think is notorious and a good topic for us to have because we just came from one scandal in the video game industry about voiceover artists not getting recognition, not getting.
That's not what the
true,
scandal.
Yeah.
The scandal had nothing to do with voice artists not getting recognition. The scandal, quote unquote, was that the Bayonetta voice actress lied about how much she was offered, and people flipped their fucking shit because they're like, "Oh no, the voice actress for Bayonetta didn't get offered enough, and now she's not coming back, and we're upset because it's not the same British lady voice."
Yeah, that argument Rab is bringing up as a 10-year-old argument. That was an issue maybe 10, 15 years ago. It's not so much anymore. They pay these voice actors pretty well now.
Yeah, and I said this on Max's stream, and it bears repeating. But see, Rab is going to go on a little diatribe about how they don't know how much voice actors and actresses get paid, and they don't get paid enough, and yada yada. But what he doesn't realize is that the voice actresses are in a union. They have a voice actors union, and they have a minimum fee that they have to get paid. There's a minimum. We covered this. Remember, Bob? We covered this. There's a minimum. You do this many sessions, you get this much money. You do that many sessions for that long, you get this much money. They have it. They negotiated it. They have fucking prices set. What they feel is a fair amount of money. Whether you feel it's fair or not is inconsequential because their union representation have negotiated this price, and that's what they feel is fair. Now, do some people get paid more above union scale? Of course, because the company decides whether or not it's in their best interest to pay these people more, whether that person's a valuable enough asset to give them more money above scale. But like I said, they've argued and they've negotiated what scale is, and it's on them. It's not on us.
Yeah, and I'm getting annoyed about this giving credit business because what does it even matter? Because these people, he was talking about that transistor thing, and it was the team underneath him who developed it. Yeah, those people were probably paid very well to do the work to get the transistor invented. They were compensated. If you sign up for a job and you agree to a pay and you agree to certain things and you get paid for it, that's it.
Your work for hire at that point, yeah.
Yeah, or whatever. Like maybe you could be like, oh yeah, I did this work, I can get more work, whatever. But it's something reminds me about the music industry. You can do a job as a musician, as a studio musician, and oftentimes it'll be like, do you want X amount of money up front, or do you want a percentage of the sales? And a lot of musicians, depending on their personal position, will be like, well, I want the cash up front because I don't know if you're going to sell that many copies or whatever. And when you make that decision, that's it.
You got to live with it.
Yo, guys. Yeah, I got to bounce. I'm gonna go do my stream. But if you guys are still going when I'm done, I'll hop back on with you guys.
Well, at this rate, we're going to be.
I was gonna say you're gonna be here a while.
We'll be here. We'll be here for the Saturday stream starting up probably.
All right, later, guys.
That's right.
Thanks.
See you later, John.
Evil says I did the math. The stream's gonna last 9.2 hours.
Well, if that's how fucking long it lasts, that's how long it lasts. We're here forever. It's not like me and Bob need to sleep or anything, is it?
Yeah, I'll put it at 1.5 speed.
Paid for what they do. What is their worth? What are they being, well reimbursed for their work? Are they being paid like nothing? And that became completely side railed and not about,
because it was never true,
how much voice actresses and actors are getting paid, and more about whether or not this one person lied about their account of,
not whether or not she did lie. It was provable that she lied, and then she shut up and went away because they proved that she lied.
Of the their payment scheme to return to that role. The bigger picture issue that has all of this meaning in the industry gets sidetracked for the shiny, interesting drama that is she lied. And
yes, she lied, and there was no bigger picture because the bigger picture turned out to be bullshit too. Because again, as I just said, they've negotiated scale.
that's the takeaway story that we end up with this. And I mean, it's a shame, and there's responsibility there. You lie and it's derailed. Part of that's on us for like not sticking with that story of how much is the Japanese voiceover actress paid? How much are voiceover actresses paid?
And it wasn't even a Japanese voice actress, you idiot. She was fucking British.
Did we not work out that they were paid really well when you broke it down into an hourly rate?
Yeah, they get paid really well. The problem is, like, if you get paid $10,000, right? Like, oh shit, $10,000 for an hour of work. That's really great, right? And then they go, well, the company made $1 billion. You go, well, I should get paid more because the company made $1 billion. Right? Like, no. Like, just because you work for McDonald's and McDonald's is a $1 billion company doesn't mean you should get more for hourly, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm okay with this stream being long as fuck because it's about the Amico.
When they do this role, how much is fair? Not represent fair
compensation. It was negotiated by the union.
Payment for that role, and we just kind of talked about that for 2 days and moved on to something else. We
number two, to address some of your points, and then we're going to wrap this up because we're not going to spend 2 hours talking.
And again, if RAB says this is a conversation that should be had, right? We should be having this conversation. It's a very important issue. Why isn't he talking about it? Why isn't he making videos on it? Why isn't he having the discussion?
Why isn't he doing his research and getting his facts right? Because he's getting his facts wrong.
Yeah, well,
why is he even talking about something which he doesn't know anything about to reframe something else?
That's what he does.
Tony loves taking up for the man. No, I don't love taking up for the man. But again, I work a job and I get paid what I get paid, right? Even if my company's making millions of dollars, well, that's what I get paid. I signed up for the job.
Yeah, I work for the biggest man there is, the government, right? And
yeah.
I knew what I was signing up for when I signed up. I can't complain about it. I can't strike. I go to prison if I strike. I just have to accept it. Everybody has to accept it, unless you're a millionaire.
Yeah, that's why we do things like this. If you want a job where you can make your own money, make your own hours, start your own company, become a live streamer, go to OnlyFans, do porn. Amateur porn is really hot right now. As long as you're over 18. I got to stress that. But what I'm saying is you have to make your own future, right? You can't just, if you work for somebody else, you're beholden to the somebody else. That's the point.
Yeah, and you usually have to sign a contract when you're working with for someone else, and there's stipulations in that contract to what you get credit for and what you don't get credit for, and what you get paid for and what you don't get paid for.
Yeah.
If you don't want that, don't sign the contract.
No, Tony. Crab wanted to go over point by point H-Bomber, but they didn't let him. Jamie C. got a question for Finbar. Did you ever see Ninja Gaiden or Consolvania on the good old BBC Three?
I was just typing a reply. I did, yeah. I love Ralph Florence. He was awesome. If anybody's interested in watching something with me and Jamie's accent in it, go check out Consolvania and Ninja Gaiden. I think they were reviewing games around about PS2 era or PS1, PS2 era, so it's quite a blast from the past.
Is London BBC bigger than New York BBC? 1 Inch Biceps has been podcast since 2005, made $0. That hurts. It hurts me to hear that, 1 Inch, because goddamn, if you don't listen, if you're a wrestling fan and you're not listening to In Your Head Wrestling Radio, starring Jackie Jones and the Power Goat 1 Inch Biceps, then you're missing out on the greatest wrestling live stream ever. Podcast.
But the fact that you're still doing that 1 Inch in spite of making $0 shows that it's a labor of love and it's something you're really interested in, rather than something you're just doing to make money. So it's always going to be better.
Also, just in case I haven't sold it enough, they have a guy on there sometimes called President Clinton, and oh my God, he sounds just like President Clinton. So, I mean, it's an aubergine. What the hell is an aubergine?
Aubergine. That's what we call eggplant.
It's an eggplant. You know why it's called an eggplant, right?
It's not what we call an eggplant. That's what an eggplant is, an aubergine. It's these idiots over the fucking other side of the world that got the wrong name.
Yeah, they're fucking stupid, man.
It looks like a fucking egg.
How does it look like an egg? It's
what
bloody
kind of egg
purple.
looks like a fucking cock, Tony?
I don't think a cock looks like an eggplant.
Well, I think
have you ever seen an eggplant?
Yeah. Are you going to pull a picture up?
Yeah, I'm going to pull a picture up right now of an eggplant, not of what the emoji stands for.
It looks really like an egg.
Yeah, it looks like an egg.
No, it doesn't.
You didn't know that an eggplant looks like an egg. Okay. We're sidetracking this show to prove to these two idiots.
Maybe when
we invented this language, okay?
Yeah, you guys butchered it.
What does that look like?
That's not a fucking eggplant.
Yes, it is. That's an eggplant as it's maturing. What you see.
We're not talking about as it's
final.
maturing, Tony. We're talking about.
Well, that's why it looks
product.
like an egg. That's why it's called an eggplant. See,
what's the finished product look like?
Well, the finished product is this purple thing here.
But even that isn't as elongated as usually is. If you look
they look like fucking eggs.
Yeah, at the growing stage.
Yeah, and when the guy saw it. When the guy
buy
saw
it at that stage. You don't walk in
he
the
didn't know
supermarket
that when the
and
guy
buy it
named
at that
it.
Stage.
When the guy went out, they go outside and name those plants. And he went outside. He goes, "Oh, that looks like an egg. It's an eggplant."
Yeah, and then
it kept growing. And the guy's like, "Oh shit, it doesn't look like an egg no more." Like,
and then he should have walked back inside, and the guy should have said, "No, you fucking idiot! It's not an egg." And then showed him a finished article.
Looks like an egg then.
Your head looks like a fucking egg, Baldwin Bob Ross.
Yeah, we do. We do call our balls huevo because they're egg shaped. I see an eggplant every day. So there it is. It is a eggplant. Looks like an egg. It's not an aubergine, despite what
it is an aubergine.
What you damn Brits. We kicked your ass in a war. We decided what things are called from now on.
You didn't kick our ass.
Just like Germany isn't really called Germany, it's called Deutschland. But we said, fuck you, we kicked your ass in a war. You're Germany now.
We kicked the ass in
No, you were getting your ass kicked, and you're like,
no.
Please, cousin USA, save us from these Germans.
No, not at all. We were winning. America wasn't involved on either side. And
You
when
weren't
they
winning.
saw us
Oh my
winning, you
God.
come in at the end. In fact, you didn't get involved until you got bombed by Japan.
Bob, I don't
Where's
know if you know
Carl?
history,
Let
but
Carl in.
you definitely were not winning. Okay. You were winning. You're about to get your ass beat. You're ready to speak German if we didn't show up.
When I just don't want to. And I don't think any of us.
I want to say something after you're done too.
Okay.
but then go ahead.
A lot of the stuff with Tommy and stuff I didn't know about. I didn't know about the whole.
Okay, Nick talks too fast. I gotta slow it down.
I'm going to step
money
out for a moment.
transaction thing, bringing that
Sorry,
through.
Tony. I'm going to step out for a second. I'm going to give birth, but I'm still listening.
All right.
Ew.
He's gonna go look for some eggplants, some aubergines. Have you ever had an eggplant?
Yes, I love aubergines. They're great.
I just wanted to hear you say you loved eggplants. Damn it.
I won't.
Customs. I didn't know about that at all, so I don't have anything to say on that one way or another.
Again, the reason that these guys don't know about this shit is because they avoid it. When it's brought to their attention, say, "Hey, Tommy tried to sneak $100,000 across the border." We say, "Hey, what do you guys think about this?" They go, "We don't want to talk about that. We don't know anything about that." They pretend. They put their head in the sand and they pretend that this shit's not out there.
They're willfully.
Tommy
Willfully
exaggerating things. Tommy's always exaggerated things, almost way more than he should have. It's one of the reasons a lot of us kind of wanted him to get a PR person and kind of back.
Again, this is downplaying what's going on. Tommy was not exaggerating things. Tommy was lying to potential investors. Tommy was telling lies to people to get their money. How
Which
is
is
this
a
not
scam.
registering? Right? It's unbelievable. It's not an exaggeration to say Jay Allard is still part of your company when he left. It's not an exaggeration to claim that Kara Acker is part of your company when she left. It's not an exaggeration to say that Perry Kaplan works for you when she doesn't. You hiring a PR firm does not mean that the PR firm now works for Intellivision, right? You know, just because you ordered a pizza from Domino's doesn't mean Domino's is part of the Intellivision family. Fucking people. He's called Eggplant Wizard, not whatever Bob's saying wizard. There you go, Bob. We win.
Aubergine wizard.
It's not. Is it Aubergine Wizard in Kid or Chris in
Yes,
the UK?
it is.
And to have someone else to be the kind of the face of the console.
Right.
Yes.
And that would have kind of kept his kind of tall tale personality a little bit more in check because he does exaggerate a lot. I would
Again, it's not exaggeration when he's telling lies to Neil Patel during an investor pitch video. Fuck you guys.
I really call them lies. I call them like
I wouldn't call them lies.
Exaggerations for the sake that he thinks the story's more entertaining, right?
Saying that you have a patent pending Karma engine when the Karma engine isn't a real thing is a lie.
I don't think that makes him a bad person, and I don't think it makes him like a straight up liar and deceiver. The Smash Brothers thing was a silly thing to talk about because not in HBomberGuy's point of talking about it that Tommy says he didn't give it the review score when it obviously he gave it that review score. I don't.
Well,
really
it was also
care.
a running joke. That's also a running
I don't
joke.
really care.
It wasn't a running joke, you fucking piece of shit, DJC. Tommy lied about it repeatedly over the years. We tracked his fucking lies from forum to forum. He was getting people banned from forums who brought it up. It wasn't a joke. It was a lie. He gave a game a bad score. Then the game turned out to be really popular, so he tried to lie about giving it a bad score.
Care about that, to be honest. You can use that as a point of, well, he lied. Well, it was like 15, 20 years ago. He may not even remember what score he gave it or even cared to.
He lied 15, 20 years ago about giving it a bad score. He continuously lied. It wasn't like he gave it a bad score and then 15 years later he lied about it. He lied repeatedly over the years whenever it was brought up. It was so bad that Matt McMuscles in a video was like, hey, if anyone can find that video of Tommy giving it a 2.5, I'll give you a Canadian nickel or something like that. So he still owes me a Canadian nickel, by the way. Matt, if you're watching, where's my money? Because I sent you the video. I sent it to you on fucking email. You never gave me my nickel.
I think it's pretty safe to say there's going to be a what happened on the Amico at some point.
Yeah.
Probably thanks to HBomberGuy.
The Geek Getaway, whatever he did 15 or 20 years ago, it doesn't matter, no matter what it was. About that. Matt McMuscles is a cheapskate. Yeah, he owes me 5 Canadian cents. Yeah, Nick's full of shit. Yeah. It's cool, Tommy. It's cool that you kind of look at DJC. He's very uncomfortable looking now. He's getting his tough look.
Look it up. Well, when he tried to make it more about the Amico, that's when I kind of checked.
When did he make it about the Amico? Huh?
He did.
Again, it was like a 10-minute section, right?
It's almost like an obligatory mention of the Amico.
Yeah, it was like, oh, by the way, he also told lies about the Amico. He mentioned the FTC thing, and I think the SEC. So I think he got that wrong because it's an SEC violation with the investor stuff. It's an FTC when it's on YouTube, right? So again, these guys either didn't pay attention or they're willfully trying to twist the words.
Out on it because Tommy isn't the face of the Amico anymore. I know everybody wants him to still be, mostly so that they can bag on Tommy because they don't like Tommy. I understand if you guys don't like Tommy and you don't trust Tommy, he can come off a bit aggressive, and he can come off a bit like a salesman a lot of times, and that turns a lot of people off. He's from talking to him more in depth. I think he's kind of a genuinely nice guy, or wants to be a genuinely nice guy. Generally tries to do what he thinks is the right thing.
No, you fucking idiot. Tommy just tells you things you want to hear.
Yeah.
Liars are the nicest people because they just lie to you and tell you whatever you want to know. They're just like, hey, what do you want to hear? Yeah, exactly. Whatever you said, it's great.
And I'm really annoyed at all these people who are always like, oh, you're covering the Amico because you hate the Amico. Oh, you're covering Tommy because you hate Tommy. Look, I have no hate personally. I don't hate these people. I don't hate the company at all in the slightest. And this narrative is dangerous because it's just lies.
Yeah. It's lies, deflection. It's fucking terrible. And why these people are getting away with it, I don't know. I don't understand this. How they can just say this shit and just fucking boggles the mind, Bob. Boggles the mind.
It does.
He just kind of wants to kind of get things done. And he was looking for avenues around that time to do that. All that stuff with Roblox and stuff like that. Now, I don't know any of the numbers on that, so don't ask me any of that. I don't know that. I don't care about that. I don't care about Roblox in general. And neither does HBomberGuy for the record. He said that multiple times in his own video that he could give 2 flips about Roblox and that it's evil.
Well, he has a response from someone who actually was involved with this. And yes, I did watch the whole two hours of it. So I took a lot of notes.
It was 2 hours?
Trying to preface. It's 2 hours long. I mean,
he took a lot of notes. Guys, he took a lot of notes, but he's not going to debunk anything, right? I like you guys, but I can't listen to these 3 losers. Well, that's the only way you're going to debunk what they're saying, right?
Yeah.
FTC would be for their lies in the videos and communications to the public without disclosing their relationships. SEC would be the investment scams, lying to get money. Yeah. Right. TJC, yeah, he is pissed. You can just tell by his body language that he's pissed. Adam says if he lied about Smash 15 and 20 years ago and that's all, then who cares? But because he's a pathological liar is another example. Yeah, and it's probably the best example because other lies, right, Tommy will tell and then he gets busted or he tells it once, twice. But this was a lie that he continued for years because he thought that the video footage was gone, that no one was ever going to find it.
I don't believe he even knows he's doing it anymore, or he's never really known.
You think he's that pathological?
Well,
Yes.
That's why I asked about that book that he was reading, the one where it tells you to believe your own bullshit and it'll come true. And I did say he's a narcissist and narcissism is a mental illness. There's nothing you can do about that. If that's how you are, if that's how your brain is wired, then That's what you'll do.
Well, I think he either doesn't care and he believes it, because I don't know if you guys have ever known someone who just lies constantly, but they legitimately believe their lies. They'll tell you crazy stuff and you'll be like, no, I can prove to you it's not true. And they will still be like, no, you're just wrong.
Yeah, we all know somebody like that.
Ooh. Are you saying Bob's the somebody?
What?
No, Bob's the most honest man I've ever met.
I was like, what?
What?
One of the most honest men I've ever met. Sorry.
You're super honest, Bob. We call you Honest Bob when you're not around. We're like, it's Honest Bob.
I'm too honest for my own good at times. I'm the kind of person, if I see a wallet or someone walking away from the wallet, I've picked up the wallet and I'm running after the person trying to find them before I've even considered taking the wallet.
I'm the same, Bob, after I check inside to see if it's worth stealing it. Then if it's not worth stealing it, I run after them. Sorry, you dropped your wallet.
I just take a couple of dollars out of the wallet, right?
No, but I do it in the vain hope I'll get a reward at the end of it.
Yeah. Hopefully you get a reward.
Yeah.
All right. So again, we like to take side tracks, because I just want to.
It's not more fucking eggplants, is it?
No, it's not more eggplants. This is a video by someone called The Geek Getaway. It's over a year old. So as you can see in the video here, this is Tommy Tallarico in 2008. For the record, this is not a true statement. Only a silly made-up internet rumor that some haters made up in order to try and discredit me.
Oof.
That was the Tommy gave Melee at 2.5 or something. And there's another comment. Hold on. Cool. Now I worked my way up to a 5 for Super Smash Bros. Melee. The funniest and most ironic thing about the Smash Bros. Melee review is that it was never even on G4 or Judgment Day / reviews on the run. So not only is he lying about giving it a score, but he's lying that it was even on the show.
He seems to get confused about TV shows a lot, doesn't he? Because he was saying he was on MTV Cribs.
Yeah. Lots of people like to lie and say they saw it on G4, but the reality is there was a 1-minute segment at the end of one of our shows, which only aired in a different country. That is a lie, Tommy. It's more than a 1-minute segment. I refuse to tell anyone what the real scores we gave are because it's much more fun watching people spout out nonsense and attempt to pass it off as fact. Again, Tommy's lying.
I could debunk it, but I won't.
But honestly, for anyone who cares, and I'm not sure why they would, the reality is that the score of 5 is a lot closer than the 2. So he thinks the score of 5 is closer to what he gave the game than the score of 2.
Was he saying he scored it higher than 5?
No, he's saying someone said 5, right?
Yeah.
And he's saying, well, that 5 that you said is closer to the reality than the 2.
But did he ever say what he said?
Which direction?
He scored
No.
it higher than that.
No. He was just saying that it was closer. So it was either a 5.5 or a 4.5 or a 4.
Right. Okay.
But we know that it was a 2.5. So the 2 was actually closer. So Tommy's just straight up lying.
Even then, that would have been a nonsense take on it because it was critically acclaimed, wasn't it? I know everybody's got their own views on everything.
And then, like we said, this is the reviews on the run segment, right? Melee was not on reviews on the run. So already, we know this is a lie. The frog, you heard the frog voice. The frog voice said so. And man, that's a long segment for a minute. And again, there is the scores. Classic review, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Victor gave it a 3. Tommy gave it a 2.5. And there's the big reviews on the run, right on the side there.
Victor gave it a 3.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Is that out of 5 or out of 10?
I believe that's out of 10.
Well, I mean, everyone's got their own tastes and opinions. But then again, I can't put it past Tommy to make that score because he knew it was going to cause controversy. But then backpedal. Who knows?
Super Smash Bros. Melee scored 9s and 10s,
Yeah,
didn't it?
yes, it did.
Tommy isn't even a good liar. He could have spun that in so many ways. I would have just been like, if it was me and I wanted to lie about it, I wouldn't have even lied about giving the score. I would have just been like, yeah, I gave the score, but I was trolling because I didn't like fighting games and I wanted to. I wouldn't even do that. It's just nonsense. Tommy's a liar and he's a bad liar.
Horrible liar. Horrible liar. But hey, what do I know, right? Oh, apparently, whole shit.
Ninja Kitty's saying it was out of 10, so that's even worse. Because if it was out of 5, 50% is bad enough.
See, this is what pisses me off. Because I know some of these people watch our show. OJ Player Essence, I was watching Jeff Grubb's podcast. So apparently Jeff Grubb is now talking about this and found out Tommy gave Smash Melee a 2.5 out of 10. I had to go dig up the review myself. There's still reviewers out there like these two, by the way. So make sure to judge for yourself when it comes to game sweeps. And there's MVG commenting on it. So, I mean, I guess people are talking about this now.
Yeah, for sure. I might hit up MVG if he's got his DMs open.
And I know, again, MVG has commented on the whole situation, so I know he's tuned into what was going on. So for him to not have seen that before, it's kind of sus.
Oh, he has been tuned into it. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, because he's commented on Tommy being crazy before.
Oh.
But anyway, back to this lovely video. That we're only 13
My problem
minutes
with
in.
something like this, and why I was prefacing this stuff about like reporting and stuff, was this has a big impact. It has a big viewership. There is a narrative that was written around 25 years of sound bites to build someone, and a lot of that stuff I think was taken out of context. I mean, the stuff like with the Karma engine being like, oh yeah, we were just like a joke. The company has said on multiple occasions that they have a game design principle based around this Karma engine. I mean, you can
Fucking hell. Mute your Nick. Mute your mic, Nick.
Huh?
Oh, that was Nick. I thought that was you, Finbar.
No.
that was Nick.
I have the noises that come from me are I can't do anything about that. My laptop is about to die, but Nick's fucking opens up a bag of chips and starts eating them without muting his mic.
Well, Retro Advisory Board, RAB, is saying, talk about the Karma engine. And again, the Karma engine was used to get money from a Bavarian grant. The Karma engine was called patent pending technology. It wasn't until we pointed it out that John Alvarado had to jump into our comment section and go, well, guys, technically it's not a real engine. It's just a philosophy.
And then Tommy admitted it's some bullshit they just made up.
Yeah.
Because it was found out.
So again, we highlight shit, they come clean, and then others just talk about the aftermath.
Sega did the same thing with blast processing as far as
Blast processing is a real thing, by the way. It actually is a thing that actually exists. It's not bullshit.
I've known this for quite a long while, yeah, for sure. Won't go into the details. Unless you want to.
Bob, how many super chats for you to keep the Amico controller for a month?
I was gonna word it in the chat, but just anyone donate, make a donation. I'll do it for a month. I'll change all my social media to that for a month.
Bob streams Amico.
Make it one single donation, anyone, and I'll do it.
There it is.
As a marketing term, and try to come up with something to explain.
Blast processing does do what they says it does, so long as you do it in one frame and nothing moves.
Yeah,
that's not what Nick has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I've noticed, and a lot of people talk about Nick like he's knowledgeable, and I've seen him say things in videos where he's like, he did a Castlevania video, and he was talking about how the game was released on the anniversary of Dracula, right? And if you look up when the book was published, it was not on the anniversary of when Dracula came out, or the movie, or anything else.
The
that
game engine
works.
is not a game engine, but it's a marketing
No shit.
term, and they were
It's
trying
not
to
a marketing term. It is a patent pending technology that they got a Bavarian grant for.
use it in that respect. And they to take one particular sound clip that says this is what it is versus the other 27 sound clips where you explain more of what it was doing.
He never explained. It was just rubber banding, which is something that existed. He's a geek historian. Yeah. So many excuses from RAB. Yeah. Wow. Sega defrauded several governments out of grants with money with blast processing. I had no idea. And then they gave everyone no system at the end. I thought Genesis existed. Yeah. Blast processing is a thing. That's what you would call an exaggeration. Yeah, exactly. Karma engine is a lie. Exactly. Thank you, Adam. Because blast processing does exist. It does do the thing, but it doesn't do the thing in a way that makes such a big deal, right? Like it's not game changing.
Just skimming through the Euro Gamer article, it did exist on the Mega Drive, but it was never implemented even. Like, it is a thing, it does do a thing, but I don't think any game was actually shipped that actually used blast processing.
It just sounded cool, didn't it?
Yeah.
Especially when they were going up against the Super Nintendo and they thought, it sounds really good. So kids are idiots, they'll buy it. Or their mums will buy it.
Yeah. I don't think anyone bought Sega because of blast processing, by the way. I'd be hard pressed to think of it. I don't even think anyone was when we got our Sega in our house. I don't think we've even mentioned blast processing. It was more about look at these cool games that we want to play. But of course, the Sega was my brother's. I got the SNES because the SNES had better games.
Well, you got the right one then.
That's right. Oh fuck! I didn't put up any polls this week, guys.
Oh damn!
Damn. Well, that fucked. Anyway,
I put a poll up this week.
Did you?
Yeah, apparently I've got a community tab.
Yeah, they're giving it out. They lowered the bar of entry for the community tab.
Fucking, they lowered it.
I think they just got rid of it.
Low.
You know what? I'm going to put a poll right now on the community tab. I'm putting the poll. Are the Amico Forever crew liars?
Oh, you have to take them all one at a time. You can't just say the crew.
Yes, we can. They paint us with brushes all the time.
Because the answer is yes, 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 yes.
The answer is yes. Liars or just idiots? So those are your choices: liars or idiots. And post.
Can you not put another option? Both.
No, it's only one or the other. We're like the Sith around here. One or the other. Evil Stream's still waiting to play Shatterhand. Come on, guys. They're complicit. That would make them liars. Make them liars.
Oh, they're definitely complicit. All the series are.
I think people bought Sega because it was at the fucking store. What about the 64-bit lie that Atari said about Jaguar? What it did have 64 bits.
Yeah, it was two 32-bit processors.
Yeah. Wasn't a lie.
Sound and graphics.
Well, yeah.
It was just a shit machine. It was just a check games.
Ooh, don't say it. Cyrus. He don't mean
That's
that.
a hot
Cyrus.
take.
The Jaguar. What is it? Surely that's universally accepted that Jaguar had shit games, isn't it?
No.
I've never played a Jaguar game.
How many good games did it have, Bob?
A few. I don't know. I haven't looked at the whole library. There wasn't that many games released for it.
Ask Cyrus. Cyrus is the Jaguar expert.
I do know there was one engineering error with the Jaguar, which the engineers wanted put into it, which held back the Jaguar from reaching its full potential. I forget what it was, but there was one change they wanted made, but they didn't make it, and it held back the console.
Wasn't it notoriously difficult to develop for? Is that? I don't know why the games were shit.
I don't know.
Yeah, Cyrus hit 1K. Congratulations.
Well done, Cyrus.
Uncle Cy. Don't bother playing Jaguar. Oof.
It actually has a very burgeoning homebrew scene. There's a lot of great homebrew for the Jaguar. So do play Jaguars.
No. All right, let's get back.
When I think was disingenuous. And I think a lot of my points with this that I had a problem with is it goes to lengths to paint someone as a pathological liar when, I think a lot of people have a tendency to embellish, have a tendency to...
Yeah, fucking not to that degree, Rob.
Not only to that degree, it's context, right? Telling stories to your friends in the back of the bar is a lot different between telling stories to investors so they can give you money. I don't understand why these guys can't understand the concept. You cannot lie to people so that you can get money from them.
Maybe if they're shamed by something that the score with Smash Brothers. I don't know a lot of the backstories to some of this stuff. I do know some of these things.
I don't know the backstory, but I'm going to talk about it like if I do know what I'm talking about.
Him, I would have just owned the Smash Brothers thing. So he doesn't like Smash Brothers. He's not the only person on the planet that doesn't like Smash Brothers. I didn't like it till Ultimate. I could have given two flips about it till Ultimate, quite frankly.
When you're caught with something embarrassing, it is easiest on you in the long run to just own up to it.
No, again, these guys are ignorant to the fact that Tommy lied about it for years and years and years. This wasn't he got caught and was embarrassed, 15 years after the fact, because Smash Brothers Melee is considered the best competitive Smash Brothers game by a lot of people. A lot of people refuse to play the newer versions. They actually have a problem where they need CRTVs to play Melee, and they got to drag them to tournaments. It's a huge thing.
Tommy must have known he gave it that score. He must have remembered. It's not something he just forgot about. So he did lie.
Yeah.
And tried to rewrite history. But he's done that a lot.
Ooh, Potion Sword was
Bob.
Loken.
You fucked now, Bob.
Bob streams Amico on all socials for a month. Paid for by an Amico for my Amigos. Thank you, Potion Sword Run. If you want to be like Potion Sword and get your comment highlighted in this snazzy green, $4.99. It's easiest to lie, guys. Yeah, it's always easiest to lie. And Adam Wilson's right. It's not about not liking Smash Bros. It's about not owning up. It's about lying continuously over the years and making it seem like other people are crazy and getting people banned from different forums and calling people liars and accusing other people of bullshit, right? If it was just a lie, if he was like, no, I didn't do it and just moved on with his day, probably wouldn't have an issue with it, right? But the fact that he lied and then in that lie was like, you're a fucking idiot. You're a liar. Yous are trying to take me down. Yous are just haters of me. That's the issue. Tommy's narcissism. Tommy being fucking crazy. Being a goddamn psychopath. Right? That's the issue.
Yeah, totally.
Schemes don't need contracts. You can go to jail for a word-of-mouth scheme. Yeah.
However, a lot of people will resort to denial. It depends on what the meaning of is. Isn't
it ironic that they're talking about people denying reality and not owning up to these lies and not owning up to behavior while they're not owning up to their behavior and they're denying things and they're being willfully ignorant?
Well, it's sunken cost fallacy, especially for DJC because he's invested.
Yeah, calling people gaming
gone
racist
too far.
and unjealous, untalented gatekeepings. Yeah, and this is Tommy's MO for years. We highlighted it again on this channel. We went back to old G4 forums and showed Tommy getting into fights with people, getting people demodded, having people attacked, sending his little fucking trolls to attack people. Years and years ago, 2004, 2005, 2008, 2010. We've showed this over and over and over again. This crab point is glorious.
We have a lot of public figures who will lie in public because shame or because you're trying to impress somebody. There's a lot of reasons people lie. So I found it very difficult to see someone being painted as such a pathological nature as it was done.
So he's now admitted that Tommy's been lying and that all the things in the video were true. That Tommy's lied. He's excused why he's lying. It's not that he lied anymore. It's okay that he lied. He just has issue with him showing the lies, right? Don't paint him as a pathological liar because I'm sure Tommy said some things that weren't lies, right? I mean, his name is Tommy Tallarico, I assume. I hope.
It's the only truth he's told. Yeah.
Tommy's the kind of person, if Tommy says, hey, good morning, I got to look outside to make sure that it's not night, right? Because that's how much of a fucking liar he is.
Yeah, for sure.
With really no room for retort and very little.
No room for retort. This is what your fucking platform is for. What did you want? Him to invite Tommy on and have a fucking round table about Tommy's life? So, Tommy, would you like to discuss why you gave Melee a 2.5? Oh, I'm a gaming racist? What about this video evidence? Oh, you have nothing left to say because you ran away? What the fuck does he expect? No room for retort.
Actual research with the people who were in the know. Like,
Did
you were
he
talking
even
with
talk to
Roblox.
Joey? That was
The people in the know, he showed video evidence of Tommy saying things. He didn't say, hey, Tommy said things without video evidence, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's
No.
very
Did
biased.
he even
Very
No,
biased.
a lot of the
From what I
people
heard.
that were with Tommy Tallarico Studios are currently with Intellivision, or were currently with Intellivision before layoffs.
No, they're
He
not.
didn't.
That's
he
a
didn't even
fucking
need to-
lie.
He didn't even need to talk to Joey because Joey's reply or one of Joey's comments on it went public. He did it on a public. I think he did it in a comment to a video. I think it was the Terminator 2 music. Am I right?
Yeah. But again, this is a lie. The people that were working for Tommy Tallarico Studios did not go to work for Intellivision. Tommy did. That's it. Because he didn't never announce. There was never any, hey, Tommy Tallarico Studios is now working with Intellivision. He didn't hire his friends. He didn't spend money, as far as we know, on other people. Joey Curas does not list Intellivision or any Intellivision games as part of his catalog of work. So no, Rab, you're a fucking idiot and a fucking liar. Either you're so stupid that you're just making shit up to try to protect Tommy, or you're willfully lying to protect Tommy, right?
Or are particularly close to people over time. This is a very small industry. A lot of people talk to each other. A lot of people.
Yes, a lot of people talk to each other, Rab. And if you talk to any of those people, they'll also tell you that Tommy's been full of shit for years and years. Because I've talked to those people. And those people have told me that Tommy's been full of shit for years and years.
Are still connected, and I think to lay out something like this and not do the proper research and the proper outreach to those people who are in the know, Scott.
What research again? What people was he going to reach out to? Hey, Victor Lucas, did Tommy give this score? Oh, there's video evidence. Why do I need to talk to you then, Victor? Hey, did Tommy take credit for this? Because he's saying that he did this, and the facts say he didn't. It blows my mind that he would say that he there was people that he needed to reach out to what? To corroborate Tommy's lies? That would have been worse. If he reached out to people and they replied, it would have been far worse for Tommy than what already was presented, right?
Yeah. What was out there
Barrett was in
publicly
the
was
comments
enough.
talking.
Was that?
What was out there publicly already was enough. You didn't need to go to anybody else.
Facts are facts. You don't need to dispute. You can't dispute facts.
Adam Wilson says Tommy Tallarico is in fact his real name because it was on the legal document from the U.S. When he tried to bring in the 100,000. That's true. That's true.
Still, he could have changed his name legally.
You have a chance to do a big Amico deep dive. Yeah, I do. And when I do it, when I do my big Amico deep dive, it'll get 1,000 views maybe, and then
Somebody will steal it.
Yeah, somebody will steal all my research. That'll be it. Wait, Tony, you said there can only be one. Only one what?
Liar or what was the other option?
Oh, either liar or idiots.
Yeah.
Have Tommy on Amico Forever, you fucking silly head. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Why didn't you call Tommy and ask him, hey, Tommy, this guy's saying all these crazy lies about you. Could you come on and debunk them?
Well, he's grieving, you know.
Holy heck. How did I get behind in the stream? No idea. No idea. Crazy John T says, proper research? Yes, clearly a 2-hour video had zero proper research. Tony, don't be lazy and give us blank pages to do the Amico deep dive. I'm working on it. Thank you, sweet. At least my Amico video will have journalistic integrity. Try not to make my head too big.
Talking about his recollections of being on the scene when that sound was captured. And that was purportedly the rationale for this video. And HBomberGuy has gone through and liked a lot of comments. This has had several hundred likes in response. Oh, thank you for elaborating exactly.
Well, he's talking about the comment from Scott Barrett. Scott Barrett said that he recalled being there and that a little girl punched herself in the belly. Ninja Kitty did a whole video on it. Little girl punches herself in the belly to make the oof sound. There's several things that we need to dissect about this comment. First off, Scott Barrett, working on Bomb Squad, has a financial interest, right, to back up Tommy's story in some capacity. Number two, the story that Tommy has told has never included punching Scott Barrett, other people in the room, right? So suddenly, how's this now? The story is now changed if we go by the Scott Barrett version and not the Tommy Tellerico version. Number three, Tommy said originally that Joey made the sound. Not Joey recorded the sound. Not Joey was in the room while the sound was being recorded. Joey made the sound, right?
Well, also said on multiple occasions, I made the sound. I'm sure he's used the word I quite a lot as well. Until he was called out on that and then changed it to we, or team.
So again, right, the story has changed. Either they made the sound from scratch, a little girl made the sound, a little girl punched herself. Scott Barrett has the financial interest to be on Team Tommy. And number four, this isn't an issue that just cropped up, right? This isn't something that just happened overnight. How come Scott Barrett never came forward with this information prior to the HBomberGuy video? Because I know for a fact that Scott Barrett watches this program here. Hi, Scott.
Let's have him on.
So it's convenient timing. And Scott, if you're listening, if you're watching this on the replay, if you're lurking in the chat, send me an email. Let me know why you decided to come forward now and not earlier, not when we covered this a year ago, not when other people covered this, not when Tommy was threatening lawsuits about the oof sound, right? Let me know why suddenly you've decided to come forward. Thomas Tellerico engine. These are the three worst PR team I've ever seen yet. What if Tony is HBomberGuy? I wouldn't have made that vaccine video, that's for sure.
You couldn't do the accent. Tony's notoriously terrible at accents.
Yeah. I mean, listen to my American accent that I'm doing now.
I'm good at accents.
Okay, Carl.
How this went down, and his memory is now like 25 years old, so this can be a little bit fuzzy, but he's giving, the most accurate portrayal of, or
how is he giving you the most accurate portrayal if you don't even know what happened, Rab? Blows my mind.
Because he's spinning a story that Rab likes. That's why it's the most accurate.
It's like you don't have the information, but you're going to call someone's story accurate, the most accurate, without knowing what happened yourself.
the most insider portrayal of how this happened that anyone has given, and that wasn't tagged on the video. That wasn't highlighted. There's no follow-up video. Oh, this is what we've learned since then to correct the record.
Does HBomberGuy do follow-up videos?
No.
I don't
sometimes, but rarely. And
does he do small, like 5-minute? Hey, by the way,
no.
Right. So, what are they expecting? Again, if you think that this is an important information that needs to be out there, right? You have a YouTube channel. You can do that. You can say, "Hey, look at this comment. I think this is the real story for the oof sound." You have that power. Just like I'm making this video, you can make a video, Rab.
It's just, here's my take on how pathological Tommy is. And now it is the onus on Tommy to turn around and say, actually, I meant this by this, or I meant this by this. Is the onus on Intellivision to go through and verify, these things. It's kind of throwing out a lot of accusations without a lot of sound bites and stuff, I think, that were out of context. And now, kind of
out of fucking context. How is it out of context when Tommy said, "I made the sound, I made the Roblox sound, we made the Roblox sound, I did this"? How is that out of context? Do you need to show the whole fucking 4-hour interview to go? Here's the 4-hour interview, guys, in my video, because you get the full context of Tommy lying. He clipped from the beginning of the sentence to the end of the sentence, right? He didn't like clip in the middle. It wasn't, it wasn't like he was cutting it up to make it sound like something different. Because if he did, if HBomberGuy is that good of a fucking editor, I got new appreciation for it. That he was able to chop up Tommy's words and turn it into one coherent sentence. Oh, that HBomberGuy shirt. Apparently, there's a video prior to the Amico video or the Tommy video where the shirt gets burned and something like it's part of his shtick.
It's long-term storytelling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he'd shit all over it as well. I didn't know there was a story behind it.
Out of context, low, yeah. HBomberGuy pretends he's going to do a follow-up video to get sensible person on his side. Oof.
that onus is, okay, now you follow up on it, and now you have to explain, this is actually what I meant by this. This is what we mean by the Guinness World Records. Guinness delivered these 7 records. They may not exist now in the system because maybe
they never existed. You fucking idiot.
Making excuses for these records. Fuck me.
He bought 3 records that were in the system. You can see in the video that the 7 that he displays, multiple are the same record, either updated or changed with the number.
He even holds one up in front of that guy who's I don't know if it's the he even holds it up in front of him and it's got something completely different written on it to what he fucking says to the guy.
Yeah, and then there's a strange cut in the video where the
probably where the
guy
went, that's not what it says though. Yeah, fuck that. He puts it back down and then he cut it.
He smashed it over his head. He had it.
Look over here. Look at my Spider-Man shit.
He ran out of toilet paper.
That's what I thought as well, Tommy.
It's insane. It's insane that you could see Tommy literally showing records that are not 7. They're not in the system, and they're never were in the fucking system. Oh my god. Also, HBomberGuy, I will criticize him on this. In the video, he says, I don't know who the because who's checking on the records, right? Who checked it? And inside the Guinness Book of World Records Gamer Edition, it says that there was gaming experts that were used to verify records, right?
Right.
Well, would it surprise anyone if one of those gaming experts was in fact Thomas Tallarico?
Oh my god, you're shitting me.
I'm not shitting you. I'm not sure if it was Tommy Uyamiko or Sweet and Tender or maybe Evil. One of the 3. And I'm sorry if I forget. They have the book and it says in there, list the gaming experts.
Wow.
The whole organization, the whole book, the whole organization is just bullshit fluff anyway. It's not real. It's like people massaging each other's egos. It's a circle jerk, basically. What Sweet's saying there is true as well. He held it up in front of the guy and read it. And I imagine that cut, what happened, I think, between that cut is they read it to the guy. And then, you know that bit in Family Guy where Brian says something to Stewie and Stewie's head starts to turn to like a 180
yeah.
That's what I think he did, and then they had to cut that out because it was just a long pause, the silence. I don't think the guy had the heart to tell him that's not what it says there. I think it was just like a long awkward pause with the guy reading it and trying to work out what this lunatic is telling him.
I think it was, you ever see what is it, The Naked Gun, where everyone slaps their forehead? The guy slapped his forehead, the cameraman, the fucking guys in the back. Everyone face palmed. I think Rabbit Dude has the book.
Including his fucking Lara Croft.
Yeah. Maybe it was Rabbit Dude. Rabbit Dude, if you're still in the chat. I think it was Rabbit Dude.
Yeah, he says he has that book, yeah. I remember.
Well, he had the 2008 Guinness World Records. I don't know if he had the Gamers Edition.
Yeah, he had the Gamers.
I think he said he had the Gamers Edition.
Because he was looking in the wrong one. He's like, well, I had to look in the Gamers Edition. I didn't know. But I think Rabbit Dude's the one who said, yeah, Tommy's listed as one of the experts.
We're not shocked, are we?
No. I mean, if I have to Just let me know. I'll get the book. I'll fucking go to Amazon and fucking take a screenshot of it.
Well, you can always ask Rabbit Dude to open it up and photograph it. It's not like you need to fucking go to Amazon and buy one.
I'll go. You know I will.
Yeah, well, I'm saying you don't have to. But then you did buy an Amico shell, so
I'm dedicated.
Yeah.
You need the Guinness World Book of Records to go with the collection, Tony.
Signed by Tommy.
Is there a signed one by Tommy?
As long as Tommy's alive, there's always a possibility of one being signed.
The Gamers Edition needs to go with the whole Amico collection.
What year is it? 2008 is the one.
I think so. Yeah. I think it's really cheap.
Tony's going to go find it. Bob's going to find it as well.
I'm looking.
I'm the only one that can't be bothered doing even a fucking modicum of research on this channel.
It's not on Amazon, damn it.
No, it'll be on eBay though. You won't get it on Amazon. It'll be out of print.
Yeah, but sometimes they have links to other places. No, here it is. I found it. 2008 Gamers Edition.
Ninja Kitty's saying that there is a screenshot.
286. Damn.
There's a screenshot of it up on Amico Games.
Apparently, it's gone up in value because now it's $286.
I can get one for £3.29 secondhand.
But we'll go to Amico Games. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah. You buying it, Bob?
I'm tempted.
I could go halfers with you. We could share it like that Simpsons episode with the comic book.
All right. Radioactive Man #1.
Hell yeah. Where am I looking? Scrolling.
Is it sweet? Are you saying fuck that to £3? Because I'd buy it for £3.
I mean, now I feel much less guilty playing anything Tommy Tallarico worked on because he probably never worked on anything he says he worked on.
You think so?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, Tony said he saw it for 200, but Bob said he found it for a lot less. The
46 quid new on abesbooks.co.uk.
Oh yeah, they're quite good. Yeah.
I'm not seeing it. You said the Gamers Edition.
Control F, Tony.
Amico Games isn't fucking. If they're pictures, you can't control F for a picture.
If Ninja Kitty could put a link up in Twitter, you can find it quicker.
Or you can put a link in the chat, because
Oh yeah, of course you can.
Because he is
an OG.
fucking mod. Yeah,
It doesn't have a link.
Let me see. How the fuck do you spell Guinness?
G-U-I.
Oh, that's not it. G-U-I.
I don't know.
Here we go. G-U-I-N-N-E-S-S. We got the pay to win thing. I'm not seeing the picture of the book. No, I don't see it.
I think we need to reach out to Rabbit Dude.
They show both where he contributed and also the supposed record. I remember seeing it a long time ago. Damn it. Yeah, it said on Amazon. It said 200 and something. So I don't know. Anyway, back to the video.
They have been superseded. A record in 2002 is probably superseded by now in video games. So I mean, there's a lot of there.
The records were unchallengeable records. The records were fucking. Does he not understand that you could buy records from Guinness that cannot be challenged? Tommy's records could not be challenged. And Tommy's records were never real to begin with. He was never the guy that worked on the most video games. And his mother was not very proud.
She fucking
No.
certainly isn't now.
There's a lot of things I had
I
problems
was
with how it
going to
was
address that.
presented and how
Yeah,
it just
go ahead, Chuck, before we do any
Go-
more
go
of
for
this.
it, yeah.
Go.
Well, the thing that
Is he going to call HBomberGuy a macaroni muppet? Is he going to yell at him the way he yelled at me?
and I know because I heard about the recaps of stuff that was talked about. So I mean, but I did not sit down and literally watch it because it's really the same. Let me put it this way: it's a 1 million+ sub channel that did a way more in-depth version of the same thing that's been going on for the past 2 years. It's digging out stuff.
Well, thank you, Chuck. Thank you. Somebody
Yeah, he agrees
finally
with you
get
on that.
recognition in a roundabout way, but he did. Thank you, Chuck. We appreciate it. We appreciate the shout out.
I knew you and Chuck could find some common ground.
Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Like you said, it's like, oh, well, he said he had 6 Guinness World Records. He only had 5. What an awful person. Or, oh my.
No, he only had 3, and he said he had 7, and he kept changing how many he had. It went from 3 to 5 to 7 when he only had 3. He's only ever had 3.
And that isn't the entire argument anyway, Chuck. It's not, oh, he's lied about fucking Guinness World Records, he's a horrible person. There's a whole fucking 2-hour video that explains why.
Oh my goodness, he had a Hall of Fame ring that the Yankees gave him for playing on the
I don't even think he brought that up. He's focused a lot on the
I'm
Guinness
just
World
saying, I'm just
Records.
saying.
Again, the Hall of Fame ring that Tommy claimed he was a Hall of Fame Yankee player in a document designed to get investor money.
Yeah.
This wasn't something that he told to friends at Christmas, right? This wasn't he pulled out the ring, was like, yeah, guys, I'm a Hall of Famer from the Yankees.
And Nick's right, that never even came up. There's
Yeah.
lots of other things that could have been brought up that never were.
We're getting there. One day, me and DJC will hug it out. He'll wrap his sweaty armbands around me. And he'll say, I'm sorry, Tony. You were right. You were right.
And he give you a kiss on the cheek.
And no, I'm gonna give him the kiss. I'm gonna grab him by the ears, say, you broke my heart, Chuck. You broke my heart.
And then you send him out on a boat.
Yeah.
Get whacked.
No. In Minecraft.
Yeah.
Well, let me just
Of
finish.
which Tommy legitimately has 3 straight up, and a couple of them are different records for different times that he broke the previous record.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was given to him. He can say whatever he wants, man. You know, like,
He can say whatever he wants. Fuck it. He's Tommy. Just do whatever the fuck he wants.
It
Well, he
wasn't
has been doing that.
bloody. It wasn't bloody even given to him. He bought them. That's like saying Nintendo gave me my Nintendo Switch because I bought it.
Well, they gave it to him, and there was a ceremony and everything.
They presented
Remember,
it to
you don't buy the record. Okay, we have to be clear. You don't buy a record. You pay a fee so Guinness can figure out what record you would probably be most likely to break. And then you pay another fee to have a guy come out and verify that you did break the record. So you're not paying for the record. It's not like you just give them money and they just give you a record, right? They do go through the whole kabuki theater of it all. Okay?
Yeah.
The record just fell into Tommy's lap like a hot chick's forehead. Sweet and tender. Come on now. Keep it in.
Oh, what?
Like,
How long's it been? Fucking 2 hours.
Has it been 2 hours and 44 minutes?
It was 44 minutes.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's only felt like it's been 10 minutes. You know what
Well,
they
that's
say?
probably because you're looking at the video watch time.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Bob's
we're having
feeling a
fun
bit.
here.
Yeah, Bob's feeling a bit like the picture of Nick at the moment, and I'm feeling a bit like the picture of DJC you can see on the screen.
Does that make me Rab? Am I the Rab of the group that just likes talking?
I
Yes.
guess so.
No, you're the Mullis of the group.
We haven't even got to the Mullis
The
part.
fake
Shit.
journalist.
We really are going to be here for like 5 hours.
Yeah, fuck it, I've cleared my schedule.
All right.
people just throw all this stuff on because it's the fun thing to do, man. And I've known the guy for 2 years, and he's been nothing but sweet, always down to promote anybody. Look.
He's always down to promote anybody that says nice things about the Amico. He's really sweet. He allows me to invest in his company and not tell people about it. He's a fucking great guy. He
Until
lies.
you talk bad about him, and then he buries you.
Look at when I first met him, I was like at 100.
He just accuses you of sexually harassing people with no evidence and straight up lies and tells people these lies behind the scenes, so they hate you for years and years. It's a great guy.
Some subs. And he was like, "Hey man, let's see if we can, blah blah blah." He was.
I think it was at 100.
Hey man, let's see if we can blah blah blah. What was the blah 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 blah? Let's see if we can get you more subs and views, so that way you can promote my product better. Fucking great guy.
I think it was at 125, and he was
the guy was always trying to help people, man. And he's never. I've never seen
small
anything
YouTubers is an insult strategy. That is like it's a waste of time, and it is like it's pathetic that he does. It's a micro influencer strategy. It's an actual.
Adam says he's having fun listening to Tony get frustrated at Rab. I am. It is a micro influencer strategy. You're right there, Rab. You're right fucking there. Because Tommy literally admitted that he was going to use his celebrity to fucking trick you people into promoting the product for free.
It's actually in the bloody documents.
Yeah, it's in the documents that you guys refuse to look at. The documents that go over their strategy for promoting the product. To tell you guys nice things, to blow smoke up your ass and use you.
I think he even mentioned live when he was speaking to OEB Pete that he planned on doing that.
Well, he said that he was going to move on to new people. Well, yeah, he did say he was going to boost OEB Pete. We're going to get your numbers up, Pete.
Yeah.
We're going to buy you subs, don't worry.
Allegedly.
Remember I called 9 hours without the 1.25? Yes, I remember, Evil. I remember. It's a microcosm. It's a microcosm. Tony, to be fair, Tommy got you on 1K2. I went the hard way. Took the hard route. Potion, let's react. Tony's 9-hour reaction. We can make a 27-hour video, yeah.
Definitely do that.
Sometimes feelings get involved. Sometimes they do. They do. These guys definitely caught feelings for Tommy. Definitely. Look how crazy Rab looks in that picture. Imagine that looking at you in a dark alley. Or like you walk into your house and you turn on the light and that's just fucking sitting in a chair waiting for you.
No thanks.
Strategy and marketing that people pursue, but it's used. Like, why is he talking to these losers? Because they're the only ones that will listen to him and do things. It's
you literally were the only people that would listen to him talk to him. He approached bigger channels and they all turned him down. And we have proof of that. Tipster, Vito, other channels. I think he tried to go on, what was it, Mad Little Pixel? All these guys were turning Tommy down.
Yeah. These are the only ones that would entertain him.
Yeah.
And Rich for
it's because he's generally.
What was that?
I was saying in Rich for a while there until his.
Yeah, Rich was the biggest.
Chat pointed it out to him that.
It's almost like Tommy was desperate to go to Rich for it because I don't really know why he wanted Rich on side.
Because he was big. I don't mean he's a big YouTuber. Sorry.
But it's almost like
he's also big.
If you know Rich and his content, it's almost like, would you really want him that involved with the Amico anyway?
Adam Wilson says, "I went the hard route on your mom last night, Trebek." that was Rab's O face. give me your cornhole, Rab and Ellie.
While we're on the subject of faces, I don't want to sound horrible, right? But does Nick wear sunglasses all the time when he's out?
Maybe
because it looks like it looks like he wears aviator glasses, and
I think he has a skin condition.
Right.
That just isn't around by his eyes. Yes.
So he might wear sunglasses. It might be some form of psoriasis. So
it sounds really horrible. I'm asking a genuine question because it looks like he's caught the sun and his shades of been covering his eyes.
Well, from people I know with psoriasis, it can be worsened by sun. So, I don't know, maybe he's wearing sunglasses to protect his eyes and some of his face.
Anyway, moving on from that, because we know we'll get fucking dinged, people will be like, "You're being mean. Stop being."
I'm
mean."
not. I didn't mean it as a dig. I like Nick. Actually, out of the 3 people on the screen here, I like Nick the most. So I don't mean it as a ding. Just asking.
Where's Gary these days? Still cranking it? He is. He works now. He has a job now. Gary's a working man.
He has to put in the hours to buy all those toys. I'm fucking jealous of Gary.
Yeah. All right.
It was like, why is he talking to these losers? Because they're the only ones that listen to him and do things. It's
it's because he's generally a gamer.
Well,
He literally is generally.
He's generally a gamer that doesn't play any modern games and has no idea what the modern gaming landscape is like. But he's generally a gamer, guys. Tommy's generally a gamer. He who has trouble with the menu for the 51 games on Switch.
Right. Is there any? I guess that is evidence of him trying to play a game.
Yeah, that was the only, because people were saying that was the Amigo killer. So Tommy had to say how it was terrible and was hard to work, and his wife didn't like it.
Right.
Oh, Gary works now? No, he wasn't. He wasn't working before Adam. He was selling stuff. He was buying and selling things. That was his job. Gonna watch SmackDown. You're watching a SmackDown right now. We are laying the SmackDown. Overcooked was too complicated. Yeah, that's right. He also talked about that game because that was another game that people brought up. Well, Overcooked is a popular, casual game. He's like, no, it's not. It's a hardcore gamer game, and blah 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 blah. My wife hates it. Why would my wife want to cook? She doesn't want to cook now or some shit, right?
I fucking hate that game.
It's great. I love it.
No, I end up because co-op with my daughter and she's fucking lazy. She never does any.
You're trying to kill her. Fucking cut those vegetables.
Yeah, I'm running between the sink and the fucking cooker, and I'm like, help me out.
Me and Sidekick Max got it down pat. We had some issues. There was a couple of maps that were like, damn, this is kind of complicated. But I mean, if you just play it, you could play it casually. You don't have to try to get the best times or yell at each other. It's supposed to be goofy fun.
My interest in this console does not focus around Tommy. It does not begin and end with Tommy.
Likewise.
Lies. Your interest in the console is all about Tommy. You had no interest in the console without Tommy.
Their interest probably wouldn't have remained as long if it went for Tommy.
You're hanging on because of Tommy, right? It's fucking lie.
It mostly starts with these guys.
Let me just finish, please, because I got to get this.
I'm sorry. Go.
And I'll let you guys talk. I have to do this. So
I've said a lot.
The thing, first of all, it has nothing to do with friggin' Intellivision. I mean, Phil's the CEO of Intellivision right now. Me and Mike are doing some testing. Literally, I know the console exists. I know it's coming out. It's not a scam. This was Tommy.
Oh, shut up, Chuck. Oh, fucking hell.
You're also invested in the company.
Yeah.
You have a material relationship with employees.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I repeat myself. And I know this is an instance where I'm going to be repeating myself. But something coming out, producing a product, does not mean it's not a scam.
Yeah.
Right? I wish they would stop. Well, it exists, so it can't be a scam. Guys, it's coming out, so it can't be a scam. They didn't run off to Nigeria with your money. Tommy's not living the good life, popping champagne, so it's not a scam. That's not what a scam means. A scam means you lie to get people's money. Literally, that's it. That's the very base definition of a scam. You lie in order to extract funds from somebody who's unsuspecting of your lies. And that's what they did. They lied to the consumers. They lied to investors. They lied to the FTC. They lied to the SEC. They lied to the German government, the Bavarian government. It's the same government. It's the same government, right?
Yeah. He keeps on saying this thing, though. I know it's coming out. So he knows something we don't know, right? If he knows something we don't know, give us some details where the money
believes. He believes.
He's known it's coming out since 10/10/2020. Remember, he knew it was coming out in 2019. He knew it was coming out in 2020. He knew it was coming out last year. He knew it was coming out this year. He just knows it's coming out eventually at some point.
I'll make this promise now. If this thing makes it to mass market, if the founders and the ones that are pre-ordered come out and everybody's orders are fulfilled, I'll post a video on my channel apologizing to all these people, and you will never see me again. I'll disappear off YouTube.
No, because there's no reason to do that, because the bottom line is it's a scam, as Tony said. They lied. And it doesn't matter whether the console comes out or not.
What did they tell Elizabeth Holmes? They told Elizabeth Holmes.
The thing is, Bob, I believe that's so fucking unlikely, so far from reality, because it's going to cost them more money to produce these things, the founders and the pre-orders, than it would make sense for them to do. It ain't coming out. I know it ain't coming out, but if it does, by some miracle, I'll disappear.
But what do you mean by coming out? You can't just say if it comes
founders
out.
And pre-orders. Just founders and pre-orders.
Well, then it's definitely not coming out.
All right. First off, 56K Warning says, a game doing chores? No thanks, Dad. Also, Sweet Tender reminds us that Tommy's dad did play PS2. Remember, Tommy was touting the PS2 and how the Switch was kiddie console and blah, 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 blah. But now the PS5 is too complicated. And the PS5 is basically an evolution of the PS2 controller.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for sticking around 1 inch. You won't regret it. One of us. This has been
SmackDown tomorrow.
Yeah, an unedited clip for like 20 minutes. Yeah. Geeks with lies.
Lies with cash.
Yeah. Tommy Tellerico doesn't lose. Remember, he made that video saying, "I believe in Tommy because Tommy never loses." Tommy's been a winner all his life. That's why the Amico's coming out in 2021, 2022. 2020 something. If it comes out, the haters' side melts like the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Well, yeah, it does. It does, doesn't it? Because we would be wrong at that point.
No, we
wouldn't.
If it came out 2 years ago, we would have been wrong. If it came out last year, we'd have been wrong. Hell, if it came out this year, we'd be wrong. You know, if it eventually comes out at some point, it's like, yeah, well, you proved us wrong 12 years later, right? Like, no, that's not how it works.
But that's what they will say. We did.
Well, they're going to say that regardless, even if it never comes out.
Tony, I'm surprised they're not saying it about these two fucking consoles that these two guys have got.
They did.
I'm surprised they're not saying that's a launch.
Well, not a launch, but it's because they're testing.
That's the kind of narrative that they would. That's the kind of narrative Tommy would spin. This is a soft launch. Yeah, we made it, and that's why I was saying to you when they two got their hands on that console, it was like 10 days away, 10 days after 10/10/22 or something like that. If Tommy could have hit that date, if he was still involved in the company, he would have said that that's a soft launch on 10/10/22.
He would have had them stamped.
But like the thing, releasing a console is just the start, and I don't even think they're going to have servers up and ready to release a console for games to be downloaded.
Well,
and
they don't. They don't have it already.
How long is the console going to last? Just because you release it, it's probably not going to last or be for sale for very long.
Well,
to produce these consoles that are pre-ordered and the founders are going to lose them money.
Yeah,
and they're not going to do that. They need to manufacture more than that.
Yeah,
they need to manufacture X amount to cover the costs and the fees.
There's no demand beyond the founders and the pre-orders.
There's no demand. No one's giving them credit. No one's buying the company. No one's looking at the shit show. If this thing ever comes out, right, here is the only way it comes out, is if somebody gives them money and then changes the entire system. Says, get rid of the fucking lights, get rid of the fucking controller, get rid of all this bullshit. Here's a small fucking box that has a normal controller with a wire that plays fucking digital games only, no physical. Forget the RFID, forget the blockchain, forget all the other bullshit. A stripped down version with that is Amico in name only. That's
it's basically going to have to be a Soldier Boy box at this point.
Yeah.
With an Amico branding on it.
I went too hard on Thanksgiving last night. I mixed Corona wine, champagne, whiskey, tequila. Jesus.
Fuck.
Yeah, I was the same way, man. I felt good this morning, and then like I want to say about 3 o'clock, I was like, oh, fucking all the Thanksgiving sugar. I had cheesecake and pie and cake and Danish, Jello.
Oh no! Don't start talking food. I'm getting hungry. I've been wanting a snack for ages.
I think I turned diabetic last night. All the sugar just hit me. All right.
dream to bring this to fruition from when Keith Robinson wanted to do new in television. That's
Keith Robinson never want. I hate this fucking lie. Stop telling this fucking lie, DJC. This is the biggest insult and bullshit. Tommy Tallarico approached Keith Robinson with an idea, and Keith turned it down because that's why Keith Robinson and Mike Kennedy did Television Gen 2 Kickstarter. Then after Keith died, Tommy in his scumbag nature went to Keith's funeral and convinced the widow Robinson to sell Keith's share to him.
He did it at the funeral.
At the funeral. And this is a story that Tommy tells with gusto. That this is, he was such a savvy businessman. He was so fucking smart. He showed up at the funeral and talked all the Blue Sky Rangers and Widow Robinson to sell them Keith's share. It's
That's
fucking
disgusting.
disgusting. It's disgusting. Right. We're on the same page, Bob. At the funeral.
This whole thing would never have happened without Tommy. But that's right now. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
The whole thing hasn't happened. Nothing has happened other than $17 million disappearing into the ether.
constant just attack and smearing of Tommy because it's the fun thing to do right now.
It's the fun thing to do, right? Why does he say that? Is there like a whole dedicated thing to like attacking Tommy and smearing Tommy? It's like me, Bob, Finbar, HBomberGuy, Pat, and Ian. That's about it.
Well,
Rich.
Tommy Amico as well. Let's be
Tommy
honest.
Amico, yeah. So there's like 10 people. He makes it sound like there's this like movement, like it's a fucking TikTok trend, right?
Yeah.
In this retro YouTube community, this guy, all he did was
In the retro. I'm not in the retro YouTube. Why does he say that? I'm not in the retro YouTubing community.
Yeah, I think I am.
People always say that. I've been on other channels and they're like, Tony, he's a retro YouTuber. I'm like, no, I'm not. I talk about one thing, and the Amico's not even a retro console, right? So it's like,
I think my problem is having the NES controller in my icon picture. I haven't played retro games for months, and I'm probably still part of the retro community.
Yeah, I'm not even a real gamer.
I don't think I was ever part of the retro community. Like I said, I've played modern games. I review modern games. I review games that come out recently. The Amico is the closest thing to any sort of retro connection, right? And somehow, so I'm going to show this clip real quick. That's what I was stalling.
Do people just mean when you're part of the retro gaming community because you've been playing games so long that because you played games since
No, they literally mean that you talk about retro gaming.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to show this clip. If you've known me long enough, you'll know you can kind of tell when I'm stalling while I'm doing something. And that's what I was doing. I was stalling. So I can show you this clip from Next Level Gaming. That man right there at the bottom here, this is Thomas Tallarico, and he's going to tell us a story. Tommy, tell us a story.
Hopefully he's looking down, loving every minute of this.
Fuck.
And so
that was Keith Robinson that he was hoping.
This is the funeral story.
At his life celebration, I'll say, because I hate the word funeral, and it wasn't a funeral. People were there celebrating the life of Keith Robinson. I actually, I reached out to the other people who were the shareholders, which again were all people who worked at in television since the early 80s and after. And I said, what's going to happen to the company now? And they're like, gosh, Keith was the heart.
Keith Robinson has died, and Tommy's biggest concern remember, Keith Robinson, his good friend, his biggest concern wasn't what's going to happen to Keith's wife. Is Keith's children going to be okay? Does the family need anything? No. His biggest concern was, hey, what's going to happen with that Intellivision name?
And soul, and I know he was talking to you and he wanted to bring you in. I said, look, I have a vision. I want to invite you all over my house to present you with my vision. And they're like, okay. And so we talked about it there. And then about a week later, we come to my house. I had all my Intellivision stuff, my games, my boxes, every freaking thing possible that in television ever did, and I had it all over my room where I was having this meeting. So they like walk in and they're like, "Who is this weirdo?"
Wait. So Tommy says he knew all these people beforehand. Tommy knew Keith Robinson. He was good friends. He knew the Blue Sky Rangers. So why would this be a surprise to anybody that you were an Intellivision fan, that you had these Intellivision things, right? This part of the story is not making any sense. It'd be like if Finbar came over to my house and he was surprised that it had the Amico show, right? Because he already knew about it. This is something we've talked about. Finbar would only be surprised if it was not Finbar, if it was someone, if I was bullshitting about Finbar knowing about this, right?
I'd be smuggling that fucking shell out of your house if I came over.
Yeah. But of course, that's not the only version of the story. Because Tommy's told it on multiple occasions. So let's hear another Tommy version of this story. This is from Two Tails. Used to be Anthium Two Tails. Now it's just Two Tails. He's using the blur effect to hide himself and his child. But here's Tommy looking haggard. Tommy, tell us how you got the television name.
So, in the same vein of like, where did this come from? You got a chance to be on the Completely Necessary podcast last night.
Yes.
You were showing some of the diagrams of the original concepts.
Yeah.
So, when in your mind did the Amico become the Amico?
Hi, Tommy.
Hello.
Well,
So Keith Robinson, who was the former president of Intellivision, and who none of us would even be knowing each other or talking to each other if not for him keeping the name alive for 20 years. He approached me. We were talking at a game convention, and he was talking about having me be involved with Intellivision because he knew how passionate I was about it. And
yet somehow he went with Mike Kennedy. See, this is where the story always falls apart, right? Keith Robinson did a Intellivision Gen 2 Kickstarter with Mike Kennedy. Tommy, who's a self-professed millionaire Tommy, gave like $5,000 to the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter's goal was like $100,000. Tommy, who wanted to be really involved with this company. Keith Robinson, who wanted Tommy to be involved with this company. Somehow, Tommy wasn't able to give $100,000 to make the Intellivision Gen 2 a thing. Why would that be? Anybody? Bueller?
Why would that be?
Either because Tommy wasn't good friends with Keith, Tommy was never asked to be part of the company, or Tommy never cared about Intellivision beyond self-promotion.
All three of those.
Or all three. Or all of the above. D for all of the above, right? Because Tommy obviously had the money to start Intellivision Entertainment. So why didn't you contact Keith? Keith's a good friend. You pick up the phone, you say, "Hey, Keith, I see that the Kickstarter's not doing well. I got the money. I could back this horse. Cut me in as a shareholder. Cut me in as a partner. And we'll get this bad boy knocked out. We'll get the Intellivision name back out there. Put those Gen 2 games out."
Or would it not be possible that he wanted that to fail so that he could pick the bones that was left? Because he wanted the name. He obviously saw value in the name.
Sweet Jenna says because he's not actually rich. But let's hear the rest of the story.
And that's when I told him, I said, and I was kind of only half joking, but I was kind of joking in that I said, well, look, what we really should do is just create a new Intellivision, like a whole new console. And he says, that would be something you'd have to do, Tommy,
So basically, Keith probably said, he's like, we should do a console. He's like, nah, Tommy, that's not what we want to do. Maybe you could do a console, but not us. And Tommy took that as Keith was inviting me to be part of Intellivision to make a new Intellivision console.
Because he knew I had a lot of contacts and I could raise money and I was good at marketing and all that stuff.
Yeah.
We see how great he is at marketing, guys. And raising money.
Gary's on his way.
Okay, Gary's on his way. Oh, shit.
Nice.
So, so we started talking about that opportunity and we'd see each other. And that was, I'd say, going back 5 years ago. And
so that was 7 years at this point. So 7 years ago, Tommy claims in 2005 that him and Keith Robinson were in discussions to create a new console. It's funny. I've never seen this anywhere else, right? You would think that this would be something that Keith would have talked about. Keith has done multiple interviews with the Intellivisionaries podcast. And I've gone back. I've scrubbed through those interviews. I've seen none of this. None of this mentioned that me and Tommy were in talks to create a new console, or I'm working on some new console.
And we talked about it for basically a year and a half, 2 years. Every time we'd like get together, or he'd come over my house for my birthday or something, party, or we'd see each other at a convention, and we'd always, oh man, we got.
And again, Keith came over to his house for birthday parties. How come we've never seen any of those?
Yeah. Sierra bullshit. Oh, I did that wrong.
Bravo,
Sierra bullshit.
Bravo, Sierra.
Yeah.
That is 4 a.m., Bob.
True.
Yeah, we'll let you slide on that one, Bob. We'll let you slide. But yeah, we've seen no pictures. Tommy's really quick to pull out pictures of other people, famous people. But you would think they would be like, "Hey, look, Keith Robinson was at my fucking birthday party," right? You think that would be a thing that Tommy would show around?
There are not many photos of them together, are there?
No.
If any.
Now, would it surprise anybody, if I said 7 years ago, Mike Kennedy and Keith Robinson did the Intellivision Gen 2 Kickstarter?
No, it wouldn't surprise me because I've heard you mentioning it before.
Right. So Tommy says 7 years ago, him and Keith were in discussions to do a new console. While publicly, Keith was making a Gen 2 Kickstarter to try to bring new versions of the games to the public.
Well, that's all he wanted to do, wasn't it? He just wanted to stay in the software side and keep the brand
Yeah.
alive by repackaging the old games.
Yeah.
It's never interesting in this new that was Mike Kennedy and
Tommy backed it. Tommy, we discussed that. We discussed how Tommy backed it. He could have apparently backed the whole thing and, made it a success, but he didn't. Because again, they were trying to raise $100,000, and Tommy didn't donate $100,000, right?
that's why I'm thinking he just dipped the tip of his dick in rather than going balls deep because he wanted to keep Keith on side while still hoping it failed.
He was hoping it failed. He wanted to be like, look, see, I cared about it. But at the same time, he was pissed about the whole going with Mike Kennedy over him. And you know who else was involved in that whole situation? I've talked about this before. So bonus points if you've been paying attention.
Oh, I should know this one.
You should know this one. It's going to be
I'm
on
really
the test.
invested in this.
Who was involved in the Generation 2 Kickstarter as one of Mike Kennedy's business partners?
Wouldn't be Phil, would it?
What was that?
Phil Adam.
It was, in fact, Phil Adam, who was part of Retro Studios, which was the company that was behind the Generation 2 Kickstarter updated games. And they were going to make new retro-style games. Retro Action Entertainment is the name of the company that Phil Adam and Mike Kennedy were involved in.
Wow. So Phil Adam was way more involved with Mike Kennedy than just being hired by the Kili.
They were fucking friends, Bob. They were good friends. They apparently met on a plane and
Yeah, that story's bullshit. But yeah, I remember now.
I mean, not only were they friends, but Phil Adams, see Phil, Sweet and Tender pays attention. Not only was Phil Adams part of this Kickstarter, but Phil Adams was part of the other two Mike Kennedy projects. One was a Netflix for video games. It was basically GameFly, but instead of getting games, you would trade games in. So you would send in your copy of, say, God of War, and then you'd be able to pick a game, and then you'd get that game.
Right.
He was part of that company too, Phil Adams.
That sounds sketchy.
But remember, Phil Adam didn't know a lot about the chameleon. He wasn't,
Yeah.
wasn't that deep in it.
So, I mean, fuck me for, doing the investigating, right? Fuck me for.
Kindly old Phil Adam running the Intellivision company out of the goodness of his heart.
With a six pack of beer in his hand.
Yeah. So again, because we like to say things, right? And we're going to take a sidetrack from our sidetrack. Never been done before.
Evil, recalculate.
Yeah, recalculate. Okay, so this is the Intellivision Gen 2 Kickstarter. There is Tommy Tallarico 7 years ago. Proud to be backing this. Let's help make these guys. Let's help these guys make this a reality by spreading the word on Facebook and Twitter. So that's Tommy. If you go to the campaign, you'll see that the campaign was started by Retro Action Entertainment Inc. Okay, we're all familiar with that.
Wait, so Tommy put $5,000 in and it ended at 6,800.
I suppose he put in $5,000. I don't remember where I got that number. I could be wrong.
Can you see the pledges? Can you see the?
You can see 3 backers at 200. There's 13 backers at 100. There's 12 backers at 75.
It'll be less than 5K then, won't it?
Yeah, 46 backers at 25, 81 at 15. I mean, someone could do the calculations. I think there was one at a high tier. That's why I assumed it was Tommy. Well, there was one 500.
Can you click on the number of backers and does it tell you?
No, it just says backer.
Okay.
There was one at 1,000, so maybe Tommy was at the 1,000, so he could be a guest at the Blue Sky Rangers Southern California reunion. January 2016, by the way. That was when they reunion. When did Keith die?
No idea.
Oh, it was
2018?
No, it was before 2018. I think it was 2016.
So maybe he pledged 1,000 and then went to the reunion and was like, guys, let me buy the company. Okay, so Retro Action. We've seen that Retro Action Entertainment started that, right? We're all on the same page? Okay. So this is the California Open Corporates, the open database for the corporate world. Retro Action Entertainment, Inc. As we can see, the additions of Officer Phil Adam as the Chief Executive Officer.
Oof.
Shortly before being dissolved.
What?
Yes,
he was appointed. I need to try and get my head around your fucking stupid dating system. So it was
still going on in the company, but as you can see,
right,
Phil Adam, Chief Executive Officer.
But he was appointed the day it was dissolved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, it was changed from dissolved to terminated.
Right. You've got different terminology. It's in liquidation and then liquidated, so dissolved to terminated is the same thing.
But so Phil Adam was part of this company.
Phil Adam was the guy who closed the doors.
Yeah. But also he was a part of it earlier in its life cycle.
Well, yeah, it would have to be the last man standing, wouldn't he?
And again, that was the company that Mike Kennedy, started to make these Gen 2 Kickstarter games and other games. They're actually trying to make other games. But I think they made one game besides the Intellivision Kickstarter games.
Bob Ross. We had Tommy sign day television paperwork and old boys coughing.
Dog.
Fucking surprised me.
Yeah, they made a game in 2015 called Chicken Shift. So, I mean, it was basically 4 chickens laying an egg, and you had to try to like move pipes in order to get the eggs into the carton at the bottom.
Wow.
Sounds right for an Amico port. That.
I bet you they probably were working on one. That was going to be one of the exclusives. But for some reason, it's on a mod database. It's weird. Which makes me wonder if that was actually a game that they just changed. I'm trying to get the video up. Hold on.
Yeah, Potion. That's kind of when I heard about Phil. That was kind of how I heard he was painted as the gravedigger of companies.
Yeah, that was supposed to be. Yeah, that was meant to be his speciality, that he was there to strip the assets at the end, sell off what was sellable.
The Hatchet Man. All right,
Yeah.
so here it is. Here's the mind-blowing fucking game. Remember, 2015, this was released.
Oh my days.
That's like some shit you find on Newgrounds, isn't it?
Those character designs, yeah. Number one, they're obviously a rip-off of Angry Birds, but number two, they're a rip-off of South Park as well.
You know what? I didn't notice that until you said that. Bob.
Fuck Angry Birds.
Look, we got Stan on the right, Cartman, Kyle, and Kenny.
And that's all you do. You just try to get the eggs to go down.
This is fucking shovelware shite, this.
You got to manipulate the eggs to go into the cart.
Yeah. Games I downloaded from Kazaa, 56k, yeah, and you got a free virus with it. A fucking exe file that blue screens your system.
All right. What's up, RJ? Yeah, 2015. That's an Amico. It was probably going to be an Amico exclusive at some point. It was one of those games that they're saving, holding it back. All right. I think we're done with our sidetrack to our sidetrack.
We turned into a sidetrack. That was a triple sidetrack.
All right.
Do a more in-depth professional. Like I said, he's a million.
Does Nick not know that there is a mute button?
I think
it's just stick now, in it. This thing.
Well, it's not even the eating; it's just a rustling. Like.
I think he's aware. He knows what he's doing, and he's trolling.
Yeah, I think he is now. He's playing up to it.
Million plus subs channel that's getting more attention on it because he's like, man, I can make some money and some clicks off this, and I guarantee you, he made a lot off of that. But the one thing is most of this stuff you could just look up the serious facts, like, and I'll just put up another example. As people do
most of this stuff, you can look up the serious facts. Okay, Chuck is going to give us the serious facts behind this. I'm ready for it, Chuck. Give it to me, baby. Give it.
There's this thing going around. Look at all these celebrities where they Photoshop Tommy Tallarico shirts on them. What a loser, blah, blah, blah. Dude, you know that was a running joke between Electric Playground and Tommy, and they did that on the website and like years ago.
If it was a running joke, then you'd be able to provide evidence of such running joke. It was not a running joke. It was Tommy literally trying to say that celebrities were wearing his shirt.
Even if it was a running joke, it doesn't matter because he was misleading people.
Well, it's not a running joke because a running joke you don't put celebrities on your website as wearing your shirt, right? A running joke requires people to actually talk about it. So you would have to have evidence. We say, oh, look, this was something they talked about on Reviews on the Run or Electric Playground over and over again.
But that's what he's saying. He's saying it's easy to debunk. So go ahead, Chuck, debunk it.
Well, that is his debunk. He's just going to say things.
The fact that he's saying it, the fact that somebody's told him that it was a running joke. But then he did invest $1,000, so.
Do you guys believe it? Do you think?
I'll believe it when I see receipts. If he wants to say that that's what that is, I'll believe that when I see receipts. I'm not going to deny that if I see evidence that it was a running joke. But there is no evidence out there. If there was, we would have seen it by now.
Yeah, but this is Tommy Tallarico, revisionist master. He will say it was a running joke after the fact, even when it wasn't, and try to spin it as fact.
And they'll believe him.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, because this has never been brought up before by Chuck. Tommy probably told him, or he made this up whole cloth, just invented this story.
The joke was that they photoshopped shirts.
Didn't they show that
celebrities.
on Electric Playground? I haven't watched Electric Playground.
Yeah,
I've just heard
probably.
stories.
But I'm saying you're rehashing
Probably,
stuff.
yeah, it was probably on there. I mean, could go back and look, but why fucking bother? So he just admitted it himself that he doesn't even really know if that was on there or not. It's just that was probably on there. Something I heard.
He also admits he doesn't care. He just wants to spin it. Probably. I'll just spin it anyway. I'm not going to double check.
Of course not. That would require work. Chuck's not going to do work. Nick's not going to do work. He's the geek historian. He doesn't need to do work, damn it.
Well, Chuck is doing work. He's busy in beta testing.
This is true. Remember, it literally said famous people seen wearing a Tommy Tallarico Studios t-shirt. That was literally what it said on the website. There was no indication anywhere that this was a joke.
And making it like it's this big deal. Same with like the awards or the Hall of Fame stuff. Do we really care that much? Like he said this was a bottle cap, not a bottle opener. Like it's really getting
a bottle cap versus a bottle opener. It's two pretty different things. Wildly different. You can't open bottles with a bottle cap, Chuck. But hand wave away Tommy's lies. Tell me how it's okay that he told stories and lied.
Well, it does. He's the one who cares so much, obviously, about it. But yeah, we do care because it paints a bigger picture of what the guy's about and how he conducts himself and how he just lies about everything. And it makes more sense that he would lie to investors with the information put in that video.
If anything, painting Tommy as a pathological liar, you can say, well, Tommy's got a disease, right? Tommy can't control himself. By saying, no, Tommy's willfully lying. He knows he's lying. That's a lot worse, right?
Yeah, the first one you could be sympathetic towards.
Yeah. But again, these guys, they're not very smart, right? Not very intelligent.
so nitpicky, and I don't really see most of these facts holding up. Do I know everything? I don't. But from meeting the guy, he's genuine, he's nice, and yeah, I still keep in touch with him for people that think I don't.
He's genuine and nice.
I'm calling bullshit on the. He still keeps in touch with me. Still, no, I don't believe it.
But that's all I have to say on a personal level on that. As far as in television, this console, this has nothing to do with that. So I'd like to get back to talking games and some Thanksgiving stuff.
Absolutely.
But continue what you were going to say.
Absolutely. I won't go any
That's
further
all I wanna
into it.
say.
I didn't want to go kind of line item by line item with all of this stuff.
No, I'm not going over every line item. I'm not doing.
Adam says maybe you can't open a bottle, the bottle cap. Stand corrected. It's just a joke. Hey, DJC, I'm joking too. Can you unblock me now? But you use our bad joke. So what's the punchline? There is no punchline. Tommy says, I think it's more likely that someone on G4, one of the other shows, made fun of his website because it was obvious Photoshop, and they were just clowning on him the way you guys are. Probably. That I could believe. I could believe someone saying that and be like, no, it was a joke, guys. It was just a joke. Tony is wrong. You can open a bottle with a bottle.
You can open a bottle with a lot of things.
Technically, you probably can. But you can't cap a bottle with a bottle opener. So
highlight Justice, Tony.
Which one?
Please.
This one?
Right, yeah, Justy, I get that to you, me, and the 27 other people here, it is about the Amico. I understand that, but from somebody coming from the outside watching HBomberGuy's video for the first time, they'll see 10 minutes of or 15 minutes of the Amico. The rest of it is about a man and the way he's lied throughout his life. They're not talking about it in the sense of him getting investment for this console. We know about all that, but it's about him. They very, very rarely mention the name Amico. If you looked at the transcript and look for Amico, you'll find it a few times. I know what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. And I agree with you on that point because we're interested in the console. But it is about Tommy. That's why not many other people who were in and around it were mentioned.
Yeah, again, Amico isn't even tagged. It's not even a television. Amico, none of it is tagged in the video.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm starting to wonder how much effect this video is going to have. Well, it will have an effect, but to what degree? Because it's not about the Amico. It's about Tommy Tallarico. The only reason we care is because there's a brief mention of Amico and we know Tommy Tallarico.
That's where I can see
Are
where Justice,
people?
yeah, I can see where Justice is coming from.
Are people actually going to look into the Amico from the 2-hour video?
And that's the thing, and they probably will after this. I mean, if they're really interested, it's quite a rabbit
Well, I don't
hole.
know. There's so much about Tommy Tallarico in that video, and the Amico is a brief thing. If someone's coming in fresh and they watch that video, the Amico is a very small part of that video. They might be interested to see what other lies Tommy has said, but they might overlook the Amico.
Sweet. The reason why they wouldn't tag Amico is because, especially from H-Bomberman's point of view, is he was making a video about the guy. It wasn't about the console. H-Bomberman doesn't care about this like we care about it. He hasn't pre-ordered one like you have.
Yeah. HBomberGuy probably didn't even hear about the Amico until he looked into Tommy.
And then when he looked into it, when he looked and he fell down the rabbit hole, he saw this 2.5 years worth of fucking mental nonsense that's been going on and thought, this is
fuck, when did it become 3.5 hours? I could have swore we just said we just said it was like 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Where did that hour go?
Fuck. What's up, Gary? Tony can spend 3 hours
Hi,
dissecting 20 minutes of information on Tommy's relation to Amico. HBomberGuy did like 16 minutes of a 2-hour video game. What's up, Gary?
What's up, fellas?
Yo.
52K Warning says that Tommy's reputation has been trashed for decades and it's coming to light to the new age internet kids. Tommy went at Groove Raider been going to E3 since the beginning. I didn't know about that. That's interesting. Send me something about that in more detail somewhere. So what's your take, Gary, so far?
What are they talking about? I haven't seen I didn't watch this week's episode.
They're talking about the Oof video from HBomberGuy. Do you want us to start back at the beginning? We can restart the video.
No.
Have you seen the HBomberGuy video, Gary?
I have not.
Oh my god.
Maybe I have.
No, it's a 2-hour video. You'd know.
Yeah, Gary here recalculating 11-hour stream. All right, let's see what else they got to say.
Doing that. This isn't that's not what this podcast is for. Okay.
Yeah.
Realistically, at the end of the day, this podcast.
What is this podcast for? Tell me, Nick.
Podcast is to hang out with you guys, to chat, and to talk games. That's really all it's about. Whether it's the Amico,
and to shill the Amico.
Whether it's Sega, whether it's TurboGrafx, whether it's modern, whether it's retro, whatever, whatever we're interested in at the time, that's what we want to bring you guys. The main reason I'm still here, like I said when Chuck was here, is these two guys right here. If the console comes out, great. I have a console. I don't expect anything. I don't get paid anything. I don't care one way or another. If it comes out, I have a product. If not, I took a risk on a startup company, and I feel like that's what I wanted to do.
I just love how he just, fuck it. These guys lied to me, and they strung me along, and they've treated me like shit. But who cares? It's the Amigos we made along the way.
Yeah.
I mean, he's fine to feel that way. I have no problem with Nick feeling that way. Like, I understand he's like, he at the beginning, he's seen like, okay, if I lose this money, it's not a big deal. Yeah, to you, just as long as you were clear and honest with your viewers. And I mean, I haven't watched everything of that Nick made, regarding the Amico, but
I don't watch anything. Nick. I tried to watch some Nick videos, and they were so boring and full of misinformation. I had to turn them off. 56K warning says Crank That is back. What's up, Gary? You been cranking it?
No, it's been a while. It's been a while since I cranked it.
What? I thought you said that the Playdate was the greatest system ever, and you would never get tired of it, and you'd play it all the time, and it was small.
I don't think I quite said that. No, it's great for what it is.
I thought they had like monthly or seasonal games, which would always keep you interested in it.
From what I hear, just from what they've said and what they've released, I mean, the wording is that they want to do a second season, but that hasn't happened yet. So.
He's a busy man. He hasn't got time to crank it. Do you, Gary?
Oh, I've been just working nonstop, so it's I'll have the energy to crank it.
Hold on, I'm entering an email. Multitasking. I'm learning.
Hit play anyway. Where are you going?
I still stand by that. I still want the product. Anything that goes around Tommy or any of this other stuff goes on, if they can bring out the console, that's all I want them to do. I want them to focus on bringing out the console. So I'm hoping they're ignoring this and all this other drama and just currently working on bringing out a console.
The real journalist.
Real journalist. He's going to tell everybody how he's wearing a DJC shirt. I can see it already. He doesn't care. He wants all three people that work on the Amico to focus on the Amico. Meanwhile, John Alvarado's shitting up the chat. You don't tell John Alvarado, get out of the chat, go work on Amico, do you?
Because at the end of the day, that's everybody's biggest complaint. I haven't got my refund and there's no console. Well, we bring out the console and we get you your refund.
What's up, Zeno?
What's next?
Yeah.
Hopefully, we all just either walk away like we did with the VCS.
There will be cliff
and
notes.
let people play it that want to have fun with it.
Well,
I don't think you guys gave the VCS this much hell, quite frankly.
VCS got a lot of hell. A lot of hell.
Yeah, for a lot of wrong reasons.
Oh, Bob. We know you're a VCS shill.
No, VCS.
Not anymore, he's not. Do you not hear his fucking tirade against the crap controller that he got?
Oh, yeah, that's right. But it's funny. We got a VCS shill, a Playdate shill. Do you like the Amiga, Finbar?
The Amiga?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a fucking reach back, Tony.
No, they just came out with a new one.
Yeah,
but I heard that was I heard that was trash.
We had an Atari ST, not an Amiga.
I was gonna say it's gonna be a full boat of people backing shitty consoles.
No, I tell you what, I was a shell for though. The Sega Saturn. What a fucking mistake that was.
What
being a shell for it is a mistake, Bob.
Yeah.
I couldn't get games for it near the end. Some shops stopped stocking games. I couldn't even get a game. I wanted it.
Yeah, that's true.
I was a shill for the Sega CD. I thought that was gonna be fucking future.
I love the Sega CD.
Yeah, but then it fucking died. They moved on to the next console. I was like,
the library just wasn't there. It was there, like it's a nostalgia. It's not a nostalgic system, but I mean the game's there for me, at least. But for the masses, it didn't do so well.
Well, it didn't do so well because you needed a Sega. It was an add-on.
Yeah.
And then the games really weren't there.
It still has a game
that really is its biggest problem, is that it was an add-on, and the fact that like people are just confused by shit like that. So I feel like that's why it failed.
If you're just an add-on to the add-on, they had a fucking 32X that you plugged into the top of it.
Right.
Well, I
that was
think
too
part of it
much
too was
for me.
They had two different Sega CDs too. They had the fucking
right.
original version and then the one that was on the side.
Well, that was for the Mega CD. That was for the Mega Drive too.
Yeah, that was designed for the smaller Mega Drive.
Right.
We had three different models. Well, depending on how you want to look at it.
But you had a small Sega too. There was a small Genesis too that went with the Sega CD too. The Model 2 Genesis went with the Model 2 Sega CD.
Right.
Yeah.
You got the one that sits on the bottom, and then the one that's on the side. That's the
one I got. I got the one that sits.
I think that's a Model 1. That's the one I got. Is the one on the side.
No, that's Model 2.
Is it
Model 1
2?
is the one
okay.
on the bottom.
On the bottom, yeah. I don't have that. That's got the automatic disc tray, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ejects or whatever.
Yeah.
Justy,
And
on
then they
the,
got
on the
the
sorry, Gary. Just
go
on
ahead,
the point
go
of
ahead.
Sega Saturn games, I had a copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga for the Sega Saturn, and I got rid of it for about 15 quid.
Got it.
And if you look on eBay now, it's worth almost £1,000.
Yeah, it's
Well,
crazy.
that's what they sell
One of those
for.
games.
That's what they're advertised for. You can get them for a lot cheaper.
Yeah, but mine was in mint condition. The mint condition ones, all complete in box with manual and everything, goes for a fortune, and I had all that, and I gave it. I got rid of it. I sold it to fucking Electronics Boutique.
It happens. Everybody's.
And I ended up with South Park on the PS1. That was my.
Oh.
From the sound of it,
trade.
Tony got rid of a lot of classic PS1 classics, so don't feel bad.
Oh yeah.
Who did, Tony?
Yeah, I sold like 100 PS1 games, and I think I got like 150. It was either 150 to $200.
And you could have got a lot more. It hurts,
Oh
doesn't
yeah.
it?
I mean, you would have had to hold on to it for a long time.
I had all the RPGs, basically any RPG that came out back
no.
then, complete in box.
Rip. Those are worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
Even Final Fantasy VII now, even though it's so mass produced, it goes for a fair penny.
Yeah, the non platinum version, yeah, the original.
Right.
I'm still holding on to mine, Bob. I'm keeping mine. I've got like a few like that. Vib Ribbon as well goes for quite a bit. I've got that complete with a poster and everything.
Sega CD is the shit though. CDX.
The Sonic CD has the best soundtrack on any retro console.
I have such a love-hate relationship with Sonic CD. It's
Sega made retailers mad by being exclusive to Toys R Us at first. That is true. But again, not to get too sidetracked by the Sega CD talk. What would be the killer game, right? What's the killer app?
for Sega CD.
Yeah.
Night Trap.
I mean,
see, there's really nothing. Night Trap, and that game's not great.
I mean, there was no game that really sold the system, but
there are great games.
There was some
for it.
really
They're
there was some
fantastic
oddities.
games, right?
Yeah, the FMV ones were all like oddities, and they were like something new. Road
Purple
Avenger was
CD.
quite cool as well.
They had
I
some
love all
decent
those
games,
games.
but nothing. Eternal Champions is for Sega CD.
Yeah,
I love that.
I mean,
game.
you had
but it's kind of
you had Lunar, you had
both Lunars, the two Lunar games.
KO is not bad for a shooter.
Silpede was awesome as well.
Yeah.
If anybody's
All right.
played that.
Let's bring this train back around.
And it seems like the retro community has become a community that anytime anything new that comes out that's not a flashback, that uses an old IP that somehow you think you own to do something new, you get your hackles up.
Only do 4.
And that
This is not true.
Yeah,
Nick was
I
making it
defended.
sound-
I defended the VCS. I didn't get my heckles up.
Well, the Coleco Chameleon had, when it came out, when it was announced, everyone got behind it. When the VCS was announced, people got behind it. When the Amico was announced, people got behind it. It's not until the lies are being exposed that people are like, "Oh shit, this might not be what we thought it was," right?
Right.
Yeah.
So him acting like, the immediate response was that people hated it or people were attacking it. It's not true. It's 100% factually incorrect.
that's bullshit because you don't own it.
Right.
Like it or not, Tommy owns a television.
No, that's not
Tommy doesn't. Thank you, Rab. Tommy doesn't own a television.
Tommy owns a share of it. So does Stephen Roney. So does why is the names escaping me?
Tommy doesn't own Intellivision at all. He owns the brand, the Intellivision name, but the company Intellivision he doesn't own. He owns Intellivision Entertainment, which he had to start because the other company already existed.
Shiny Entertainment.
Dave Perry.
Dave Perry. Thank you. Yeah, there's a number of owners on among the principals.
But the point is they own it. They can do what they want to with
Right.
it.
I get what Nick's trying.
They can do what they want. They can lie, cheat, and steal. It's okay. I like the VCS. Nick has been angry at the chats lately. He was mad in Saggy's too. Why was he mad in Saggy's chat?
But I also get
Happy-
the audience's
happy
point as
Thanksgiving,
well.
boys.
You do feel sentiment attachment to it. You do feel like you have
People that are upset they didn't get the refund is not about sentiment. People that are
No.
exposing lies is not about sentiment because the system isn't what they wanted it to be. This is gaslighting to the extreme.
you have a personal emotional investment in something like the Intellivision brand, and you have a personal emotional attachment in something like Atari, and it hurts to see someone do something with the brand that you are attached to that you disagree with. You know, that's that you can't just dismiss outright either. I mean, that's a valid response as well. I just think, you know, that there is a lot that I know that we know, haven't had conversations with the company, that they are trying to do and trying to get out and still on top. And if people,
so the company has lied and gaslit you guys, so you can lie and gaslight your audience. If the company is trying these things, why isn't the company making public statements about it? Come on, use that thing in your head.
I thought we were getting a 1999 super chat there.
No, PJ Smith is giving super chats.
people think, okay, they did something that was wrong, there are avenues that you can go to address things that are legitimately wrong. If you think that something is being done that is illegal, like if they didn't report something like they should have reported with the SEC, I think still talking about Jay Allard months after he left was misleading. And it was...
It's a big word to use.
I mean, yeah, but also something I've seen on the Reddit is it might be more costly for some people to fight this for what they're going to get out of it. Why would you? And also the company's broke. So, and there's protections because it's an LLC and other reasons. So it's not as easy just to file a lawsuit. I think it's class action was one of the things. I don't know enough to comment really.
Well, class action, if there's no money to be squozen out of the rock, right?
Yeah.
But he's saying it's misleading. Now that remember, originally it was never misleading. It was never misleading with time. They've at least now transitioned to, well, it was misleading to talk about Jay Allard. But RAB is going to rationalize why it's okay.
It takes them so many months
Something they
to
needed to
admit that.
Months after he left was misleading, and it was something they needed to address, and they decided not to. And the SEC came in to clarify, to make sure that that statement and any sort of misleading comments were taken care of. That is why you have organizations like that and institutions in place like that.
So when we pointed it out, you guys all called us fucking crazy. I'll be waiting for that apology. And the SEC did clarify it, and they said that Jay Allard had no material. What was the exact wording, Bob? I don't want to be wrong on this.
I don't know.
They were saying he was an advisor, right? They were talking about he was there in an advisory capacity rather than he had no.
They used the word material. He didn't have any material impact.
No material impact on the development of the console or something like that. But he'd said in a different place, I can't remember what it was, that the guy was instrumental. I think it was in the investor video.
Yeah, he said that he was
instrumental, and he's made
huge.
He's already made huge contributions. Yeah, that's the word.
Nice.
I'm a fan of going through the appropriate channels for these things. If people feel that they are being wronged by Intellivision, voice that you are feeling wrong. I support you voicing that.
People did voice it, Rab, and you called them all crazy and liars.
Yeah.
But we didn't go through the right procedures.
It's such a funny statement to not sit there and laugh when he says it.
They also voiced their desire to get a refund, and John Alvarado completely fucking ignores them in your chat. So
yeah.
Well, they didn't go the appropriate route.
Because the appropriate route didn't give them the refund.
Bob, unfortunately, you can't pick up a phone and phone them anymore or fucking email them because they don't answer that because the offices are closed. So the only way you can speak to somebody in the company is if you come into DJC's chat and talk to John.
Yeah.
It's just such a bad look. He needs to stop doing those shows.
I don't necessarily support a pylon where someone cannot go and defend themselves. I think
Tommy can defend himself. Wait, is Tommy unable to talk? Does he lose his voice? Is Tommy not able to make a video and say, "Hey, this is why it's wrong, guys. This is why what you said was incorrect"? Can he not make a post? Can he not send out an email, an official Intellivision header?
There's a point to be made. There's a point to be saying, if you think this is scam adjacent, which I think he labeled this as, then
I don't think it's scam adjacent. I think it's a scam.
Yeah, the guy.
I think he straight up called it.
Yeah, HBomberGuy insinuated heavily it was fraud without literally saying this is fraud.
Rab is like an off-brand Tommy.
That
scam,
institution,
but-
yeah, I think he said it's scam adjacent for Amico. Then there is institutions in California, institutions in Delaware that you could reach out to say, have you looked into this company, what they're doing? Is someone...
What the hell is DJC doing?
Trying
Proving
to prove
it's real.
on this because I feel uncomfortable. I have an investment. I have, a pre-order, and I've heard nothing. But on the flip side of that, yes, we have pre-orders that we have, and we do not have our pre-orders. And this is now going on 2 years since placing those pre-orders, going on 3 years.
I'm in the same boat. I've got a pre-order for 2 consoles. I bought two sets of the physical media, one which I gave to a friend. So I mean, that's the amount of money I put into it. I mean, it was my money. It was my money to spend.
Yeah,
and I spent it, and I told every single one of you that's.
It's my money to spend. It's okay that they lied and cheated and steal.
What's he going to say here? And is this the bit that John said he's going to boil my blood?
Yeah, probably.
I told every single one of you what.
The only reason we can talk shit this long is because RAB and the crew and Amico Forever try to act smart. If they acted short bus, we wouldn't even bother. This is true. This is true. If they were dopey morons, as Tommy liked to call people, then we probably would just ignore them, as we have ignored so many other people, right?
On to my channel. Do your research. Do your homework.
People are doing their research, and they're bringing it to your attention.
Invest if you think it's going to come out and you think it's going to be something you want. Otherwise,
this is not an investment. What the fuck is he
No,
talking about? They
Why is he
pre-ordered the
even-
console. It's not an investment.
Jim Jones is real. I can't.
None of that. You still want to come at me? I never told you to invest in Republico. I never told you to invest in Start Engine. I never told you.
He never told you to invest in any of those companies, guys. Don't come.
I'm sick of these people saying this. Sorry, Nick. Have to throw you under the bus here. I don't care whether you said go invest in this, but you said I bought 2 copies of the packing games. I pre-ordered 2 consoles. I believe this game is coming. I want this console to come out. That's sending the message that you believe it's okay. You believe it's coming out. People take inferences. Just because you didn't say go pre-order it, you may as well say I pre-ordered it. It seems fine to me. Why not you? I'm really annoyed with this. You don't have to specifically say something to infer something.
Bob's blood is boiling.
I mean, lots of people were talking about Republic and whether or not they should invest, and that it was a scam and all those things, right? So, I mean, it is fair. I mean, Nick literally never told anybody to invest, right? He literally didn't. I mean, it's not like I could go to Nick's channel and pull up a video of Nick telling you how Republic is a great place to invest and you probably should trust it and the Amico is not a scam, right? It's not like I could do that.
Don't tell me you've got evidence. Oh my god.
Let's take a little side trip.
Oh my god, no. No.
This is Geeks with Cash. This is Geeks with Cash's channel. Intelligent Amico and Republico. Mess, what's the deal? He says, okay, guys, you asked me to look into this scam fraud that is Republican and television. Well, here it is. Fact-checking, Kickstarter versus equity crowdfunding, the business model, fact-checking. Let's go into fact-checking.
Fact-checking. Is this information presented in the pitch true? We verify key facts, contacts, and investment.
He's telling you that Republic is awesome. They fact-check.
Oh my god.
Terms. The valid valuation cap and other terms appropriate given the startup's current stage and traction. So basically, how far can they get?
Right.
Does the startup have
Somebody, pause it, Tony. Somebody get on there now and save this because he's going to see this and he's going to take that down.
Yeah, I had to. I forgot I had the volume low, but I put the volume back up. Sweet. Sorry. But yeah, so he goes through the whole campaign. He talks about it. Tells you why it's not a scam. It's not a fraud. He's looking a lot healthier too back then. Right?
A lot less hassled.
Yeah, he doesn't seem as angry. Also, his hair looks a lot fuller.
Okay. So those are your options. If you're investing on Fig, you're going through Republico or basically a subsidiary and you're pre-ordering there. You go to GameStop, you're going through GameStop. GameStop has their agreement with Intellivision. All right. So as far as the company goes, do I think there's anything shady or unreasonable here?
Here it is, guys. Does he think there's anything shady or unreasonable? This would be the moment, right? Is he going to tell you that it's all good, it's all fine, go ahead and invest?
I couldn't find anything. Okay. I legit couldn't find anything. I looked and looked and looked, and the company seems fine. Even when you go to their website, I mean, if you've got freaking SpaceX on your site,
That aged well.
with you,
That aged very well, didn't
Oh
it?
my god. Jesus.
then you're good. My understanding is this site has finished 250 different campaigns since they started. And these are all various different campaigns that they've done. I'm familiar with Carta. I'm definitely familiar with SpaceX. If you're familiar with the space race, you're aware of SpaceX. So with that said, I can't find anything wrong with the company. So the other thing was, what about the allegations on Tommy not answering questions correctly?
Oh, this is interesting. Let's see what he has to say about this.
On their actual campaign. Okay. So let's
56K says, I hope you're downloading every video from now on. Amico Purge is near. Probably. Bob, you mean Nick being on a show called Amico Forever isn't the same as advertising for it? If I was on a show called Exxon Forever, you'd think I was a pro oil? You would think so.
Sitting shoulder to shoulder with a fucking investor as well, no less. An undisclosed investor.
Well, no, sometimes disclosed.
I
Let's
was being generous with giving him the benefit of the doubt.
50-50, Finbar. 50-50.
Well, let's see what he says about Tommy not answering questions correctly.
take a look at that. As you can see, I'm kind of exhausted on this whole thing.
He's exhausted on this whole thing. 11 minutes and 28 seconds. Yeah, into it.
As we scroll down, this is basically.
No,
their
he's been
pitch site.
exhausted for 4
As
years.
you go down, you can see comments. Now,
John Riggs.
Wait, yeah, I was just gonna say he skips by the John Riggs thing, right? Look at all these people that are no longer with the company: Tommy, Hans, Jason Enos, Kara Acker, Jay Allard. You're not with the company. Why are you listed on there, Jay Allard?
It's legit though.
It's legit. Remember, this was in January 2021, so we know that he was gone by then, right?
Oh my god.
for people that are basically investors and involved, 2 important names of note: Tommy Tallarico, of course, and Nick Richards, the COO.
Just the fact that Nick used a picture that's like fucking years old, him and Tommy using old ass pictures when they were young.
And CFO, Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer for television. Okay. As we scroll down, you're going to see these people in this conversation. So this was the other allegation of them using stock photos, which Tommy has already admitted, yes, they use stock photos because they'd rather use that money in order to basically invest in trying to get the product to launch rather than setting up photo shoots and paying people money for that. So we're just going to ditch this one, okay? This isn't part of what you guys initially asked me to look.
What, Bob? You don't remember Stock Photogate?
No, well, I do, but I'm almost like, well, that doesn't that cost? You could get someone with a house and a sofa to sit with a controller and take a picture. Well, I guess you. Wow.
Well, see, here's where everyone, the weeds, right? When we get into the weeds of things, the allegations weren't that they were stock photos, right? That was never like, we knew they were stock photos. The point was, why didn't they? If Tommy kept saying, we have the console, it's made, it's being manufactured, we're on the launch pad. The argument was always, well, if you have the product, why aren't you just using the product, right? That was evidence that the product wasn't ready. That's what the whole point was. It was never about stock photos. It was like, yes, people use stock photos, right? But But if you have the product, it's a brand new product that exists as Tommy claimed it existed, then why didn't you just have the product there for real?
Yeah. But I don't get the justification that it was. I know this is on a different tangent, but you have to buy the stock photo. You have to pay for Photoshop. You have to pay someone to Photoshop it.
Do you think they did all that, Bob?
What do you mean? Do I think they?
Do you think they actually paid and licensed for those photos? Or do you think they just kind of nicked them off the website?
Well, I mean, with Adobe Creative Cloud, you do get access to some stock photos, but I mean, I don't know.
I mean, look at Tank, Bob. We know that they know how to use Photoshop because they Photoshopped Tank, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be real easy to just go online and grab some photos and then Photoshop the Amico in, right?
True.
Also, Levon Kaysen just uploaded his HBomberGuy Oof video reaction. Thank you.
We're like 20 minutes in to the Amico Forever hour long. One reaction per stream, please.
Yeah. All right. Let's get on with this, Nick.
Again, I'm only mentioning it because it's there. Okay. So here's where the main problem starts. Alan Jeffrey. This was the name I was given. Television CEO stated Amico is not a crowdfunding game console, but Republic classifies this investment offering as a crowdfunding campaign, which is not allowed in Ontario. Is this correct? What protection does the SEC provide for my investment, stock, share, or quality purchase? Are there potential returns completely arbitrary? And what's the likelihood I could receive nothing for my investment entirely? Okay. So
can you turn this up, Tony?
Basically gets answered.
No, that's it. That's as high as it goes. Nick's video is just really low.
By Chuck Pettit. Okay. This guy owns Republic Co. He basically works for Republic Co.
It's not Republic Co, idiot. It's Republic.co.
Oh. And I have to find him. I apologize. This is a little disorganized. It's been a long day. Here he is.
Control F.
Cultural GP at Rainmake, worked at Merrill, Pinnacle, beta founder, active.
Get back to the point.
If you invest, you're purchasing preferred shares of Fig Publishing Inc. The offering was qualified by the SEC, and Fig is a Reg A plus reporting company. The SEC does not provide protections to investors. It is a regulator which supervises the contact to the industry participants. SEC qualification is not.
We don't need you to read all that, Nick. We just care what Tommy says.
Oh, that was juicy though. Still, I might have to rewatch this video. I mean, watch it for the first time.
Tommy says, we'll read it faster than Nick. It says, hi. Tommy says, hi. I just wanted to add to the discussion of your first question. I personally do not consider Regulation A investment on the same level or category as reward crowdfunding, such as Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Well, Tommy, it doesn't give a shit what you think, right? The government doesn't care what you consider, right? The government only cares what is in their thing. And Regulation A is crowdfunding investment, right? He says those platforms are mostly used to take a vision from idea to reality. An idea to reality. You mean like you have taken money in order to make your idea a reality because you didn't have anything, Tommy. We were working at Amico almost 3 years before getting our SEC Reg A approval. Hope that clears it up. You for 3 years you worked on nothing.
Wait,
nothing.
When was this? When was this? 2021.
Yeah, so 2018.
2018.
So what is SEC Reg A approval then?
It's just basically we want to offer crowdfunding investment. It's so that smaller investors can invest in it.
Be honest, I would not have made this statement. It's not that it's a bad statement. It's just I would have let your CFO handle it. So you just wanted to add to the discussion about the first question. I personally do not consider Regulation A investment on the same level or category as a...
Yeah, we just read that. We just read that for you, Nick. Nick Richards. Good old Nick. He's another one that caught lying. They have 2 special editions. Look at that. You guys could watch this video. I'll put the video in the chat in case you want to watch this before Nick purges it. But we got to get back to the main event.
Somebody download that video now, please. I would do it, but I'm lazy.
I would do it, but I'm live streaming at the moment.
I would do it, but I have trouble with those downloading websites.
Why not react to the 2-hour video? Oh, shit. Come on, Evil. People reacting to HBomberGuy's 2-hour video in under 1 hour is BS. Like Saki just clout chase? Yeah. I mean, there's no way to react to a video in less time than the video is.
Nah, if you don't pause it after every 3 words, you're not fucking reacting properly.
Yeah.
That's why you come here.
I mean, if you want to do like a whole recap, like I'm going to just recap my thoughts in a small video, then okay. But if you're going to react live like this, you gotta get in the nitty gritty like we do.
Yeah, we're lucky we've got somebody like Sweet and Tender to fucking cut all the crap out.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to it.
I want you to pre-order a console if you didn't think it was going to make it. I don't think so, son.
It was more like us talking about how much what we were doing, but and how much we liked it. But it wasn't like we.
You know, it's not like I could go back to Chuck's channel and pick up a video of Chuck telling you that you better pre-order now to lock in the prices.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't think you could do that, Tony.
You don't think I could do that?
Could you?
I'm pretty sure I could. If I put
He's
my
playing
mind
for time.
to it. Thank you, Bob. I am. Because I didn't think Chuck was going to say that. And there is a video. He makes so many videos. When was the Phil Adam thing? That was the beginning of the year, right?
Oh, the one where Phil Adams said the price was rising.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been.
That was the end of last year. The end of last year.
I think it was in this. I think it was in this year, Gary. I'm pretty sure it was in this year.
If you can't find it at the beginning of the year, then I would check last year around like November, around this time. Because I think that's when it was said. It was said just before the holiday.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm fairly sure it was 2022. But I could be wrong.
You can't be wrong. I don't think you guys are wrong.
I'm having a look.
It was 9 months ago when it came. Oh no, I'm looking at something else. 9 months ago, it came out that Phil Adams was working for Coleco.
So when the hell was that stream? Come on.
I'm telling you, that was the one John was in, right?
No. John had gone by then.
No, John was there for Phil because Phil was on John's
Was
channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
That's how I remember it.
It was Smash that jumped when Phil Adam became CEO. John jumped after.
Yeah.
I can't find it. Maybe is he taking it down? He isn't taking it down, is he?
I'm trying to remember if it was the live stream that Chuck did, or if it was a video.
That wasn't. Chuck didn't do that one. That was
No,
John
but he did an update on it. You know, he talked about it, and he's like, "You guys."
Oh, I know what you're
lock
talking about.
in
Is right around that same time, right? That's
Yeah.
what
So
you're
the
looking
live
for.
stream. The live stream
He's
was
not.
John's.
Yeah, he's not. He's not looking for that stream. He's looking for right around what time that
Right.
was. Because that's Chuck would have made this video like right after that.
Yeah, sweet. It's the one where Chuck says, "Get it locked in now," while it's.
He did say,
You're all
I know Tony's right on this.
Yeah,
I've
I
heard
remember. Even I remember this. Yeah.
Sweet's gonna do the legwork for us, I think.
So 7 months ago was the update GameStop one controller, but I don't think that was the one. It had to be. Was the unboxing before or after the update?
Was
would have
it?
been after.
Was
The
it the
unboxing
same?
would have been
That's
after.
I mean, that's right around the same time as the free pre-orders went up, or is this slightly after?
The unboxing, I'm sure, definitely came after John had jumped ship. Because I think they were kind of desperate to get investment at that point, and I think that's when that boxed console was going to get sent over to Hans FH in Germany.
Well, John jumped around the announcement, right? Wasn't it the announcement? Because it was last year in that stream, and then there were like was there a late year announcement? I can't remember. After they had talked to Phil, or was that it for the rest of the year? And then the next announcement, which was to happen at the beginning of the year, is what caused John to jump, I think.
There is, so Sweet saying there is the video about Phil saying the price will go up, but the one where Chuck says get your orders locked in now, he says it's not findable at the minute. I think he's taking that down.
He might have.
I think somebody's told him you got to get that off there. I hope somebody's been archiving all of this.
DJC does online dating? What? I thought DJC was married. That's one of the videos that says DJC does online dating. Even DJC deserves love.
I thought he was married or some shit.
I just said that. I literally just said that.
Oh.
Wait, I thought he was married.
You know what? You might be right, Finbar.
I don't know where I got that idea from.
He's married to the gang life.
He's married to the Amico life. Yeah, I can't find the video. I know he said it. I'm not going crazy. It's not some fucking Mandela effect.
I remember him saying it. Yeah. If he didn't say it, in a video, he said it on that live stream. After Phil Adam had mentioned that the price was going to go up. But that would be about, you'd have to root through that whole live stream to find it. But I'm sure the words have come out of DJC's mouth. I'm sure I've heard it. But it feels like one of those ones where he was standing in front of his fucking shelf with his fisheye camera looking at him. I just seem to remember it being one of his videos, not a live stream.
Yeah, I can't find it. And I don't know if I want to keep searching.
No, I want to hear more of this stream while I'm young.
Wait, what are you saying, Bob?
Relatively young.
No, I'm young.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say, let's get on with the show.
You're still looking, aren't you, Tony? You're not going to.
Yeah, I am. I'm looking at the thing.
He's not going to give up.
I'm not.
All right. Oh, the transcript of the live stream.
No, the transcript of the video that I'm looking at here.
This is show Bob.
You think you found the video, yeah?
He says the word that the price is locked in, but he's not saying get it now while it's locked in.
All right.
Yeah, One Inch Biceps is right. It was round about when GameStop dropped them, and you had to go. It was only through in television you could order it at that point once they dropped them.
Yeah.
I'm crushing it on Destiny 2 at the moment. My build.
Why are you playing Destiny 2?
Because it's so fucking fun. It's well fun.
Do you mean right at this very minute?
No, not at this minute.
I'm not crushing it, Bob. While we're waiting on Tony finding this thing, I'm not crushing it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I've went over your guide and I've tried. Destiny 4 yeah, I'd prefer to be playing that right now. Yeah.
Maybe we need to arrange a gaming session and I can run you through. We can lobby.
Can you boost me? Is
Basically,
Yeah,
yeah.
but-
Well, I can take you to missions we can do, and then you can just shoot shit while we're doing missions and stuff.
Yeah, man.
Oh, Adam Wilson has a good comment. Isn't DJC married?
Is he?
I think so. He might be. Maybe not. Maybe I was mistaken. It could be.
But I've nearly got my build perfected. I get my abilities recharged so fast. I'm throwing grenades everywhere, setting people on lightning chains everywhere. Super sick.
I wasn't prepared. Like I said, I hadn't seen this. I'm going into it blind. It's always best when we go into it blind, give our honest reaction, and then pull up the receipts as we can, right? I wasn't prepared for so many faux pas. But I do remember him saying, like, the price did go up and you guys should keep your pre-orders. But well.
There's not many great VCS exclusives as far as I'm aware.
What about Donut Dodo?
I don't know about that one. I haven't been keeping up with the VCS, and I don't know. I can't. Well, they did promise some stuff. Do you play multiplayer, Bob? PvP? Yeah, man. I do some Destiny 2 PvP. I've got to do my weeklies, and my favorite mode is Gambit.
Okay. As much as I love this Destiny 2 talk, Bob, we got to get to the video. We're only 26. We're only halfway in. Fuck, we're at 4 hours. How the fuck? I don't know how we
held people to the fire and told anyone to do anything.
I never once told anybody to pre-order. Not once. I've never once told anybody to.
Yeah, I do not want to be a
I'm sure we could find him saying once to pre-order, but we're not gonna bother.
review channel, so I will not be making any recommendations. I'm not telling anyone to go.
You haven't made a video in over like 2 years. Right? You're not any kind of channel. Can RAB even be considered a channel at this point?
About and pre-order. I didn't tell anyone to go out and buy anything. You know, there's
this is the most infuriating thing because RAB did a whole video telling you how great the Amico was and their whole idea, and then he did 2 videos talking up the 10 tenets of the Amico, right? That's pretty much telling people to buy it.
Yeah.
You don't have to say the words buy this in order to be promoting the console for people to buy it. Right? I think that's what these fucking geniuses can't get through their thick skulls. You don't literally have to say the words buy this in order for you to be telling people to buy this.
A chasm, I think, from how some of us see what we're doing talking about the console versus being a stand-in for the company, as some of you seem to project. And not a lot of people in the audience do, but there are some that come in and I think take that tack.
Well, so if you notice, neither Chuck or I have put any real content on our channels. We are content creators. You would think that if that's all we were,
they never put any real content on the channels.
What?
Thank you for admitting that your content isn't real, and it's bullshit.
It's imaginary. These live streams you do are just imaginary. We're just visualizing them. This is a drug-induced hallucination.
It's not quote unquote real content.
Doing,
oh my God,
you know, with the. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with my camera tonight. Trying to figure, you know, if you would think that would be what we would be doing.
No, but I'm saying I'm not an employee of Intellivision.
Right, we're not
getting
payment
from
none of us are.
I don't stand to speak for.
We do it because we believe in it. We do it because we believe in it, and we're volunteering our time.
And for the record, not one of
being volunteers.
$1,000 invested.
Yeah. But being volunteers is being employees. If you are a legit volunteer and the company recognizes you as a volunteer, that means the company is taking your work represents the company, right? If you're representing the company, even as a volunteer, the company is liable.
If you've signed a non-disclosure agreement, whether you're being compensated monetarily or not, you're an employee.
Yeah. But like I'm saying, like you ever go to like say like they have a big event for like say Apple and they got volunteers passing out flyers. If one of them volunteers starts fucking stabbing people, it's gonna be Apple fucking employee stabs people, right? That's the headline. They're not gonna be well, guys, he's just a volunteer. It's not Apple. It's not Apple's fault. They're like, Apple, why didn't you vet your volunteers, right?
Didn't they run security at the Crayola event?
They did.
Was it Turbo Joe?
Turbo Joe security. But that was just a joke, guys. That was just a joke. He made a video talking about he was gonna beat people up, but it was just a joke. Just a joke.
of us is trying to distance ourselves from Amico, and I saw that pop in the chat. That's not happening here.
No.
Let me address this really quick before, because there's a million things going on in chat right now. PJ Smith, 1999, thank you so much. Also a Silly Club member. Thank you, PJ, and hope you have a great Thanksgiving. And I am drinking a Blue Moon now.
Get sweet potatoes up on the board.
I may or may
Sweet
not be
potatoes
playing
are-
with my
are the
family
bomb.
tomorrow.
I cannot
Rick
confirm
Astley.
that somehow,
All right.
somehow the lighting.
So we have some people who are non-NDA playing an Amico. We need to go and harass and get some answers from those people, right?
Yes. Yes.
If you want to harass an 85-year-old man and a 79-year-old lady that's
I
playing
live for that. Yes.
a motion control game with me, then yeah, you go right ahead.
This is just cringe. I got nothing other than this is just cringe.
How are these two in the right not mad that they don't have a console?
Because they're probably next on the list. They're like, as soon as the next two.
The next wave.
Yeah.
The next wave, 2 in a wave.
Leo Scries, 26 more likes to the Skrilla Manila. Don't know what that means, but okay. Okay.
Yeah. That's that. It won't end well.
PJ says, what were the 5 announced pack-ins now? Oh.
Skiing.
Right.
Well,
No, we were letting Chuck.
You know,
I was like, what am I looking at here? Does it say it on here? I thought it did. Oh, Shark, skiing, cornhole, Astro Smash,
Farkle.
Be quiet on the
Farkle.
6th one. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at, they're just pictures. It doesn't really look at.
Yeah.
And then the
Yeah,
6th
those were
one,
the-
they haven't
those-
fully announced, but everybody already knows what it is. But
Right. But those were the 5. Yeah.
Yeah. And as far as I know, nobody's ever said anything about the 6th one yet. I assumed it was going to be, since they have one from like.
I mean, there's a
months-
screenshot of it right there, so we know.
Oh, well, I didn't
We're
pay
not
attention
supposed
to
to say
that.
it.
I'm willfully ignoring this information.
Volunteer.
John Morello in the house. Speaking of
Yes.
the guy that's been working and
Pause.
Here we go. Sweet potatoes.
Yo, mint salad. Thank you. Did you see that?
Mint salad's here.
Thanks, Mint. Happy Thanksgiving from Mint Salad. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving too. Thanks, Bob, for bringing that to my attention. I was on another screen. She's interested in the Amico. Oh, shit.
Oh, she's gonna fucking find out all about the Amico when she gets there,
Yeah.
whether she wants to or not.
It's already on Chuck's shelf, like part of the collection. These were gifts. Yeah. Mint is in the house, and eventually Mint is going to be on the panel. So.
Hell yeah.
listening to all our, I can't say nothing, just talking shenanigans.
What's up, Kurt? Good to see you.
Well, I don't think we're getting 50 games. I think it's going to be more like 25 or 30 or something like that. I don't even know.
The 50 games that were in development stopped on several of those games as they ran into hazardous fun.
Several? 50 games were in development, and then development stopped on 50 of them. So run away from the Amico Mint. Don't chase people away. Mint says, I got way too silly earlier, so I'm going to go to bed. Good night, friends. I'm excited to come on someday soon. All right, Mint. Talk to you later. Have a good sleep.
See you soon, Mint.
I'm gonna somebody clip that and send it to Finbar's wife.
Fuck yeah, she may be watching.
The company for extra time of
I
not
think there's
having a
like
console release.
at least 15, right?
There's at least 15 that, or I can't say the number of how many are actually complete, have gone through every last little thing that they want to do with it. But
One Inch Biceps said it was the best console ever. And why can't you name all the games, or at least the amount of games that have gone through everything, that are complete, finished, RAB? There should be a number, right?
I think it's going to be in the teens as far as what we see. And they're saving some of those games so that there's still some that get regularly released so that they have something to follow up on after the console's released.
Well, I mean, there are 14 that you can look at now. There's the 8 pack-in, the 6 pack-ins, and then there's the 8 physicals.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 14 right off the bat. What else there is
comes out as new releases.
Oh, that was a fucking great answer. And we know that the physical games aren't finished either. These guys.
Fucking fantasy world do these guys live in that they think they're going to be able to hold stuff back and release it periodically like it's the fucking what's that thing Gary's got?
Switch.
Playdate.
Yeah, Playdate.
Well, because
the company they will spaff out whatever they've got and then they will lock the doors and run. If that even happens.
I don't think Panic's done that quite yet with Playdate. I mean, it's early to say that on that.
Yeah, but Panic also had what 20,000 pre-orders in the first day.
Right. I mean, it's not a fair comparison. Amico.
Well, he wasn't.
I'm not comparing. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're not doing what Panic is doing. Panic is doing what they said they were going to do.
Oh,
what I'm saying about the Amico is the way Rab was describing it was that they were going to hold back completed games.
So that
no fucking way they will.
Releases later on.
They will fire out everything that they've got.
I mean, they can. To be fair, they did say they were going to do shit like that. Granted,
that was always stupid.
It was stupid, but it was also at a time where it was like, 50 games are coming out, and that makes a big difference if you're going to hold back. Like, oh yeah, we got 20, 30 games we're going to have, within the first couple weeks that this thing releases or on release date, and then filter in these other games. But now they've gotten down to just a handful of games, and I mean, for them to string it along like this, and clearly we're moving into 2023. This is absolutely insane. I still don't know why we're watching this. This is awful. Why are these guys still talking about this disaster that they cannot just lay down and admit they were wrong, just walk away in shame? That's what I want to see at this point. It's
never going to happen.
This is madness.
Yeah, there's no way they could stagger the releases. They in order to get any sort of hype, they look. We have all these games. These are all your choices, right?
Well, I'm going to admit, like, Playdate was great when I got it. It after you're done and the season's up, like you still got to have content. I'd say that about any system. Like, I think there are things to be excited for. Like, if you're getting a Playdate for Christmas, like, you're going to start your adventure right when you get it, and you got like 3 months. But after that 3 months is up, there are a few titles here and there that you can get, side loaded that are going to give you some extra time out of it. But they do need to hit a season 2. Like, there's no doubt. Like, a season 2 has to eventually come around with another 12, 24 games so that it gives breathes a little bit more life into that little handheld, which I think is great. But and television thinks they're going to release this and have the pack-ins, and that's it. Like, or these guys, like, I still don't understand why we're talking about it. It's like, this thing hasn't come out. It's dead in the water. It's been dead in the water for a very long time.
That's the most they'll do, though, Gary. That it'll be the release with the pack-ins and then those 3 that they've licensed. Because if there were more completed games, there would be more license deals done. The fact that they've only done 3 extra license deals,
right? And at the price point, it's just you got to be fucking mad to pay that kind of money, and all you see are 6 games, pretty much, which were
you'd
packed
certainly
in.
have to be fucking mad to go into it now that the price is risen and there's one less controller. I can see why some of these people are hanging on with their $100 that they've put in.
But either way, it's not coming out. Even if it came out, and only had a handful of games, that's not going to interest anybody to buy it, right?
Right.
You need all those games. Like, look at this big library of games, and then you need more games constantly coming out. As soon as people see that, oh shit, there's nothing else coming out, like Gary said, that's going to be it. And they don't have the pre-orders. They don't even have the install base, right? How are you going to make any money? They're trying to make money off the software.
Yeah.
If you have a small install base and a small amount of software, you're not going to make any money.
No.
So
that's why I'm saying I know it's not coming out, and I know if it comes out, I'll do what I said I was going to do. You'll never see me again. And the reason you'll never see me again is because I'll be questioning my own existence.
Is Finbar, we're going to have a Finbar with a mustache. It's going to be like Rinbar Saunders, your brother.
Yeah, I'll do my why am I here again, Tony? That other accent that I've got.
All right, let's get into this. We're making ground. We got 20 minutes left.
For that.
I mean, if you even get 14 out on a new console today, that's a lot.
Yeah.
15 games on a new console today is a lot. Is he literally retarded? Like, literally? Because every new console has launched with backward compatibility, which opened up the library from the previous, right?
I mean,
Nintendo Switch launched with a bunch of games.
This whole talk is just crazy. Don't they even see what's going on with the Switch right now? I mean, games that are coming out for the Switch. I mean, that's going to be the big talking point next year. Is that like Switch hardware is too underpowered, and the Amico can't even come out in the fucking life cycle of a system. We got issues here.
Could you
I don't even
imagine
know why we're
if the
talking about the
Switch,
Amico.
if the Switch was like done before the Amico even came out? Like the Switch was just gone.
Well, it probably will be.
Yeah, there will be at the Switch 2 before the Amico even sees light of day.
Yeah.
All right, who's pulling a Nick and eating chips?
It's Gary.
I can hear it.
It might be my mic rubbing on my hoodie. Sorry.
Yeah, it's rubbing bad.
Get the mic from in between your titties.
I'm so sorry. I got to put those away.
I was going to say your mic brings me no happiness.
No happiness. This does not spark joy.
It's Papa Pete.
Papa Pete.
He can sit on this too.
Yeah. Oh, also, I do have issue with Mr. What the hell's his name? The guy you just mentioned. Sit on this too. Yeah.
Papa Pete.
No, the guy who said the line.
What, Ben?
Ben.
Why? How can you have issue with Ben? Come on.
Oh, because Ben released a video saying that Ben, Darius, and Slotham were the only real people talking about the Amico.
What?
Maybe they are.
Who? Which one? Darius, Slotham, and
No, Ben is saying that himself, Darius, and Slotham are the only real ones talking about the Amico.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Right.
I still like Ben.
But sometimes people just have shitty opinions, and I can take issue with that.
I take issue with what people consider real.
I don't know if you use the word real. I'm just saying real, but it might have been some other language.
Right. Okay.
Let's see. The video was called "The Real Amico Channels That Are True." So.
Okay. Right.
All right. Back to the video.
Big games, they may not be games that you guys love, but that's a lot of releases.
I'm Team Quisp. Sorry.
And number two is
John Alvarado. Why is nobody in television answering emails? Refund requests from months ago.
Fucking
was a good serial.
We addressed this like many shows ago. Emails refunds are being processed. So
he keeps going. We addressed this. We addressed this months ago. If people are still asking why the refunds aren't being given back, obviously they're not being fucking processed. DJC, does that not sink in? If people keep asking, that means it's not happening.
It's a long process, Tony. They've had millions of pre-orders.
Millions. Phil Adams is still trying to figure out how to do that email thing that kids are talking about these days.
That was a long time ago.
Okay. Their support team is no longer with them, so it's being handled.
Yeah, it's being handled by individual engineers.
Did Mike Mullis just say enough?
Is he telling everybody to shut up about the refunds? Is that what he's saying here?
I think so. Let's go back.
This is why I can't stand Mullis out of them all.
Enough. This has been discussed already.
When he's holding up his fucking Amico and that smug look on his face. Look at what I've got.
Yeah. All right, let's hear it again.
Sorry, excuse me. Refunds are being processed, so I don't know where you're getting that. That was a long time ago.
Okay. Their support team is no longer with them, so it's being handled.
Yeah, it's being handled by individual engineers. It's being handled by individuals there that are doing like the jobs of like 7 other people. Man,
it feels like
I don't see the question.
What he meant was enough. Stop asking for refunds. You're going to stop me from getting my founders.
Yeah, probably enough, guys. You're bothering them. They need the money to make my games and my console.
This is what I'm talking about, Alvarado. This is what I'm talking about right here up on the screen.
What the hell is he talking about?
Grape nuts are hard as grape shot. Let that soak in milk a while. They're just talking nonsense.
What
Can we show our test, amigos?
Oh, mine's upstairs. I have my controller.
Yeah, somebody wanted to show the consoles, but there you go.
There you go.
I got the box right here.
I unplugged it because I got it. It's but.
I got the box. It's real, guys.
What people was talking about earlier on.
It's
real. We both have.
I have it upstairs on my 75-inch though, so I've been playing it up there. And if I'm doing a video or something, I have a controller that I hold here. So.
Yep. We both have unboxing videos on our channels.
Nick, you gonna show your Amico too?
It's right here.
No way! It is TV. It is TV fun. The Amico. That must be like a vintage style
TV
box, like a
fun.
throwback.
More exciting games.
Bring that little.
Wow, guys, there's 2 of them. What happened to all the people that were getting them? All the other outlets in the news and everybody.
They're being tested by professionals behind the scenes.
Taxi evaders are more noble than these clowns. Yeah. Then I won't respond. You've been in television.
I almost fell for that 1 inch.
So, somebody send me money at PayPal, and I'll show you how fast you can refund it. Yeah. Almost had me there.
Closer to the camera. Hold on. 4 exciting games. The
In color.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that, Justy. I'll have to check it out, man. Totally not giving false information, doing accurate information.
I don't know if you guys see it. The comment said many refund things are being ignored. You're giving false information. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're lying.
I think this is where Nick pipes up about it. I think he tries to speak for the company in a minute, if I remember right.
Debuting on Patreon. Check it out under DJC Game Studios Patreon. Buy my Patreon. Thank you so much.
Did he just make fun of
Yeah.
Bama Book? You can't do the Bama Book thing. That's us. That's our thing that we stole from someone else.
I think we still. I don't know what to say.
No, go on.
No, I'm not. I refuse to. I
Bama
refuse to
Patreon.
even mention him.
Bama Book.
I remember him saying in one video, he went, and I'm not going to say who it was he was talking about. He goes, unsubscribe to him because he's kind of an e-beggar. And then he proceeds to, in the next sentence, sell his book.
Oh, man.
You don't like e-beggars, but he'll sell his own stuff.
I'm a huge e-beggar. I will say the name that Bob wouldn't say for $5. $5 super chat, and I'll say the name.
I'll say anything for $5.
I'll say anything.
Are we doing a Panda Sub / Art Pitfall crossover with this OnlyFans? Is that what this is?
Oh, what in the what?
I don't know what we're doing.
What?
I'm just rolling with it, guys. I mean, I have all the alcohol, so I'm fine right now. It's totally fine.
So apparently they're talking about furries and candy bars in the chat.
I see that. Baby Ruth.
Why did you clip this, sweet and tender? You were doing good for a while.
I need to go get some alcohol.
Yeah, remember?
I've already been through some sort of weird beer concoction that I got the idea from watching how to drink. Great channel if you like mixed cocktails. I do not get paid. Call me. I'm on vacation.
I'm opening up some delicious.
Don't care.
I'm mixing beers.
These are water. No? Oh.
He wears a turkey hat.
I think there was some heart
Not
palpitations and flip flops right there. What happened in that interview?
I don't do it.
Thank God Man Machine wasn't there to see that garbage interview.
Participate in his
Go
stream.
over to Patreon. Go to Patreon.
I am hammered.
That
Go see my
Hard to get
fans.
through one of these anymore, Tony.
Yeah, it is. I don't know why Amico Forever. Come on, sweet. You were, like I said, you were doing good. You were doing good. Now this is. Wow, that was a good impression. Potion missed it. Do the impression again, Finbar.
Which one?
The Brett Weiss.
No, it was good.
I don't. You got me. Put me. It's a fucking dance monkey. Put me on the spot.
Dance, monkey, dance.
I don't like to subscribe to people who are e-beggars, but if you've got extra dollars, you buy my book.
Oh fuck! You're actually really good at accents
Yeah.
and voices.
Are you
Thanks,
really Brett Weiss? You're Brett Weiss. This is a fake accent. We
It's
figured
actually
it out.
really good how he throws his voice. You can't even tell.
And whenever I do,
I might very well be him. You don't know.
Yeah.
And I just spent like 5 minutes talking about how that's not the focus of the channel. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I wasn't even here.
No, I'm blaming Chuck.
Oh, I know.
What was I talking
Okay,
about?
then how did you get involved in this conversation, sir?
I don't know.
Sir!
Hey, look, you wait. Look, you. Wait, I'm gonna
Silence! Silence!
Oh my God, sweet. What the hell are you doing to us?
I don't really track a lot of that. I mean, are you talking about the television, like the main email list? You're
I'm
talking about
guessing the email. Yeah.
I don't know which one he's talking about. Is he talking about Republic or is he talking about the main television email?
Well, the backers and investors would be different than the Republic because I got money in a Republic, but that's a profit sharing
backers
program.
and investors, that's totally different. Like,
well, then
pre-order is
I'm
not
a
a backer or
as
an
a pre-order.
investor.
I thought we were bad talking over each other, but these guys, they can see each other, and they still talk over each other.
Has DJC got 2 hats on now?
No, I
Yes.
don't care about your furry question, Sweet.
I'll answer your furry question, Sweet.
No,
but-
DJC answered it. I don't care what DJC says about
Oh.
furries.
I would say the email. I'd say like a month and a couple weeks or something like that, a little over a month.
A month for what?
He's DJC. It was only a month ago when an email went out to the backers, to the pre-order people.
Okay.
Did
Lies.
you guys not get the email?
Must have missed it.
You must. I must have missed it too because, according to my records here, the last email from Intellivision was August 30th.
That's a little bit more than a month.
Yeah,
Yo, Genovi.
it's almost 3 months ago at this point.
Time moves slowly in Amico fucking land.
My lord, I'd rather spend time in prison with CG as my cellmate over being on a weekly talk show defending this nonsense. Genovi comes in and he makes a hell of a comment. Yeah, Sweet. We're not here for funny stuff. We're just here for their defense of the Tommy stuff, of the Amico. I don't care what silliness they get up to and they talk about flamingo shit or whatever. It's not what I'm here for.
Yeah, but it's obvious that Sweet's here for the funny stuff. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made that thumbnail.
Yeah. Right. I love you. If we just talked about funny shit, we'd be here forever. We're going on 5 hours. 5 fucking hours. It's ridiculous. I haven't
There's
eaten dinner.
parts that, in all seriousness, Sweet, there is parts that you've cut out that you should have left in. The part where Nick was addressing the refunds needed to stay in. I think that's past now. I think that was earlier on in his stream. You cut that part out.
Yeah, you did a bad job.
I don't want to say that now. I didn't want to say you did a bad job. I just wanted to say you didn't do the job that I wanted you to do.
What he's saying is you did a bad job. Do
But
better
you did,
next time.
But you did do a good thumbnail.
The thumbnail
Where
is
I work,
classic.
that would be a bad job.
Gary, you just started working like a month ago. What do you know?
I've been working for like
Well,
5
let's
months.
clarify.
Get out of here.
Gary's like the head honcho there, aren't you, Gary?
Kind of running shit now, to be honest.
All right. Let's get back to the video. We're almost done. Look at that. We're making good progress now.
Like one thing, if you pre-order, you're not an investor. You're not a backer. You have a pre-order. That's it. You're not.
I'm in a profit sharing.
That's
not how
I'm
it
in a
works.
profit sharing through
That's
Republic.
not how it
That's not-
works.
I own a Xbox
General-
and a PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X. I don't own part of Microsoft and Sony.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that weird, man?
Now, Republico, that's profit sharing. They should send emails out to that separately from the main television email.
Yeah, Star
I don't
Rating.
know how those go out because I'm not
Oh,
invested
God,
in that.
yes, DJ.
Well, you know, it's coming.
One day.
It's coming one day. Damn. Mike Mullins basically admitted, guys, you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
It's coming one day, like all of your wives.
Ooh. Yo, everyone on the phone, so no tagging folks because Daddy Google said so. Yeah, I hate that on the phone. You can't fucking. Yeah. Tony's the boss weasel from Roger Rabbit. Stop that laughing. You're going to die laughing, Bob.
Good. No, I'm going to die on the toilet.
I almost died on the toilet about an hour ago.
You took an Amico, huh?
Sure did.
We say that a lot. I need more alcohol. I'm getting sober.
Yes, everyone in chat. The mods are a little strict this evening, so if people, just because it's been getting crazy. I meant to do a video on this, so I'll kind of say it.
We were having some major problems last week, guys. So we got a little
it was
more
basically
heavy-handed.
People have been asking us questions and not letting us lie and bullshit. So we've been, banning people more frequently.
keep on, or attacking people in chat, or being, mean, or to each other. I just want everyone to be nice to each other, whether you like it or not, or just want here for the fun. Also, people questions that we can't answer that are just constant. That you'll most likely get.
Yeah, like John, where's my refund?
Where's my refund? When's it coming out?
So he's specifically talking about people going after John Alvarado in the chat, isn't he? People who keep asking him the same question. John's only there to talk about fucking grapes and
not just John Alvarado, but asking them the same question, because Nick doesn't want to answer those questions. Nick doesn't want to talk about this stuff. We don't want to talk about when the games are coming out or how many games there are. Why is the system not giving refunds?
Nick's like, I'm fed up of answering questions about the Amico. Stop asking me. On Amico Forever.
Yeah, on Amico Forever.
You get timed out. If it continues, then you will get blocked off from the chat. But I do have a lot of mods watching tonight, so this was kind of the first night that it was a little more strict, and that's all, man. That's all. And it's 100%. I 100% understand if people are.
What was that?
I said the Gestapo was out in full force.
The Amico Gestapo. You will stop asking questions about the Amico?
Critical or have pre-ordered, or
dude, we get the frustration. We really do. But there's very limited amount that we can do to help you guys with that problem.
Right.
We have direct contact with the company, but we're not going to help any of you get a refund.
Nick basically just told his viewers to go fuck themselves.
Yeah. They're literally so close to the company, they're getting test units before everyone else, but they're not going to go out on a limb to try to help people get their refunds.
Yeah, they can't just say, hey, you know what? These guys in our chat are asking for refunds. Carl is back? Is he? Where?
Yeah, he has a YouTube channel.
No,
it's when you were doing the Gestapo.
He was referencing it to me.
Yeah. Leave John Alvarado alone. Leave John alone.
He's a human.
Oh, that was a joke I missed.
Does someone want to mirror their next stream and actually answer the questions they bypass? And honestly, a good time? Yeah. Oh my God. You know how long that would take, Genobi? We're here as it is, 5 hours.
We're here as a fan cast.
I don't have any more insight to the company's finances, to how they're handling emails, to how.
Motherfucker, there's a guy below that's fucking a director of the company. Why not just direct your question straight to him?
You would think, again, why not just say, hey, John, can you hop on and answer this?
Yeah. No, John's not here for that. John's just here to talk shit.
Yeah, or Phil, could you send something out, let people know they're looking for their money? But no, they don't give a shit about their audience. They give a shit about themselves. They're selfish bastards.
That I get little bits and pieces of data occasionally, but none of it's substantial enough to really bring to you guys in any meaningful way, which is why we don't bring it up here. If we had information, we would give it to you. If it's information we can disseminate, we would give it to you. We'd be more than happy. I would love to give you guys all sorts of information if I had it. I don't, though. That's a problem.
And remember when you come here, and I want you guys to always, whether you're critical or you're not, or you're a supporter. I mean, you know us by now. We've been doing this for over a year. What, about a year now? Been over a year. Been something like 58 episodes. We go directly to the source. Yeah, we do right to the source of the company.
They go right to the source, except for when it comes to getting you your money back from refunds. Then they don't know. Then the source is gone, right? Then I have no idea how to contact Phil Adam.
What actual news have they gotten from the source?
Well, the news they've gotten from the source is the stuff that Tony said is lies. That's all they've gotten.
We got something to tell you next month.
All three have the source, but Nick.
Like I said, there's a lot of info out there, a lot of people making videos. I mean, obviously we talked about one today, just a larger YouTuber, that's all. And I really go right back to the facts from the source, from the company.
See, he's basically saying, hey, Tony and all you guys are liars. You're lying. You're spreading misinformation. We go to the source. And when they tickle our taint and Astro smash our cornhole, we'll tell you the answers.
And that's what whether that's up to you. Whether you say, well, I don't believe, well, then that's fine. But I get it directly from the company, and until the company says, something that I don't agree with. I 100% back in television. I know the thing is real. We obviously know it's real. It's going to come out. But yeah.
Oh, you better watch out, Finbar. Your channel's going to get deleted. It's coming out.
I mean, it's sad that you got to shake a. It's sad that you got to shake an Amico controller at your camera every 5 seconds and point out the fact that it's real when no one ever said it really wasn't real. And we've seen it at Crayola events and shit like that. Like, clearly there's something there working, but yeah, it's still how many years has this been now? Going into 2023, boys. This is, I mean, we said it last year, buckle up.
But like, weren't they at the beginning of this? We're just fans of the Amico. We just want the console to come out. And now at the end of it, they're like, no, we have the source. We have the connection. We're getting test units from the company. We have all the right information. We're basically representatives of the company. They're saying,
pick a lane. Pick a lane.
Unfortunately, they've picked their lane and crashed a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm desperate for a coffee. I've got my wireless headset on, so if I need to say anything, I'll say something.
Well, I think this is where I leave you guys. I'm at 1%. Phone's gonna die. If you guys are still on, and
the old 1% lane, I get it.
Yes.
I get it from the company. A company of 2 people.
All right, later, guys.
Good night, guys.
All right, later, Gary. Man, we've chased off 2 people already, John and Gary. And yes, the Super Retro Bros podcast has ended. So John may be making his way back here.
Yeah, just remember when we discuss, and I know we come up with scenarios of what we would like or what we'd like to see, but I think we have a really good in with this company, and they trust us. And I think when we tell you the news, I hope you take it as real news and not made up for the most part. So
it's made up for the most part.
Just feel that you can come here and we if we have any news to give you, that we're telling you direct from company. And so it's a little more trusted here, you know.
It's a little more trusted when the company's been lying to the customer for years and years.
Say, if he's getting his news direct from the company, then yeah, it's mostly lies.
Yeah. Gary needs a portable battery pack. He does. Gary's phone is forever at 1%.
Yeah.
And we are fans. Once again, we are fans that back a company and a product that we believe in. That's all this is a fan cast. So sometimes we can't.
All this is a fan cast, but also we have sources. But also, what we say is the official Amico News authority. But we're just fans that have test units and invested in the company and signed NDAs. We're just fans. Just fans. It's like normal fans. Every normal fan invests in the company and signs NDAs and get test units.
We're only fans.
Oh, you took my joke.
Too late, Bob. You're too busy getting coffee.
Answer company direct questions that, like, well, why is this not happening? I don't know.
You could pass that information off. That's all they want. They want you to take the questions and give it to Phil Adam and then get the answer. It's just that simple.
I'd like to show off this.
Nobody wants to see that, sir.
Wow. Nick is just mean today.
I had a few drinks. I'm allowed to be mean.
I have you.
Just dance, mommy. Now, no one needs to see that. Just
dude, I came.
That's Mill makes no comments.
Game Hyper says, "I'm just mad because they don't answer my emails and have not gotten an Amico update in 3 months."
Yeah, this was the guy. This was the guy who wants his refund. I think Nick addressed this guy.
That is all. It's not against you guys, but I know they watch.
Frankly, I thought tonight was going to be much, much uglier. I was very glad we went to subscribers only because I was expecting a straight up brawl tonight. Yeah.
Well, the night is still young, sir. The night is still young, sir.
Hey. I'm not. I've had more alcohol than you have in a month, and I'm still not slurring very bad.
This is true.
Wow, these guys are lightweights.
Well, you don't think you're slurring. I'm just saying.
Well,
Thanks, Gabe.
This isn't as bad as it could be. I've been worse.
Oh.
I know Chuck is going to say, you can believe us. I believe anyone you want to. I think, the company definitely owes this fan base some answers and some things.
They owe them a console.
Some questions. They owe them a console.
They owe them a console.
They owe them a console.
And from my talking with them, they have a board they have to go through. They have investors. They have steps that they have to take to get on certain things before they can give actual information. They don't want to be in a situation.
They have what happened to first? We're processing the refunds. Now we have steps to take before we can tell you if you get your money back.
Of putting out information that they can't 100% stand behind and be screwed because
I totally
something
get
doesn't
that.
come to fruition.
Yeah.
So they are a little bit in a hard place, which doesn't really forgive them from. Doesn't get them off the hook from not talking to us at all. I think they do need to come out and talk to us about some of that stuff, and I know they want to. So hopefully we will be hearing soon on some of those things that you guys really are looking forward to.
I mean, look, I would.
Haven't they been hoping for years now that they would address some of these things?
Yeah, feels like it.
Rather have no information than bad information at this point.
Yes, and
that's my preference.
That is my preference
Right.
too. It's still frustrating.
But right, and the only other thing is that it's the speculation, right? And to look, and television can always
Seems like in television still does not have money to manufacture.
put out information to speculation. But
Does Chuck not know what comments? He just highlights comments.
He highlights
every
everything,
comment?
doesn't he?
you know, when people are speculating, it doesn't help when you don't know. And
Well, you're
I mean,
speculating.
it's hard. I get it. It's hard because you want, I could tell you from my conversations that there's nobody wants to put this out more than the television. I mean, they've worked on this thing for 3 years now. What?
They definitely want the console out.
Nobody wants this out more than I would venture a guess that nobody wants to put this thing out more than John Alvarado right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he's hard at work trying to get that console out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if I agree with that at all, because they might be saying they want it to come out, but it's not in their interest to bring it out.
Oh, they want it to come out, but they also want someone else to pay for it, to manufacture it, someone else to do all the marketing. They want it to come out so they can make money off of it.
I guarantee.
No, they want to make money off it. They want to make profit.
Yeah, and the only way to make profit is by it coming out and someone else doing all the work.
There are people who want this out more than the television, and it's the people who have all sunk $100 into it.
Hell, I would say the person that sunk $10,000 in the Republic probably wants it to come out a lot more than these guys. Because if they really wanted it to come out, we know that they could have made it come out already, several times over. But they haven't.
That whole everyone, but and no, they can't go more years. I agree with that. No, they cannot go any more years. This is it, man. This is it, sweet.
It looks ugly at this point, and I think a lot of people might come up and say okay, this is a scam. Look at it, everything is about is a scam. And my retort to that would be, what would a company look like that has
this is a scam? You got that right.
To obviously what they're trying to do is super ambitious, and I think it's more
again. It's not about I seen that. You got that right.
As soon as he said this is a scam, John Alvarado pops up with, you got that right.
Being a scam does not hinge on whether or not the company releases a product, makes money, is successful at what they do. Scams can be failures too, right? If I go, hey Bob, give me $100 and I'll give you a rock that makes tigers listen to your commands, right?
Right.
And then Bob gives me $100, and then I try to get a rock, and I find a rock and say, here, Bob, here's the rock. I succeeded, right? I gave him a rock, but it doesn't do what it says. That makes it a scam because it doesn't do the thing that it says. When you lie to people for money, that's the definition of a scam. So it doesn't matter if the company struggled to get a product out. If they even get the product out, it's still a scam. Elizabeth Holmes was told very clearly by a judge, it doesn't matter if you intended to make your lies true when you told them they were lies, and that's why you're going to jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ambitious than some of these other consoles, smaller consoles that have come out. It's not more ambitious than Xbox. It's not more ambitious than Nintendo or Sony, but I think it is more ambitious, the scope of what they're trying to do, than maybe Evercade or VCS.
Sweet says you could throw the rock at the tiger, though. It's true. Piss off the tiger. It'll give you a swift death. He won't play with you.
So sweet. Are you giving them all of 2023 and then you're out? Is that what you're saying? Because you have $100 in this, don't you? You've got a founders. before you ask.
Atari was trying to do, or Polymega was trying to do, with developing and the games and the interface and trying to get all these things to kind of come together in the environment that the last couple of years have been. So they took some hits, and they've taken some hits for some other things, and obviously the public relations as of right now are in the dumps. To put it
That's putting
on,
it kindly. Yes.
Put it kindly,
Yeah.
yes. I'm trying to remember what my point of going through this was.
Sorry, go ahead, man. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was. They are trying, and I think if you were to give them a good faith look, and you don't have to give them a good faith look, but if you were to give them, or if you were to put yourself in a good faith position of trying to see something of this scope come through and the difficulties that they claim to have, I think that
difficulties they claim to have, not the real difficulties, but the ones they claim to have. Okay.
And
even on good faith, say the console comes out in 6 months, it's still a fucking scam, and that's on good faith.
Yeah, they've literally lied to invest.
Some of this makes a little sense. If you're looking at this from the point of they're just trying to scam and it is for the money, then you can look at it from a completely different perspective, and it looks like a very different story. So there's a chasm, I think, from what some of.
See, these guys don't understand, right? Sometimes you have good intentions, right? But then you find yourself in a position where you're so desperate to prove the haters wrong. You're so desperate to prove that this isn't a failure that you start lying and scamming people, right? It might not have started off as a scam. It might have started off as a honest Tommy was going to build a thing and get an investor and have it built and all that. And then when the shit fell through, then he resorted to, well, fuck, I got to do whatever it takes. And that was when it became a scam. That could very well be the case. Myself, personally, I think that it was never intended to come out, that they intended to try to sell it to a bigger company. And all of this was kabuki theater to get a bigger company to invest. And then none of that happened. And now we are in the position where we are.
Yeah, I'd even go as far to say as they didn't even intend to make the Intellivision in the first place, that they wanted to sell the idea on. And they just got further and further along trying to sell the company. They're like, look, we've got the console now. Won't someone buy us?
Yeah.
And then there's like, no, we need the pre-orders. We got this many pre-orders. Won't someone buy us?
I would say, no, John, I would say that Bob's blood boiled more than mine did, to be quite honest. Takes a lot to rile me up.
Yeah.
Mostly at RAB.
My blood boiled at RAB. I think I said some things. I remember. My eyes rolled back in my head and I just started talking.
I'm not sure. I don't know whether you're talking about from this supercut that Sweet and Tender made, John, or are you talking about from the original video? Because I think there's some things missing from this one.
Maybe.
I'll have to go back and watch the full thing.
We still got 6 minutes. Maybe it's in the last 6 minutes. We'll find out.
Of us are seeing and what other people are seeing.
I think if this was a scam or a dodge, we would have been done by now, because they're not generating any. They're not actively trying to generate any revenue. You don't have any Republic.
I would think those institutions would be involved that I brought up.
You don't have any kind of way of giving them money right now, except for like the limited physical editions that they have that already gives you the product. So at that point, you have it. You know.
Ooh, John Alvarado.
Sorry, unless this is a way of running the clock down.
That,
yeah, Sweet's giving him until the end of the year next year. But he's saying there's no reason for them to keep going at this point. Well, there is. If to keep the company alive stops them from having a class action lawsuit or some kind of litigation against them, they'll do that as long as it takes for the statute of limitations to pass, which is probably why they're doing it.
Tony, I really disagree. I believe 100% Tommy was trying to honestly will it into existence via the method of the secret. That's possible. Tony, you put up a poll. If they are idiots or liars, then you said RAB is both. Well, I'm allowed to have that opinion. Yous aren't. Yous are not. Damn, my 9-hour calculations. Gary, wake up. Gary's phone was at 1%. It's not happening.
that they have that already gives you the product. So at that point, you have it. You don't have a console to play on it, but that transaction's done, right? But even the pre-orders, they're not taking any money on right now, right? So they're not pulling in any more revenue. So how long do you run a scam where you're not generating revenue? Generally, you would just cut and run. At that point, you would take whatever money you had and you would get the hell out. You wouldn't continue to try to operate it under some let's not generate money right now avenue from.
Aren't they trying to attract a new investor?
this could be the run phase. What they think is happening might not. Users are saying, "Oh, they're still working." Maybe they're not. Maybe they're in the run phase and they're just cleaning up the mess, so that way the FTC, FCC, SEC, and the federal government doesn't arrest them.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a public thing. This is not like most scams are done. If I scam some guy in the corner, I could just fucking take off, right? And I don't have to worry. They did this publicly. It's a different kind of situation, right? They can't just cut and run.
Right.
People, that doesn't really make a lot of logical sense to me. I get if you don't believe in it. I get that you don't believe it's going to come out. I understand that, and I totally see that. There are days where I go, I don't know if I'm going to ever get this damn console or not. I'm totally with you there. That's fine. My difference is I don't make videos on it. I just go, okay.
I don't make videos on it. You guys shouldn't make videos on it. You're making the company look bad. Don't make the company look bad.
I may not get this. I may lose this money. That's okay.
Right.
I'm okay with that. From my standpoint, I can.
Maybe other people are not okay with people losing money. Maybe other people have empathy and sympathy for others and don't just think about themselves, Nick. Maybe that's the issue. Right? Maybe I care about other people and you don't.
What was that comment that came up before on there? It said Amico is like Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky Balboa up in this bitch. That was Mike Garcia.
The Amico is like fucking Apollo Creed in Rocky 4. About 20 minutes into the film, that's what the Amico's like. Yeah. Dead. I don't know if anybody's seen Rocky 4.
No, we did. He's dead. Shinobi says, that's kind of the point. The comment wasn't my typical joke. That one was serious. I'd roll the dice if I wanted them. Credit card purchases can be challenged. Yeah, you can.
Sweet. Do you tell these guys in their chat that you've got a pre-order? Because I know you're a notorious troll. Maybe that's where I saw it from, that you had a pre-order.
Maybe.
And accept that.
The thing about a scam is somebody has to be a benefactor of it, and there's nobody there.
$17 million, you jackass. $17 million. That money is not there anymore. It went from investor pockets to Amico employee pockets. Those are the beneficiaries of the scam. You stupid son of a bitch.
There that's benefacting from this. I mean, nobody's sitting on a right. And let's and there's been all this speculation about Tommy having to sell all of his stuff and all this. And if all of that is true, how is he benefiting from this? So
just because he's failing now doesn't mean he benefited. Doesn't mean he didn't benefit from it before.
Yeah, he was hoping to keep benefiting, and then the benefits ran out, and then he got fucked.
We don't know Tommy's financial situation. Maybe he was in massive loads of debt before the Amico, and he was like, "Oh, I can make a load of money doing the Amico." He'd funneled all this money into his debts, and it wasn't enough to cover his debts. So what?
Yeah,
he has to sell more stuff.
Sweet and Tender said, "I got a pre-order when it was 100, got my full refund. Then got a pre-order when there was no deposit, canceled it. Then got another pre-order."
No, he said that, so I don't know whether he's just said that to them to troll them or whether he really did do that.
No, I think that's what he really did. Who's the troll? Sweet and Tender. Sweet and Tender's the troll.
He's like
33 people in the chat. Make sure you like the video, subscribe. It helps us feel good about ourselves. I didn't just waste 5 hours of my day talking about this for you guys not to like the video, right? Like the video.
Yeah, me and Bob didn't fucking give up on sleep for you guys not to like it. How many likes we got?
I don't know. 10.
That's not. Come on, guys.
I don't know. I was just kidding. Let me check.
Fucking
check
4?
Right
no, fucking 4. Come on. And I'm one of them.
I would believe it. 29. We got 29 likes.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Hasn't updated.
Gatoroos is here. What's up? He says they benefit from new investor money paying their remaining high interest loans and inflating their share value. Is it so hard for them to understand? It is. It really is so hard for them to understand. Like I said, $17 million went from people's pockets to Intellivision employees' pockets, and they don't understand how they didn't benefit.
there's a difference. There's always a difference between a failed venture and an outright scam.
I think that's the confusion the internet has. Like, there's a couple of terms that get thrown around that I think people are confused on. One is simp. Simp.
Nick is definitely a simp.
Simp
Simp
for
for Tommy.
Tallarico, yeah.
For Tommy Simps. Secondly, it is a scam. Again, I don't know how many times I have to say this. You lie to people to get their money. That is scam. It's just that simple, right?
I'll go even further. The definition is a dishonest scheme. Was Tommy dishonest about this? Yes. It's a scam. Simple.
It gets thrown around a lot. That gets misused a ton.
I am too old for these terms. I can't keep up.
The
with all
simp
this
is
shit.
somebody that basically
Yeah,
always
I
backs
know.
somebody
I
regardless of
know.
what it
I
is,
know. I know what it
and always puts them in the most positive light. I don't always put in
Happy
television in a
Thanksgiving,
positive
Rob.
light. There's a lot of
You're
times I'm
rad.
pissed. I'm pissed,
Yes.
openly pissed at
Very
the
rad.
television. You guys don't see it because I don't bring it here because I try not to bring.
A lot of times I'm openly pissed, except for not in front of you guys because I don't bring it here.
So not openly pissed then.
Yeah, that would be privately pissed, Nick. Privately. Learn the difference. Words have meaning.
Negativity here. But these guys all know I have literally raged for like almost an hour at times about how they've disseminated
Every other phone
information
call.
in the past.
Every other phone call with Nick, he's yelling at me. I'm like, it's not me. I'm not
It's
I wasn't even.
disseminating information.
I wasn't even here.
All his fault. If
I
it's not his
wasn't
fault,
even
it's Mike's-
here.
If it's not his fault, it's Mike's fault.
I wasn't even here.
Heather, so hopefully I'll have some stuff at least next week. I'd like to get ahead more than that, but we're going to see how that goes. I'm hoping Friday and this weekend's going to be a little bit better. They don't want to do it anymore. It costs too much money. End of story.
Well,
all right, you heard it
that's-
from Nick. If
We're
Microsoft
gonna
would put
soak Nick
would
in
the Game Pass-
ice
Game
cube
Pass-
bath after this to settle him down and just bring his.
Game Pass on your
I need a
child.
few more drinks.
He is
More
turning-
alcohol.
He is turning
Fixes
red.
her. I'm always this way.
Once again, I appreciate it, and I hope everybody has a fantastic Thanksgiving.
You
I hope
really,
he
you really
holds
needed
up.
to
I
clip
hope-
this?
I hope he holds that fucking thing up one day and it gives him a low voltage shock live on air.
Because the FCC certs aren't.
Yeah, the fucking FCC sticker falls off of it
It
when it
just
shocks
fucking
him.
blows up in his hand like poof, like one of those fucking iPhones.
It was a Samsung, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Whatever you're eating, if you're eating flamingo or if you're eating turkey, I guess you guys are going to eat turkey and be boring. I'm kidding. Don't
I'm
ever
going
eat.
to have ham as well.
Ooh.
I will not be having ham.
Well, yeah, you're Jewish, so you never have ham.
He's gonna have a pork chop.
Right.
That's about as funny as you having
I'm a
pork chops, sir.
stuffing guy. I like bird as my favorite.
Eating any pork. That is correct.
Hey,
Oh, my grandmother.
Oh, those are delicious. Mostly.
That's not with this amount of alcohol.
Straight. Or
I don't know, sweet. So some of the stuff you clipped here at the end.
Why did you leave all that shit in?
Yeah. Well, we made it.
Right,
30
fuck it.
people
Let's
left.
Tony, just let's get on to the 2-hour one. Let's get straight on to the 2-hour video. Sweet missed
All right.
out too much.
Strap in, gentlemen.
Oh dear.
No, actually, that's it. 5 hours and 12 minutes. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed our critique of the Amico Forever supercut done by Sweet and Tender Hooligan. He did a fine job. Adam Wilson says I'm being too picky.
You did a good job, Sweet. It was
a good job.
If you know, if
I'll give
anything
it a
we take away
B.
from it, it's the thumbnail. That's the only. That's the fucking best part of it. If we can't, fact that we can't show it, just goes to show how good it is.
Yeah, it was.
Everybody sub to Sweet.
Sub to Sweet. It was a good supercut. I am very picky because I don't care about the other stuff. I don't care about them being drunk and acting stupid and talking about eating flamingo. I don't give a shit about any of that, right? I just care about the Amico stuff. 29 viewers, don't stop. We got to stop, Evil. Got to leave them wanting more. With that said,
Start yours up, Evil.
we did get a super chat earlier. And I figured since you guys are here, we might as well let you know what's going on with Mint Salad this week.
I'm streaming Pokemon Violet every night this week, except for Thanksgiving, with Stevie the Eevee. Isn't he cute?
Oh, Stevie the Eevee. I love it.
There you go. So go sub to Mint Salad. Watch her. Let her know that the Frog King has sent you. Again, thank you for watching. Like, share, subscribe. We're going to have some big stuff tomorrow. So make sure you're ready for Gabbing with Geeks. No drama, just news on gaming, geek culture, and a small update video about the channel and the future of what we're going to be doing at the channel, how we're going to be handling things. It's going to be up tomorrow in the morning, so look out for that.
We're fired, aren't we, Bob?
Yep.
You remember that video of Tommy saying he was going to get bigger YouTubers and he was going to move on
Yeah.
from?
You're going to replace us with fucking RTU and John Riggs.
I'm replacing you. 8-Bit Eric and one of the other guys. I don't know the other Spawn Wave guys. Brett Weiss and 8-Bit Eric are going to join the panel. No.
Mama book.
Anyway, we're out of here. Thank you. Enjoy your day. See you in
Peace.
A couple hours.
Yeah.
Depending on where you're at. Yeah, 7 o'clock on your Saturday, 7 o'clock at night. Thank you once again, Sweet and Tender. Love, peace, booty grease. Don't do membership only streams. I won't. I said I will never do that. There will be no membership only videos, membership only streams. Never going to do that. Don't worry about that. Love, peace, booty grease. I'm out this bitch.